The Warlock's Trial. Hidden Legends, College of Witchcraft, Book 5. Written by Alicia Rades. Narrated by Logan Young and Jonathan M. Matthews.
Chapter 1. Lucas. I'd rather be in hell right now than stare at this damned whiteboard any longer. My eyes roamed over the information I'd been compiling for 3 months. All kinds of clues had been tacked up and connected by strings. The longer I looked at it, the less it made any sense. I eyed the drawings of the Oaken Wands, along with other clues we'd replicated from memory. Journal entries from Helena's diaries had been ripped out and tacked alongside the photos. We thought we'd find clues that her late husband had left behind, but Nicholas hadn't told her where he'd hidden the wands. His journal was long gone, so we had nothing to go off of. My vision blurred the longer I stared. I couldn't remember the last time I slept.
"It was the butler,"
Nadine muttered.
"It's always the butler."
Huh? I whirled toward her. She'd been quiet for so long I'd forgotten she was there. Nadine sat at a table in the sunroom we'd commandeered for our research purposes. A thick layer of clouds blanketed the September sky, and raindrops trickled down the windows around us. She set aside the thick binder she'd been flipping through, then hit pause on the phone in front of her.
"I said the butler did it,"
she repeated.
"Are you listening to the podcast?"
I'd totally forgotten it had been playing. Nadine had started listening to true crime podcasts a week after our friends left to investigate the Oaken Wands. I'd portaled them to different supernatural societies in order to help us gather clues. They reported back twice a month, but so far no one had learned anything useful. Even though Helena and our cats stayed at the safe house with us, it could get boring and lonely sometimes. There was only so much Oaken Wand research we could do when we were stuck here. Nadine thought true crime podcasts would help us pass the time, and we'd both gotten really into it. We tried to solve the mysteries together, and it was a lot of fun. Today, though, I couldn't focus on any mystery that wasn't our own. "Sorry, I wasn't listening," I said. "I'm trying to find answers before everyone else shows up. I'm portaling them for check-in today. We've got to give them something." Nadine sighed.
"I know this is hard, Lucas, but we can tell them the truth."
"The truth is that we're no closer to finding the Oaken Wands than we were 3 months ago."
"We're getting closer,"
she insisted.
"Grant and Talia have made allies in Malovia. They're meeting with their contact as we speak. This contact might know a way inside the abyss. We're so close to finding an entrance so that we can find the mentalist wand that we lost through the demon's portal."
Hence my point. I'd rather be in hell right now. At least then we'd be closer to the mentalist wand. We decided 3 months ago that we'd walk through hell for that wand. Without it, the other 4 were useless to us. We needed all 5 Oaken Wands to end the waning and win our fight against the priestesses' tyrannical rule. "I'm not any closer to making abyss portals, though," I pointed out. "If I could make portals to the abyss like I should, we wouldn't have to send Grant and Talia to a warring Fey nation who places every witch they come across at the end of a noose. Malovia is in the middle of a civil war. They've got 2 monarchs competing for the throne. It's dangerous enough as it is for their own people, let alone witches and warlocks. Don't forget what they did to Kenna and her family a few months ago." Kenna and her parents hadn't even been in Malovia when they were captured and hanged. They'd been visiting Paris, and the Fae took it as a threat because they were too close to the country's border. I didn't want to think about what would happen to Grant and Talia if the Fae found them inside their borders. Their sentence would be far worse than hanging, for sure.
"Grant and Talia know the risks,"
Nadine reminded me, though she sounded worried. I raked my fingers through my hair. It felt pretty grimy, and I realized I couldn't remember the last time I showered, either. This research had practically consumed me. I just thought we'd have answers by now.
You should sit down,
Nadine suggested.
The last time you were standing this long, your legs started giving you trouble.
My broken leg had healed, but it still twinged painfully if I was on my feet forever. Still, I couldn't sit down right now, even if I wanted to. I was too on edge. I began pacing instead. I don't want to sit down, Nade. I want answers.
Have you ever considered that maybe that's not your job?
She asked calmly.
Our friends are out there getting answers. Our job is to be a safe place for them to come back to.
I gritted my teeth and pointed to the stacks of textbooks on the table in front of her. Our job is to do our research and draw connections, and I feel like a fucking idiot because I can't see how it all connects.
It may be simpler than we think,
Nadine pointed out.
Perhaps it isn't this big puzzle that needs solving, but just breadcrumbs to follow.
I turned back to the whiteboard and tapped my chin as I surveyed the information we had. All right, breadcrumbs. Where do we go from here? The room went silent, and I was starting to get really freaking pissed. What did I expect? For the whiteboard to answer back? Maybe a new perspective will help, I mused. The whiteboard hung off a frame on wheels, so I spun it 90 degrees. It probably looked like I was crazy, but it was the only thing I hadn't tried yet. My gaze darted from one string to the next. My eyes began to cross, and it felt like I was looking at the board from underwater. Even the sound of raindrops on the window became distant. My hands curled into fists, and my whole body shook in frustration. I shoved my hands into my hair and yanked on the strands. This was fucking pointless. I'd been studying this board for months, and none of it made a damn bit of sense. 3 months caught up to me in a single moment, and I snapped. "These breadcrumbs are useless!" I screamed as I grabbed the strings and yanked them off the board. Papers went flying across the room, and one of the strings tangled around my finger. I grabbed the corners of the whiteboard and threw it at the wall, which was a feat in itself because the thing was huge. Pain sliced across my hand. The whiteboard hit the wall, then bounced back toward me. It landed on my head pretty dang hard, and I collapsed onto the ground, pinned beneath the massive whiteboard. A piece of paper landed in my mouth, and I sputtered, but it went nowhere. Nadine rushed to my side and helped lift the whiteboard back onto its wheels.
"Lucas, are you okay?"
Truth was, I'd hurt my pride more than anything. I huffed as I got to my feet and spat the paper out of my mouth. "I'm fine," I grumbled. Nadine placed her hands on her hips.
"That was a bit dramatic."
I crossed my arms, but didn't meet her gaze as I mumbled, "These breadcrumbs are dry and stale anyway. They taste awful." Nadine stared at me for a few seconds, before a smile crept across her face. She burst into laughter. I froze until I looked down at the papers at my feet and began laughing along with her. It wasn't funny, not in the slightest. But it was better than the alternative, and that involved wallowing in my own self-pity because I'd somehow tied my worth to solving this mystery. I'd get an earful from Nadine and Helena both, because neither of them were going to stand for my bullshit anymore. They heard enough of it last June. I tried my best to find the joy where I could, and that was pretty damn difficult today. So when Nadine laughed, I allowed myself to laugh along with her.
"Come sit down,"
she said between laughs. She led me over to a chair, then leaned down to inspect the cut on my hand. It throbbed, but I didn't really give a fuck. Nadine gasped. What? I asked, sitting up straighter.
You broke a nail,
she said dramatically. She was trying to lighten the mood. I scowled. What a tragedy! Oh, wow, that's not good. Nadine stretched my skin a little, and I saw that the cut was deeper than I thought. The corner of the whiteboard had sliced across my whole palm. Blood began pooling in my hand. Her voice turned serious.
Stay here. I'll get a first aid kit.
She left me in silence, and I glanced around the room. Papers were scattered everywhere, and the string lay in a tangled mess on the floor. This was going to be a bitch to put back in order. I got up and knelt beside the closest pile of papers, trying hard not to drip blood everywhere. I started gathering our clues and stacking them together with my good hand.
Lucas.
Nadine stopped me when she returned.
Your clues aren't going anywhere.
She was clearly annoyed by how consumed I'd become with this. I sighed and sat down again. She took my hand and gently wiped the blood away, inspecting it closely.
You're not going to need stitches, but I need to get it cleaned up. Hold still.
Nadine positioned a towel on the table, then placed my hand palm up on top of it. She poured hydrogen peroxide over the cut, and damn, that stung like a son of a bitch. She cleaned out the wound, then gently wrapped gauze around my hand. I couldn't help but let my eyes roam over her as her fingers moved over mine softly. She caught me staring and turned a deep shade of pink.
What is it?
You, I said simply. You're so nice to me.
That could be because I'm madly in love with you,
she teased. She taped the gauze, then placed a gentle kiss on my hand.
All better.
Thanks, I told her before drawing her in for a kiss. After she cleaned up, Nadine plopped herself in front of her thick binder again.
Do you prefer pumpkin spice or apple cider?
That was an odd question, but I thought she was trying to distract me. Apple cider, I guess? She scrunched up her nose.
You guess? Are you sure?
I shrugged. If I was given the choice, I'd choose apple cider. Pumpkin spice isn't a real thing. Nadine gasped dramatically, like I'd thoroughly offended her.
It is! How can you not love the impeccable blend of cinnamon and nutmeg and ginger and cloves?
Is that all? I teased flatly.
And sometimes allspice,
she added proudly. It's fine, but have you ever had fresh apple cider straight from the orchard? I asked.
Yes, you took me last fall.
Right, and it was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good, but...
But you want me to say pumpkin spice, I finished for her.
No,
she answered quickly.
I want your honest opinion.
My honest opinion is apple cider. What's this about? Nadine propped up the binder for me to see. She'd pasted all kinds of photos of various cakes and recipes inside. She wore a goofy grin and exclaimed,
It's for our wedding cake.
I furrowed my brow. How'd we get from apple cider and pumpkin spice to cake?
I'm trying to decide our flavor.
Apple cider isn't a flavor, I said. It's its own thing. It's a drink.
No, but you make an apple cake with cream cheese and cinnamon frosting. It's a whole thing. But then there's the pumpkin one, and I was leaning toward that.
Then go with pumpkin, I offered. Her shoulders sagged.
But it's your wedding, too. I want to make these decisions together.
I reached across the table and took her hand in mine. My fingers trailed over her engagement ring. As long as I'm married to you by the end of it, I don't care about the details. I tugged on her arm, and she came around the table to sit on my lap. I curled my arms around her middle and pulled her close to me. I inhaled the rose scent of her hair, which always made my head spin. My fingers trailed down her body. Nadine wiggled her hips.
Right here?
I kissed the back of her neck. I get excited when I think about marrying you. In just a few short weeks, you'll be my wife. Nadine turned around until she was straddling me.
October 31st can't come soon enough,
she whispered, before pressing her lips to mine. I leaned back in my chair and ran my hands over her backside as she began kissing me. The stress of the whiteboard completely fell from my mind, as desire for my fiancée consumed me. Nadine reached down for the button on my jeans.
Ahem.
Someone cleared their throat in the doorway. My shoulders slumped. Not again. I loved Helena as if she was my own grandmother. But God damn it, the woman was always right there whenever Nadine and I were about to get it on. Hell, Nadine and I were about to fool around in the master bath the other night. As soon as we filled the jet tub, Helena knocked and wanted to clean. Nadine had gotten rid of her, thank the goddess, but it had really put a damper on the mood.
I made tea,
Helena said brightly as she came into the room carrying a tray. Isa, Oliver, and Cornelius followed along at her feet, meowing like they were waiting for treats. Helena stopped in her tracks and eyed the mess.
Oh my.
She set down her tray, then went to start cleaning up the papers. That's not necessary, I told her quickly. I'll get it. Helena hesitated, like it physically pained her to witness a mess without cleaning it up. I swear all she's done in the last 3 months was clean and cook. She wasn't faring well with the cabin fever any better than we were. Helena cleared her throat.
You should have some applesauce. It turned out perfect.
Nadine and I had gotten really bored here at the safe house, so we gardened over the summer, then canned fruits and vegetables with Helena whenever we needed a break. Helena had found stacks of empty jars in the basement our first week here and suggested we use them. And we just never stopped. She'd planted all kinds of vegetables around the property, and we'd found a handful of apple and pear trees near the house we'd been harvesting. I didn't know how many batches of applesauce we'd made, but we'd started storing food in the basement because the pantry was too full. We certainly weren't going hungry any time soon. Nadine climbed off of me and returned to her seat.
Thanks, Grammy.
I tried the applesauce, and all kinds of flavors burst in my mouth. This is our best batch yet. What did we do differently? Nadine snickered.
I snuck in a pumpkin spice blend.
I frowned. You're trying to convert me.
I am not,
she insisted with a giggle. At Helena's feet, the cats continued to yowl.
All right,
she said impatiently.
But only one for each of you.
Helena reached into the pocket of her apron and tossed 3 cat treats on the ground. Isa gobbled hers gone, then shoved Oliver out of the way and ate his too. Oliver just licked her ears like he didn't care. What a doormat. Helena turned back to us.
I brought something for you two as well. Picked it up on my last supply run.
She reached into her apron and set several large boxes on the table. All I saw was the big bold letters reading Value Pack. Then I realized in horror what it was.
Condoms,
Nadine gasped.
Grammy, what makes you think we need that many? Wait, How much sex were you having when you were our age?
Helena scowled. All it took was one sharp look to know she wasn't about to answer that question. For someone who walked in on us every freaking time we tried to get it on, she seemed pretty encouraging of our physical relationship. I must have turned the brightest shade of red.
They're not just for you, Helena said. Your friends are coming back today. We all know Chloe and Miles will need a whole pack to themselves. I want everyone to be safe.
I laughed. You're not wrong.
Now finish up,
Helena pressed.
You're scheduled to portal everyone in soon.
Helena left the room, and Nadine and I quickly finished our tea before heading out into the living room. The room was large, with a ceiling that reached 2 stories, and a balcony from the 2nd level. A sectional sofa faced the fireplace, along with a large TV mounted above the mantel. Helena was already sitting on the couch, and the cats surrounded her, purring in her lap.
Are we ready?
Helena asked. I checked the clock on the wall, then nodded. Ready. I lifted my hands, and magic surged down my arms as a portal bloomed in front of me. It was like a hole had been punched straight through reality. The fireplace was replaced with the image of a forest lit by the rising sun. A warm breeze rustled my hair, and it smelled like pine trees. A couple, holding hands, stepped through the portal. Their cats followed, and they hopped onto the couch beside the others, looking excited to see them. I closed the portal behind them. Chloe, Miles, I said, nodding to them. How's life in Hokavale?
It's a lovely town,
Miles said.
Last week we rode a dragon.
My face fell. His enthusiasm really rubbed me the wrong way.
This isn't a theme park, Miles. You're supposed to be out there hunting down clues for the Oaken Wands, or did you forget about that while you were on vacation?
Chloe's jaw dropped.
Whoa, someone's in a mood. It's better to be on vacation than to hang out here where you're either moping around or hounding us for answers.
That's not all I do, I shot back.
We canned a batch of pears yesterday.
Chloe scoffed.
Forgive me if I'd rather be sipping mimosas on the beach. Mimosas on the beach?
I nearly choked on the words.
Dear goddess, we're never going to find answers. Actually, the mimosas paid off,
Chloe said proudly. Yeah, I'm sure the after-party was a blast, I replied flatly. Hopefully someone else found something. I turned, then lifted my hands again, forming another portal. The air was cold, and I smelled a fresh sea breeze. A girl with purple hair stepped through the portal, along with her cat.
Welcome back, Onyx, I said. Learn anything from the merfolk? Let's bring everyone back before we start sharing our discoveries.
Miles pressed, sounding annoyed. Clearly I was a bit too harsh. A light dusting of snow had covered the ground when I portaled Verla through from the Midnighters' Society. The vampires were spread all over the world, but Verla had been trying to get information from a group in Canada. The headmistress shivered when she stepped through the portal.
Come,
Helena said quickly.
I made tea.
That's so kind of you, Verla said as Helena ushered her to the kitchen. I couldn't see what Celestial City looked like when I portaled Professor Warren back to the safe house. He was holed up in a nice hotel room with white sheets and a golden bed frame. He seemed the coziest out of everyone. The angels weren't the nicest supernatural race on the planet, but they'd pretty much do anything for you as long as they thought they could convert you to their religion. And Professor Warren was good at placating people. Good to see you, Lucas, he said kindly. I nodded back, then turned to Nadine. Nade, I'll need your help with this one. She stood at my side, and we combined our powers together to create a portal. It wasn't easy because we were fighting against wards to get inside the Fae's borders, but we managed. A forest appeared in front of us, but it was different from the last. The coniferous trees were smaller here, and it smelled of damp mountain air. The sky was overcast, and the ground was wet, as if it had just rained. Wind whistled through the portal, but everything else was silent. I didn't see Grant or Talia anywhere. I hesitated.
They're supposed to be at the meeting point. Give it a minute.
Nadine's voice trembled.
They should be on their way.
I held my breath, waiting to hear the sound of their footsteps through the mud. But there was nothing. Something's wrong, I insisted. Grant and Talia have never missed a portal.
Are we sure about the coordinates?
Chloe asked.
This doesn't look like where we've picked them up before.
I'm certain, I stated. Grant and Talia were meeting with a contact inside Malovia's borders earlier today. We moved the meeting point so they didn't have as far to travel.
Maybe they got lost,
Onyx suggested. Miles crossed his arms.
Or they were betrayed. We shouldn't have trusted the Fae.
The portal faltered around the edges, and my hand shook as I tried to steady it.
I can't hold it much longer. We have to go after them,
Nadine decided immediately. She ran toward the door and grabbed our shoes and coats. She tossed mine at my feet, then slid hers on.
You can't go alone,
Professor Warren protested.
The fewer witches we bring to Malovia, the better,
Nadine said.
We don't want to draw attention, and Lucas and I can get in and out using portals. We'll be back soon, I promise.
Helena and Verla heard the commotion, and they raced into the living room.
What do you think you're...
Helena started, but I didn't hear the end of it. I grabbed Nadine's hand, and we leapt through the portal together. My stomach dropped from my abdomen, and my body seemed to stretch and distort as we tumbled through the portal. We landed firmly on our feet on the other side, still holding hands. The air was chill and damp, and a shiver traveled down my spine as I glanced around. We stood on the side of a mountain, but we couldn't see much through the pine forest, except the darkened clouds covering the afternoon sky.
We've got to find a vantage point,
Nadine said, tugging on my arm. We traipsed through the forest, our feet squishing through the mud. The trees broke ahead, and when we stepped out of them, my stomach turned to a rock in my belly. Nadine drew a sharp gasp. We stood on the highest point of a hill, looking out over a large battlefield. The battle had already been lost, judging by the bodies strewn across the muddy landscape. There had to be at least 100 Fae shifters and sorceresses lying down there. Fresh blood seeped into the ground as wolf, dragon, alicorn, and griffin shifters lay still beside their mates who'd perished trying to save them. Below us, a makeshift camp had been set up with large tents. Someone cried out in agony, their voice carrying up the hillside. On the other side of the battlefield, far out in the distance, we could make out the shadows of a small town. Nadine covered her mouth.
What happened here? You don't think Grant and Talia got caught up in it? The Fae are known for taking hostages.
I shook my head. I refused to believe that, unless I saw it with my own eyes. No, they wouldn't involve themselves in Fae affairs, though this could certainly be why they were held up. Nadine's eyes glistened.
So how do we find them?
We're here.
A ragged voice came from behind us. We turned to see two figures climbing the hill. They wore large backpacks and were covered in mud from head to toe.
Talia! Grant!
Nadine cried. She rushed over to them and threw her arms around them, not caring about the mud.
Thank the goddess you're okay.
Grant blew a breath.
No kidding. We were nearly ambushed, but we managed to slip into the trees until the battle was over. The Fey King attempted to take the city of Pruska, which you can see over there, because the rival queen captured it for herself. He ended up losing, though, and it's pretty clear his forces were demolished.
He sounded really winded, and Talia hadn't said a thing. They were both in pretty rough shape. They must have been on their feet for days.
Are you alone?
I asked. Where's your contact? Don't tell me he led you into this battle on purpose.
No,
Talia promised.
Oakley never showed up. He was a member of the king's army, and
Grant dropped his gaze.
He fought in the battle. He didn't make it.
My stomach clenched. He was supposed to show us the way into the abyss. We don't have time to scour Malovia for entrances. We'll never find an opening on our own. Grant scowled.
I'm sorry, our friend was too preoccupied with dying to show us the way to hell.
My shoulders fell.
I'm sorry, Grant. I didn't mean it like that.
We've been gone for 3 months, Grant reminded me. Forgive us for making friends while we were away. You might not trust the Fae, but Oakley was one of the good ones. He was fighting with the king's army to end persecution of dark magic wielders in Malovia. He sympathized with us and really wanted to help. I just can't believe he's gone.
The hill went quiet for a few beats before Nadine broke the silence.
If the king's army is sympathetic to dark magic users, then maybe we can go straight to the king himself.
Talia scoffed.
There's the kicker. You'll never believe who's on the throne. Remember those Fae you helped last year? The one who needed Hattie to help them out with a demon problem? You said their names were Ethan and Emma.
I nodded. Yeah, that's them.
Ethan's the king now,
Talia said.
Emma's his queen.
Excitement rushed through me.
This is great, I cried. They owe us a debt for helping them. We can go to them and...
Grant held up a hand.
Not so fast. We've tried to get in contact with the king and queen, but we can't touch them. Even Oakley couldn't get a message. They're guarded more than ever with the state of the Malovian Revolution, and I don't blame them.
Grant gestured out over the remnants of the battlefield. Movement caught my eye in the camp below. A man and a woman stepped out of a tent surrounded by uniformed men. Whoever they were, they looked important. The woman turned, and her red hair flowed around her. It hit me then that I recognized her.
That's Ethan and Emma, I realized. We can talk to them.
I was already on the move, but Grant grabbed my arm.
Lucas, we can't. Look at their security detail.
Emma will recognize us,
I insisted.
We helped save her mate.
Emma and Ethan will want to help us, but the rest of those soldiers will kill us on sight for being witches, Grant pointed out. You can't just waltz up to royalty and expect a meeting. We'll never get close enough before their guards kill us first. They just lost a battle. They're not going to ask questions.
Fuck, he was right. We were so close, but they were untouchable.
All right,
I said reluctantly.
Let's get moving.
My friends and I hurried into the trees where we couldn't be seen, and Nadine helped me form a portal strong enough to hold against Malovia's wards. Shouts came through the portal, and we hurried through as quickly as we could. The shouting stopped abruptly as the portal slammed shut behind us.
Thank the goddess,
Helena cried.
We're fine,
Nadine assured her.
Grant and Talia are alive.
Talia shivered a little.
We're just glad to be back. What happened to you?
Verla demanded, eyeing their dirty clothes.
We, got a front row seat to the Malovian Revolution, Grant admitted. You're not going back, Verla insisted. This is too dangerous.
Grant sighed.
Well, our luck has run out anyway. Our Fey contact is dead. We're not finding a portal to the Abyss any time soon.
Good,
Helena said firmly. She'd never been a big fan of us walking through hell to retrieve an Oaken Wand, but it wasn't like we had any choice. We couldn't exactly send someone else after it. All eyes turned to her, and she quickly added,
I mean, it's good that you're alive. You're safe now. Let's get you a warm bath and a hot meal.
Helena took their backpacks and helped them to their rooms.
What are we going to do now?
Onyx asked.
Malovia is the only place we know of with portals to the Abyss. It's our only way to get to the Mentalist Wand. Technically not the only way,
Nadine pointed out. I scowled. You're not talking about making a demon deal. That's worse than going in alone. There were all kinds of reasons that was true. Demons can turn on you or trick you into faulty contracts. For a task this big, they'd want something major in return, something none of us were willing to give up. The last demon we'd dealt with had killed dozens of people before we were able to kill him, and it hadn't been easy. I wasn't putting my friends in danger by entering into a demon deal.
If we can't find another way in, we may have to consider it as a last resort,
Nadine said.
You have no idea the cost you'd have to pay,
Verla protested.
You can't, Nadine.
I don't want to,
Nadine replied.
I'm only saying it's an option, even if it's a bad one.
It's off the table, I stated. If I have to kill myself making abyss portals, that's better than working with a demon.
There has to be a way to get the wands without people dying,
Professor Warren demanded.
No one's making deals with demons. Perhaps we should focus more on the other two wands,
Verla suggested.
Let's take some time to think about pursuing the Mentalist Wand. We can't afford any mistakes.
We may be closer than you think,
Chloe stated. Everyone turned to look at her. She stood with her arms crossed and lips pursed.
What do you mean?
Nadine asked. Chloe drew herself upright.
As I was trying to say before, our mimosas paid off. Miles and I had a drink with someone we deemed to be a credible source, and we learned something big.
My heart leapt. How big? Miles hesitated like he wasn't sure where to start. Finally, he sighed and said,
You need to come with us. This could change everything.
Chapter 2. Nadine. Excitement rushed through me at the possibility of finding another Oaken Wand. We hadn't made progress in 3 months, and now it sounded like we were close to a breakthrough. We'd already found several Oaken Wands, but they'd fallen through our grasp each time. We weren't going to let that happen again. We knew the priestesses had possession of the Seer and Alchemy Wands. We'd obtained the Alchemy Wand from the Crock of Death, and I'd given it up to save my friends. Last semester, we found the Seer Wand in a pocket universe within the Vanishing Stairwell, and the priestesses had forced us to give it up in exchange for my kidney transplant. Then we witnessed the Mentalist Wand fall into the pit to the abyss when we fought the demon, Professor Leto. We hadn't found any leads on the Mortana or the Cursebreaker wands yet, but it sounded like this could be it. Obtaining all the wands before the priestesses was imperative to stop them from gaining control over the coven's magic. Once we had the wands, we could work to heal the coven and bring an end to the waning. "Tell us everything," I insisted. "It will be easier if you speak to our source directly," Chloe said. "Who exactly is your source?" Lucas asked. "He's a wand maker named Beau Blankard," Miles stated. "You met Beau?" Grammy cut in, sounding shocked. "Yeah, you know him?" Miles asked. "Beau and I were friends when we were young," Grammy said. "He's half witch, half fae." I didn't know much about the fae, but I knew they hated the witches. We'd been on opposite sides in the Great Supernatural War. From my understanding, the fae came to Earth hundreds of years ago from another realm and settled in Europe. They were made up of 4 factions, categorized by their shifting abilities. The male of their species could shift into dragons, wolvens, alicorns, or griffins. Each shifter was mated to a female fae sorceress, whose specialty was the power of illusions and portals. It was odd, to say the least, that a witch and a fae would ever mate. "Beau's the man who made Nadine's wand," Grammy added. I pulled my wand from my pocket and twisted it in my hands, eyeing the swirls and the moonstone crystal embedded into the handle. "I remember you telling me about him. He used hair from his Fakin companion in my wand." "Yes," Grammy confirmed. "I haven't been in contact with him for ages. I didn't know he was still alive." "He is, and he's living in Hokavale," Chloe said. "As a wand maker, he's studied wand lore, including legends of the Oaken Wands. Nadine and Lucas need to meet with him as soon as possible." Lucas took my hand. "Then let's get going. Chloe and Miles, you're with us. We'll call the rest of you if anything goes wrong." We'd all purchased new phones when we came to the safe house, and we'd protected them with magic so the priestesses couldn't track them. Lucas lifted his hand, and a portal bloomed in front of us. A pine forest appeared, the same forest that Chloe and Miles had been standing in when we portaled them to the safe house earlier. Our cat stayed behind as the 4 of us stepped through. The morning California air felt nice, and the scent of salt water drifted through the trees. "How far is it into town?" Lucas asked. "It's a hike, but we know a faster way." Chloe gestured for us to follow her. The trees here were taller than the pines back home. I couldn't see much through the forest until we stepped into a clearing at the edge of a mountain. Back home, our mountains were more like rolling hills, but here, the peaks were much higher. Far off in the distance, I could make out the ocean. Lucas and I both paused to take in the beautiful landscape. "Gorgeous, isn't it?" Miles asked. "It's beautiful," I agreed. I might be a bit jealous of the Elementi tribe. "Their tribe's name is Hawkeye," Chloe clarified. "Elementi is their supernatural name. It's like how supernaturals refer to us as witches, but we belong to the Miriamic coven. They're Elementi belonging to the Hawkeye tribe." "I don't know that much about them," I admitted. "I'll tell you on the way." Chloe cocked her head, and we followed her down a narrow footpath. "From what I know of the Elementi, they're a fairly young supernatural race. Their people are indigenous to the Americas, and they were driven from their homes when the European colonizers arrived. They came together here in Northern California to protect themselves from further threats. Their ancestors gifted them powers of the elements, as well as made them protectors of magical creatures. The Hawkeye tribe is made up of 5 smaller tribes, also known as houses, 1 for each element. Kind of like our castes? I wondered. Miles nodded. Sort of, but their magic is inherited, where ours is chosen. There's Tawakwa, who control water, and Koigni, who control fire. Then Yopluma for air, Navita for earth, and Anichi for spirit. They believe that each Elementi soul resides within a magical creature. When an Elementi comes of age, they bond with their special creature, which they call a familiar. That's really cool, I said. Are the Hawkeye the only tribe of elementals? Yes, they mostly stick together, Chloe replied. But just like in our coven, some of them travel, and there are locations all around the world where people of all supernatural races are welcome. Hokavale is one of those places, Miles added. The Hawkeye's main city, Kinpago, isn't too far from here. Technically, Hokavale is outside the reservation's protective borders. It was a place of refuge during the Hawkeye Civil War, which only ended a few months ago. Hokavale has been around for a while, taking in people from all supernatural races, who don't have anywhere else to go. I've heard the Hawkeye are very diverse, Lucas said thoughtfully. Is that true? Chloe nodded. Absolutely. We visited Kinpago a few weeks ago, and their city is full of influences from around the world. When the Hawkeye tribe formed, they sent their people all over the world to form alliances and grow their numbers. They brought back people of all races, and they've continued to honor global cultures to this day. We ate at this really good restaurant in Kinpago's Chinatown, and we went shopping in the Italian district. Their college, Arenda Academy, is at this beautiful castle built by a friend of the Hawkeye who came over from Scotland. It sounds like a wonderful place, I said. Have you guys seen any magical creatures in Hokavale? Miles gave a cunning smirk. Buckle up, Nadine, because you're about to experience the magical world like you've never seen it before. Miles pulled back branches and thick brush, and I stopped in my tracks. I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Ahead of us stood a large clearing filled with magical creatures I could only ever picture in my wildest dreams. I knew that dragons and unicorns existed, but it hadn't ever quite felt real until I saw it with my own eyes. Unicorns with fire manes and shimmering horns grazed in the clearing. Among the fire unicorns was a unicorn with white fur that shimmered blue in the sunlight. Its horn looked like an icicle, and it blew snowflakes out of its nose. Dragons of all sizes frolicked through the clearing. A mother dragon with black scales and red spines spread her wings and launched into the sky, and 3 baby dragons flew behind her, blowing fire at each other as they navigated around other flying creatures. I spotted flying sheep and birds of all different colors. Some of them looked small enough to fit into the palm of my hand, and others had wingspans as long as a school bus. Watching them fly through the sky was like witnessing a rainbow dance. The birds sang a song together that sounded coordinated and calmed my nerves. Tiny rodent-like creatures chased each other around and scampered up trees before swinging like monkeys to the next branches. They were all different colors, with big eyes, tiny noses, and big bushy tails. Their ears looked like that of a fennec fox, and the creatures reminded me of bush babies with bigger bellies. Something I thought was a pile of rocks moved, and I realized it was a goat with granite for skin. I spun around to take it all in, but I wasn't sure what to marvel at first. It was all so amazing. Lucas gasped and pointed. It's a real chimera and a hippogriff. A winged creature with 3 heads, a lion, a dragon, and a goat, tackled an animal with the body of a horse and the head of an eagle. The hippogriff clacked its beak. The 3-headed creature Lucas had called a chimera rolled onto the ground like they were playing a game. Felines of all sizes and colors lazed in the sun, but they were unlike any cats I'd seen before. One of them had feathers that shimmered blue and purple, and another white and pink speckled feline had horns on its head and wings on its back. One of the cats didn't even look solid, and it gleamed an ethereal blue as it played with a baby dragon. The creature looked like it was made of air. Nearby, a stream cut through the clearing, and water creatures of all sorts splashed in the brook. I witnessed a small sea serpent with blue fins slither up to a green horse-like creature with the tail of a fish. There was so much to take in, and it was like all of the magic of the elementi permeated this clearing. "This is incredible," Lucas exclaimed. Chloe beamed. "Wait until you ride one." "Are we allowed to do that?" I asked. Chloe shrugged. "All you have to do is ask." She gestured to a group of people surrounding the dragons. They scrubbed down the dragons' scales and fed them snacks. The dragons had their eyes closed and faces pointed to the sun, like they were enjoying every second of being pampered. "Come on." Chloe gestured for us to follow, and we made our way across the clearing to the group of people. "Chloe, Miles," a guy greeted. He looked about our age, and a black alicorn followed behind him. "It's good to see you again. I see you brought some friends." "Hi, Sam," Chloe said. "These are the friends we told you about, Lucas and Nadine." "Oh, my goddess!" A woman emerged from behind one of the dragons, followed by a gray cat. I saw her black hair first, and my heart leapt in recognition. "Monica!" I cried. "Lucas! Nadine! It's so great to see you both." Monica rushed over to us and squeezed us into a tight hug. "I can't thank you two enough for saving my life after I was framed for the hearse tragedy." Monica had been playing piano on the hearse the night the demon caused the crash that killed 17 people. The priestesses had blamed Monica's mentalist abilities for manipulating the driver, even though they knew the demon had been behind it. The priestesses had intended to poison Monica as execution for the crime, so the coven would have someone to blame. We slipped her a fake potion that mimicked death, then revived her body after the funeral. She left for Hokavale to seek refuge that same night. "It's good to know you made it safely," I said as I drew away. "We had no way to contact you." "It's better that way," she promised. "As long as the priestesses believe I'm dead, I can live my life in peace." "So, you like it here?" Lucas asked. "Yes, very much," Monica replied. "I've met so many wonderful people. My best friend here is an Avita woman who named her little girl after me. I'm splitting my time between teaching music lessons and caring for magical creatures. How are things in Octavia Falls?" Lucas and I exchanged a glance. "Tense," I admitted. Monica sighed, appearing sad. "I assume you aren't in Hokavale for a vacation." I frowned. "Unfortunately, no." "In that case, I won't keep you. Good luck to you both." Monica waved, then returned to the dragon she was caring for. Sam dropped his gaze. "Chloe and Miles say you've been looking for information to help your coven. Ancestors know how brutal a civil war can be." Something dark flashed in his eyes, and it was obvious he'd seen a lot over the last few years. The Hawkeye Civil War might be over, but it'd take ages for their people to recover. Sam extended his arm to show a tattoo of a broken arrow surrounded by a partial circle. "Ours was a genocide, and they marked people like me as weak and inferior. I do hope your coven treats its people better. We're doing our best to prevent the coven from taking it that far, Miles told Sam. We might have found information that can help us, but we need to speak to someone in town named Beau Blankard. Can you get us there? Sam patted one of the dragons on the shoulder. Leslie's all ready for a flight, but she's the only dragon I've got at the moment. Leslie was a smaller dragon compared to the others, but she was still the size of a small car, with shimmering purple scales and blue spines running down her back. Leslie can only carry 2 riders at a time, Sam said. Then she should take Nadine and Lucas, Chloe offered. It's important that they hear what Beau has to say. Leslie bowed her head to me, nudging her nose against my shoulder. I ran my fingers over her scales, and I was surprised by how smooth they were. The dragon licked me, as if to say she liked me. I saw she had a forked blue tongue that glittered in the sunlight. How will we find Beau? I asked. He should be at the library right now, working a fundraiser for foster kids, Sam said. It seemed so positively normal. A witch couldn't host a fundraiser in Octavia Falls these days, and it's not like the priestesses would care about the foster care system anyway. A lot of kids lost their parents in the war, Sam added. We're doing what we can. The community's really come together to help them, but it's been a tough road so far. My stomach sank. I'm sorry things have been hard for your people. It gets easier every day, Sam assured us. Take it as a sign of hope. If our people can end their civil war and become one tribe again, then so can your coven. Thank you, I told him. It's nothing, Sam replied with a shrug. Are you two ready for a ride? I bounced on my toes, and Lucas looked thrilled. I hadn't seen him that excited in a long time. We're ready, Lucas said brightly. All you have to do is grab her spines, hoist yourself up, and she'll take care of the rest, Sam instructed. She knows where she's going, and when you're done, just hop back on her and she'll bring you back here. Thanks for all your help, Lucas said. If there's any way we can repay you, let us know. Sam waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Go help your people. Lucas grabbed one of Leslie's spines and jumped. He settled into a smooth area on her back, then reached down to help me up. I sat in front of him and was surprised to find I felt secure in the curve of Leslie's back. I held one of her spines to steady myself, and Lucas wrapped his arms around me to keep me even more secure. See you soon. Chloe waved goodbye. Leslie spread her wings, and my heart plummeted to my abdomen as she leapt into the sky. Lucas and I both screamed as we rose high into the air, until Chloe, Miles, and Sam looked like mere ants beneath us. My legs tightened on the dragon's sides, and wind whipped through my hair as she pumped her wings. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly as my heart pummeled against my ribcage. I thought this would be fun, but now that I was doing it, I realized I wasn't at all prepared. One wrong move and Lucas and I would plummet to our deaths. Lucas's screams turned to laughter. He let go of me, and I instantly curled over the dragon, clutching her neck for dear life. Lucas! I screamed. He tapped me on the shoulder. Nade, it's okay. Open your eyes. The ride seemed to even out, and the wind seemed calmer. Slowly, I peeled my eyes open and looked around. Clouds surrounded us at all angles, and Leslie had stopped flapping her wings. She soared through the air, her wings slicing through the clouds like butter. I glanced at Lucas to see he had his arms straight out to the sides. His fingers grazed the moisture around us. Woohoo! Lucas screamed like he was having the time of his life. And he was. I could tell. We'd been cooped up in that cabin for so long, and we'd been living in survival mode for even longer. Riding on the back of a dragon felt like freedom. Gingerly, I reached a hand outward, while holding firmly to one of Leslie's spines with the other. My fingers cut through the clouds, and tiny water droplets swirled around us.
"I've got you,"
Lucas said as he laced his fingers in mine. He gently took my hand off the dragon's spine and stretched my arms outward. I expected to freak out, but I leaned my back against him, and I found that I felt confident up here in the clouds. My heart rate began to slow, and for a moment, I let myself take it all in. The warmth of Lucas's body on mine, the strength of the dragon beneath us, and the cool air blowing my hair back. It felt like we had no care in the world. My shoulders sagged against Lucas, and he kissed my cheek. In an instant, the scene around us changed as we broke out of the clouds. I gasped and grabbed Leslie's spines again as the ground came into view. We must have been hundreds of feet up, but I only had a moment to process it before the most incredible sight stole my attention. All around us, flocks of magical winged creatures flew through the air. A herd of hippogriffs flapped their wings beside us, and I looked up to see a group of winged serpents spinning through the sky. Below us soared a massive bird with 6 wings, leaves in place of feathers, and horns that looked like tree branches. I spotted a break in the landscape ahead. It ran like a line through the mountains, all the way down to the ocean. I thought for certain it was a river, until we got closer and I realized the land below us was dry. It was a narrow canyon, and it was bursting with life. There had been no signs of human life since we left the clearing, and it occurred to me why. Hookavale was designed to be hidden, and it had been built deep within the canyon. Unless you knew what you were looking for, the city was difficult to find. You wouldn't know there were people living here until you were right on top of them. Leslie flew downward, so I was able to get a good look at the town below. People milled up and down the canyon, riding in carriages or on the backs of magical creatures. Parts of the canyon were narrow, with thatched roof houses lining the canyon walls, and a street running between them. I spotted holes in the sides of the rock face, as if doorways had been carved out for living quarters. The canyon widened, and we saw a market below us, where vendors sold handmade items and dancers spun to the sound of drums and flutes. In a nearby alcove, a copper-haired woman in a long flowing skirt and bangles played a singing bowl, while others moved in a slow, coordinated motion around her. She looked to be guiding a group meditation. As they waved their hands, elements rose up around them. Vines grew out of the earth at Navita's command, and a Tawakwa controlled water droplets in the air. Yapluma controlled the breeze and sent leaves spinning around the alcove, and Coigny lit flames in their palms. It was all very calm and controlled. As we flew closer to the ocean, I noticed a tall structure in the widest area of the canyon. I realized it was a pyramid built of stone, in the style of an ancient Central American temple. Far in the distance, I could see a beach with houses built on stilts. A sea serpent 100 feet long broke the surface of the water before splashing down again and causing a huge wave. Leslie let out a loud cry.
"I think she wants us to hang on,"
Lucas said. I clutched tight to her spines, and my stomach leapt to my throat as the dragon dove downward. Lucas squeezed me close, and I let out an exhilarated scream as we dove into the canyon. The wind blew back my hair, and my body was buffeted by the plummet. I had to hold on tight to keep from being torn off. Leslie made a soft landing, and my heartbeat began to slow. I looked at the people walking around, but barely anyone glanced our way. It was like dragons landing in the middle of streets was an everyday occurrence, and I supposed it was here. Lucas slipped off Leslie's back, then helped me down. I held on to him to steady myself, because I still wasn't sure my feet were on solid ground. It felt like we were still flying, and I wasn't sure how long it'd take me to come down from the high.
"Did you have fun?"
Lucas asked. I beamed. "We can definitely do that again." Lucas patted Leslie's neck.
"Good girl."
Leslie gave a coo, then licked Lucas's face affectionately. I giggled. "I think she likes you."
"I would hope so,"
Lucas replied as he stroked her scales.
"She could have bucked us off her back at any moment, but you wouldn't do that, would you, girl?"
Leslie cooed again. "Wait for us here," I instructed her. "We'll be back soon." Leslie had dropped us off next to the edge of the canyon, where the rock face stretched up taller than a 6-story building. Above a large wooden doorway hung a sign that read, Hookevale Public Library. The doors were propped open, and a banner outside advertised a fundraiser. Lucas took my hand.
"It looks like we found the right place. Let's see if we can locate our guy."
Inside, the library was air-conditioned, and bookshelves stretched to the back wall. People gathered around fundraiser tables, which were filled with items for sale or set up for raffles. Most people were accompanied by magical creatures. I expected someone to notice the cauldron tattoo on my arm and tell us witches to leave, but people just passed by and nodded kindly. Lucas and I approached a girl our age sitting behind the raffle ticket table. She had long white hair, and a Luna moth sat on her shoulder. "Excuse me," I said. "We're looking for a man named Beau Blankard." The girl didn't look me in the eyes. Instead, she kept her gaze on my lips. She didn't say anything as she made a motion with her hands. She was deaf and communicating in American Sign Language. "I'm sorry," I said, signing one of the few words I knew in ASL by making a circle over my chest with my fist. The girl smiled and signed something else. I didn't know what it was, but she had this look on her face that told me I shouldn't worry. She made a gesture that told us to follow her. She guided us behind a row of shelves where an older man was walking toward the fundraiser tables. A white jaguar bigger than a grizzly bear prowled beside him. The creature had glowing blue lines running through his fur and shimmering blue eyes. The man stopped when he saw her approaching, and she signed something to him. The man looked a lot like the girl, but he had long black braids with white feathers twisted into the ends. He had the kindest eyes, but I also saw wisdom in them. It wasn't hard to believe we could trust him. The man nodded kindly to the two of us.
"My daughter tells me you are looking for someone."
Lucas kept his voice low.
"Yes, we're looking for a man named Beau Blankard. We believe he might have information that will help the Miriamic people." "We have heard of the conflict within your coven," the man said. "I'm Chief Cowick, leader of the Anichi House, and this is my daughter, Luana. I've spoken with other witches who have come to Hookevale."
"Then you must know Chloe and Miles," I said. "They sent us. I'm Nadine, and this is Lucas."
"Yes, they mentioned you," Chief Cowick said brightly. "You certainly understand that, given the nature of your conflict, I must ask what you wish to speak to Mr. Blankard about."
Lucas and I exchanged a glance. I nodded to him to let him know that we could trust these people. We had to if we were going to get any information.
"Our priestesses are searching for antique relics known as the Oaken Wands that could control all witch magic if they get their hands on them," Lucas explained. We intend to find the wands before they do, so that we can unite our people before the priestesses divide them completely. I lifted the hem of my shirt and showed Chief Cowick my crescent moon tattoo. I'm the only cursebreaker of my coven. I served on the Imperium Council before they stripped me of my title because I opposed their tyrannical methods. If it helps, Bo made my wand. I showed Chief Cowick my wand, and his contemplative gaze roamed over the craftsmanship. All we want is to help our coven, I told him. Bo may have information that will stop our priestesses from hurting our people. Chief Cowick looked sympathetic. He signed something to his daughter, and she walked away. Although we do not wish to involve ourselves in other supernatural affairs, we cannot witness the downfall of another people, Chief Cowick said. We will help in any way we can. Thank you, Lucas replied kindly. Luana returned with an elderly man who seemed to have years of wisdom in his eyes. He had salt and pepper hair and wrinkles around his eyes, and he walked with a cane. A miniature cat-like creature with the wings of a dragonfly fluttered onto the front of a green wool suit he wore. The animal reminded me of some of the other familiars in Hokavale, but this man was part witch, part fae, so he couldn't have one. It hit me then that the animal on his shoulder wasn't a familiar. It was his Fakin companion. I didn't know what I expected Fakin to look like, but Grammy had said they were companions to the fae and shared some of their blood. It was my understanding that there were many types, but this Fakin appeared to be part of a group of tiny animals with fairy wings that could fit into the palm of your hand. These witches wish to speak with you, Mr. Blankard, Chief Cowick told him. I believe you might recognize this, I said, holding out my wand. It contains hair from your Fakin. The Fakin locked its feline eyes on me and gave a low growl. Settle down, Bitsy, Bo scolded the small creature. I apologize. Fakin are very protective. May I? Bo reached for the wand, and I handed it to him. He turned it over curiously. Yes, I remember this, he said thoughtfully. But I didn't design it for you. You made it for my mother, Faith Evers. Her maiden name is Tucker, I told him. I inherited it. Yes, I recall making it for Helena Tucker's daughter, he recalled. I heard what happened to her. It was awful when she was driven out of the coven by a family curse. I broke the curse, but not before... I choked up. Bo dropped his gaze. I didn't have to say it out loud for him to understand. I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Thank you, I replied. Our friends Chloe and Miles say you may be able to help us. Bo's demeanor brightened. Yes, I spoke with them. Lovely couple. You must be the friends they mentioned. Nadine is a cursebreaker, the only member of her caste, and I'm the Reaper's apprentice, Lucas said. I will become a Reaper when I die and ferry the souls of our coven members to Allura. I'm honored to meet you. Bo grabbed Lucas's hand and shook it enthusiastically. Boy, do I have a story for you. Why don't we go somewhere private to talk? Chief Cowick suggested. Luana and I can escort you to the Hall of Records. A good idea, Bo agreed. There is much to discuss about your wands. Bo handed my wand back. We followed Chief Cowick through the library until we came to an elevator. We stepped inside, and we rode the elevator to the next level. We came to a hallway, and Chief Cowick guided us to the doors at the end. We entered a small room lined with bookshelves on all sides, with sconces hung between them. Arching stained glass windows let in sunlight, and 2 tables sat in the center of the room. Sculptures of magical creatures filled the shelves beside the books. There was no one else here, so we could talk freely. Luana signed something to her father, and Chief Cowick said, "My daughter and I would like to stay and help in any way we can."
"Yes, of course," Lucas agreed. "We could use all the help we can get."
Chief Cowick gestured to one of the study tables.
"Please, have a seat."
The 5 of us gathered around the table, and Chief Cowick interpreted for Luana as Bo began speaking.
"If you wish to know more about wands, then you've come to the right place," Bo began. "Wands are my specialty, as I am a wand maker myself. I've been studying them most of my life, even before I moved to Octavia Falls."
"You weren't born there?" I wondered. "My grandma said she knew you when you were both young."
Bo chuckled. "Young can mean many things to a person my age. It's true, I lived in Octavia Falls in early adulthood, but I was born in Malovia to a sorceress mother and a warlock father." "How is that possible?" Lucas asked. "The witches and fae despise each other." "My mother was unseelie fae, which means she can draw magic from sources outside herself," Bo explained. "It is a rare classification, as the unseelie were all but wiped out by the seelie fae long ago. Unseelie fae have kept their magic secret for a long time, as the seelie deem their magic dark and will criminalize anyone who uses magic they don't like. The seelie fae consider wands to be black magic, and they are banned in fae culture. However, as I am half warlock, I could never resist the call to wands myself."
"That's why the fae don't like witches, isn't it?" I asked. "We use wands and crystals, and they don't approve of that."
"Yes," Bo confirmed. "But my mother did not see it the same way, as she wielded dark magic as well. She met my father at a supernatural hub located in Paris while researching unseelie magic, and they fell in love. They settled in Malovia, because my mother was hired to do important work for the monarchy, though they had to remain in hiding. When I came of age, my father performed my evoking ceremony, and I received the Mark of Mortana. I came into my dragon shifter powers at the same time, and I attended Arcania University to learn my shifter magic. It was there that I began studying wand making in secret. My unique warlock gift is to work with gems to amplify their powers for other members of my caste, and I found these gems worked well when embedded in wands."
"So you put your magic inside of them? Like transference?" I asked.
Bo shook his head. "No, I work with the natural magical qualities in the stone. I don't give my power to others. Rather, I pull that power out of the stone, so that the gem's power to amplify a Mortana's ability is even stronger. I was able to keep those powers a secret, but before I graduated, I found my mate. The fae did not approve of my mating bond, and my mate and I were forced to flee."
I couldn't believe they'd do that. Witches didn't bond magically the way the fae did, but just thinking of someone trying to break Lucas and me apart made my blood boil.
"How could they do that to you?" Lucas asked.
"From what I've heard of the fae, the bond between a shifter and his sorceress mate is the most powerful type of magic they have."
"That, precisely, was their objection," Bo said. "I did not mate with a sorceress. I mated with another dragon shifter. Same-sex relationships were considered blasphemous in my day. I have much respect for the current reigning Malovia monarchs, because they are fighting for the rights I never had as a gay man with unseelie magic. I hope they succeed in their endeavor, because I don't want anyone to go through what I did. My mate Sebastian and I kept our relationship secret for a time while we finished up our studies at the university. But we had no choice but to leave when my parents were discovered." Their intersupernatural relationship was outed, and they were hanged for it. "That's terrible," I said sadly. "I hope Octavia Falls was kinder to you." "For a time," Beau admitted. "We found a home in Octavia Falls. I opened a wand shop, while Sebastian worked at one of the cider mills in town. He posed as an alchemist, as fae are able to brew potions. We were able to conceal our true nature using fae magic and went undetected for over 20 years. But it only took a moment for the magic to falter, and Sebastian was discovered as a dragon shifter living within Octavia Falls. He was poisoned by yarrow, which is deadly to fae. It was my parents' execution all over again, though even worse, because he was my mate." Beau dropped his gaze. "To lose a mate you're magically bound to, it can make a man go mad. And that's exactly what it did. I left Octavia Falls and began researching the Oaken Wands profusely, with a keen interest in the Mortana wand. I thought, if I could find it, I could use its power to bring him back from the dead." "Is that even possible?" I wondered. "The coven can't bring people back to life, so it stands to reason that the wand can't either." "The wand has power over death, but nobody knows for sure how far that magic extends," Beau admitted. "I wish I had the answer, but I stopped asking that question long ago. I pursued the Mortana wand because I was so in love that I didn't know who I was without my mate. I was in denial that he was gone from this life for good, and I'd bargain anything to get him back. But my grief stretched into decades, all while the world was changing around me, and I with it. I came to realize that even if I was able to bring Sebastian back today, I couldn't go back to who I was and have what we had again. I spent all that time mourning the life we'd lost, that I forgot to continue living myself. I abandoned my search for the Mortana wand several years ago, and I came to Hookavale to heal." "So you never found the wand?" Lucas asked softly. "No, but I got close," Beau admitted. "Your friends tell me the Oaken Wands were hidden from the Imperium Council decades ago, in order to protect the relics. However, what your friends mistakenly assumed was that all the wands were in the Council's possession." "Nicholas didn't take them all?" Lucas wondered. "Which ones was he missing?" I could see Lucas calculating it in his head, and I did the same. We knew that my grandfather had the Mentalist wand 4 decades ago. At that time, the demon, Professor Leto, took it and gave it to Chloe's grandfather, Jebediah Olsen, which resulted in the feud that got my grandfather killed. The demon had taken possession of the Mentalist wand again before he was banished all those years ago. It remained in his possession until he returned to Octavia Falls last spring and posed as a professor to kill people for power. We battled him, and the Mentalist wand fell into the pit to the abyss. As for the others, my grandfather had used the Cursebreaker wand during the feud. Grammy had kept it for years after his death, until it was stolen from her. We didn't know where it ended up. Before he died, my grandfather hid the Seer wand in the Vanishing Stairwell, and he'd placed the Alchemy wand in the Crock of Death. Now the priestesses had both of those wands in their possession, along with the crock, which meant there was only one wand my grandfather had never touched. "The Mortana wand," I said. "If that wand was never with the priestesses to begin with, where has it been all this time?" Beau leaned forward and lowered his voice, even though we were alone. "My research indicates the Mortana wand resides with the Reaper Order." Lucas's jaw dropped, and my heart stalled. When Miles said this information could change everything, he wasn't exaggerating. This information was enough to lead us straight to the Mortana wand. I'd bet the priestesses didn't even know where to start, or they'd have pursued it by now. I grabbed Lucas's shoulder, nearly bouncing out of my seat. "Lucas, you can get it! As the Reaper's apprentice, you can contact the Reapers and get the wand from them." Lucas stared straight forward, like he was still trying to process this information. Finally, he turned to look at me. "I'm not sure that I can, Nade. I can only summon them on the Reaper moon, and our chance to do that has passed. There's not going to be another Reaper moon for 100 years. "That can't be our only option," I insisted. "We hold seances and converse with the dead all the time. Reapers are just people. There must be another ritual we can use to summon them." "They aren't just people, though," Lucas said. "Reapers aren't like any old spirit. They have power over the realms, to move between them at will. A normal ghost can't do that. That's why our people need Reapers to lead them to the other side, or why other cultures have their ancestors to greet them at death. Not just anyone can hop realms at any time, not without a powerful portal. If Reapers can come here willingly, then we must be able to summon them," I theorized. Lucas shook his head. "Even though Reapers are powerful, you know how touchy Mortana magic can be. Summoning a Reaper before we're ready to cross over could have deadly consequences. They could reap our soul unintentionally, and with our souls tethered to living bodies, the results could be worse than death. It could damage our souls permanently. I know we said we're willing to risk death for these wands, but what I'm talking about is far worse than that. The only reason summoning them on the Reaper moon even works is because the magic of the stars is just right to allow it." "There is another way," Bo said. "I've researched much about the Reaper Order and what it takes to join them in my attempt to get my hands on the Mortana wand, but I came to learn it is far out of my reach, as I don't have the power to become a Reaper. But it is possible for you. You are the Reaper's apprentice, which means that once you master your powers, you will join the Reaper Order." Lucas furrowed his brow. "I'll join the Reaper Order when I die. That's the only way I can get in." Bo's shoulders fell. "My dear boy, where is your Reaper master?" Lucas chuckled nervously. "Well, I sort of shoved the last Reaper I met into a portal to the abyss. I suppose perhaps I was meant to learn something from him. There's not much record for me to go off of, since there's only one Reaper's apprentice per generation." Bo sighed, like he really felt for Lucas. "Then let me share with you what I know. A Reaper does not gain the full height of his power upon a death. The apprentice must master his power to move beyond his apprenticeship and become a full member of the Reaper Order. This is something that can be done before or after death, once his training is complete." "I haven't been trained, though," Lucas said. "I've been learning on my own. I don't even know what powers I need to master." "To master your powers, you must undergo the Warlock's trial," Bo said. Lucas and I both leaned forward, but it was Lucas who spoke. "What's the Warlock's trial?" "As I'm not a Reaper myself, I can't speak to all the details, but what I do know is that the trial is a demonstration of your Reaper power," Bo explained. "So it's a bit like an evoking ceremony?" I asked. Bo tilted his head. "In a way, I suppose, but less on the ritual side and more on the practical application side. It is a trial of death." "So that sounds like I need to die," Lucas mused. Bo sucked a breath, like he was struggling to explain. "It's more about your magic. your comprehension of your power. Once you demonstrate that you've mastered your abilities, the Reapers will appear to welcome you into the Reaper Order. It's one of the few ways that they appear to the living. So, once they come to me, I can ask them about the wand, Lucas said. Bo gave a cunning smile. Better than that. They'll give it to you. The Mortana wand passes down between Reapers, from the Master to his successor. When you are ready, the Mortana wand will be yours. I'll do whatever I need to do, Lucas decided. What steps do I have to take? That information lies solely with the Reapers, Bo said regrettably. I searched for many years for more information on this trial, but it's like someone took all that information for themselves. I wasn't able to learn more. I furrowed my brow. Who could be hoarding all this Reaper information, and why would they? Lucas is the only living Reaper, and the Reaper Order hasn't offered up any information to him. There must be someone alive who knows more. Lucas leaned his chin on his fist, looking thoughtful. Or maybe there's a ceremony that I'm supposed to do that I'm unaware of. If the Reaper's apprentice is meant to have a master, there's got to be another way to get in touch with the Reapers. Maybe it's not about summoning them fully, but communicating with them in another way. The Reaper I fought the night of your evoking ceremony was the last one to live before me, which means Edgar Noack must be my master. He's gotta have the Mortana wand. There must be a reason you've been left on your own, I theorized. I never received priestess training, but that was because the priestesses didn't want me on the council, and they just wanted to get rid of me. Intuitively, I don't feel like that's the case with the Reapers. If we can't summon Edgar, we'll have to go to him. How? Lucas pondered. He's got to be somewhere in the afterlife when he isn't reaping. I can't portal to other realms myself yet. Astral traveling isn't going to get us between realms, and we're not sure of the consequences if we could. The only thing I can think is that I could hitch a ride while I'm reaping. But reaping is more than just creating portals. It severs a tether between your soul and this earthly plane. I could risk destroying my soul in the process. What I need to do is figure out how to portal between realms in my physical form. I've got the power. I just need to learn how to isolate it. I tapped my fingers on the tabletop. Let's say you figured out how to do that. Portaling between realms isn't enough if we don't know where to find Edgar Noack. He could be in Allura, or the Abyss, or anywhere in between. I don't know much about the afterlife, but I bet each of these places are huge. How do we track him down? A tracking spell might work, Lucas suggested. We'll track Edgar down and find a way to communicate with him. Then I'll complete my training and pass the trial to get the wand. He conjured a bundle of white sage. Let's smudge the room with some sage, cast a spell, and see what we find. Chief Cowick had been interpreting the entire conversation to Luana, but for the first time, she signed back. Chief Cowick turned to us. We'd kindly like to remind you that witches can't smudge. Smudging is a religious ceremony done by indigenous cultures. As you are not indigenous, you cannot smudge. Lucas furrowed his brow and addressed Chief Cowick. We've been doing it for ages. Is there a better cleansing ritual we should be using? You may address my daughter directly, and I will interpret in first person, Chief Cowick offered. Luana continued to explain, and Chief Cowick spoke aloud. What your culture does by burning herbs for cleansing is a suitable ritual, but it is not smudging. What you do is called smoke cleansing. Smoke cleansing can be performed by anyone by burning herbs to cleanse your spirit, altar, or home. It looks a lot like smudging, but they are not one and the same. Using words that describe our rituals and herbs from a closed practice is harmful to our people, as it erases the significance it has on our culture.
Lucas and I exchanged a glance. Neither of us knew any of this, and I was horrified that we'd participated in something damaging like this. "We're sorry," I told Luana genuinely. "We had no idea there was a difference." Chief Cowick signed to Luana, and she responded back. "We do not tell you this to assign blame, only to educate. Smudging is very sacred to us, and it's something that only certain members or spiritual leaders of our culture can do. People of other cultures can't do it because they simply aren't qualified. Adopting this ritual into your culture is like blessing water and calling it holy water. Blessed water is not holy water unless it is blessed by Catholic clergy members. Similarly, smoke cleansing is not smudging because it lacks the cultural significance to carry out the ceremony properly. You are free to continue smoke cleansing as you wish. We simply ask that you do not use our religious terminology in your practice. Continuing to do so contributes to the erasure of our culture. We have already been stripped of our land due to colonization, and we wish to preserve as much of our culture and spirituality as we can." "Absolutely. We'll stop using that term immediately," Lucas told Luana. "Our coven should have educated us on this. It's not fair to you, nor your job, to educate us, but thank you for doing so." Luana looked down at the white sage bundle in Lucas's hand. Chief Cowick interpreted. "White sage is sacred to our religious practice, as it is native to our lands. Due to overharvesting of white sage, it can be difficult for our people to find access to white sage. Because of that, we do ask that you find an herb significant to your ancestry that may contribute more ethically to your smoke cleansing rituals." "Yes, we can do that," Lucas agreed. "I'm sure there are plenty of other cleansing herbs we can use. I'm just confused why the coven would care to use sage when there isn't enough for you." "The Elementa used to trade with the witches, so some of our herbs got traded as well. However, herbs alone do not invite others into our spiritual practices. Our lands are not the only thing your ancestors took," Cowick responded. Lucas looked horrified. "I thought our land was cleared before the coven settled. I hate to think we had anything to do with harming your people." "Regardless, you are still on stolen land," Chief Cowick interpreted. "That's awful." I felt sick to my stomach. I knew American history, but I knew little about the coven's involvement. From what I learned in my history class, witches settled all across New England when they arrived in the Americas. They came over here to escape the witch trials in Europe. But the trials continued here, and it harmed so many humans who had no magical blood. The coven formed Octavia Falls to go into hiding and stop the witch trials. Even if we weren't a complete people when the land was cleared, it's naive to think members of our coven had nothing to do with it, I said. Our coven needs to take responsibility for the hand our ancestors played in the atrocities. Luana wore a sympathetic expression as her father said, "We cannot change the past, but I urge you to do better in the future." "We will," I promised. "It's clear we have a lot to learn, but we will work with the Hawkeye to do better. What can we do to mend the harm done?" Luana signed, and Chief Cowick said, "Acknowledging harm caused and choosing to change your actions in the future is the first step. As you've acknowledged, you will use the term smoke cleansing from now on. We greatly appreciate your willingness to learn." "The last thing we want is to cause harm to anyone," Lucas replied. "We'll stop using sage, too. There are many different types of sage. It's specifically white sage we ask that you stop using," Luana explained while her father spoke. "White sage is native to the Americas,
but common sage is found elsewhere in the world. I would encourage you to look into your roots and use herbs tied to your ancestry. The Miriamic people came from Europe, so you may want to explore herbs similar to what the Fae use, Bo suggested. The Fae priestesses use Siberian cedar to smoke cleanse, and it's what I use when I need to clear my energy. You could use that, as well as cedar oil. You can also use rosemary, thyme, spruce, or fir. Most witches lived in what's now Germany in the 1500s, so ancestrally, the proper plants to use for smoke cleansing for witches would be those that grow naturally in that area. I didn't know that, I remarked. I don't understand why the coven would ignore their own history and cultural practices. We lost much of our culture due to the witch trials, Bo explained. The Imperium Council forced their people to assimilate to American culture so they wouldn't be hunted. They outlawed mass-produced information about our heritage so that other people wouldn't be able to identify them as witches, and so they could hide easier. Family grimoires were allowed, but sharing information among other witches was outlawed. I only know this much because I have been researching our history for decades, and I had to search outside the coven to obtain this information. I tensed in my chair. The Imperium Council chose to control the way we worshipped in order to control our people. They've been playing this card for a long time, convincing the coven they're doing this for our benefit. We thought the Imperium Council we're facing now was the worst, but they've been doing this for all of history. Bo frowned. I do not put my trust in the Imperium Council of our modern day, but I do believe the Council did what they had to back then in order to keep our people safe, even at the cost of our culture. You must understand the extent of the witch trials back then. Mother Miriam settled in what is now Germany with her children in the 1300s. The coven grew their numbers there, and witch families spread across Europe until the 1600s, when the worst of the Würzburg witch trials were taking place in what is now Germany. It was one of the biggest mass extinction of witches in known history. Over 900 people died as a result of these trials. The Miriamic people were forced to gather anyone they could and migrate to America. Anyone who stayed in Europe was killed at the stake. Lucas's hands curled into fists. Regardless of their intentions, it's still wrong, because it wiped out our cultural identity. Our cultural practices and knowledge were stolen from us. That's why we adopted our ceremonies from ancient open practices, like Samhain and Yule, that predate the coven, I realized. We were never able to develop a unique culture because it would be stripped from us if we did. It's a miracle we managed to hold on to these pagan rituals at all, even if they aren't completely ours. It is wrong, Bo agreed. But sometimes people are not given a choice. Tension grew when the witches petitioned to join the first iteration of the United Supernatural Union, before the Great Supernatural War 80 years ago. The angels and the fae objected, and the witches had to water down their culture further so the angels wouldn't slaughter them. The angels had already stolen pieces of our culture to get us to convert. They made Santos out to be a devil in their lore, in order to demonize him and make us abandon our god. Ultimately, we were able to hold on to our deities, and a few pagan rituals, but many of our other cultural practices died. It's clear there's much that needs to change, I stated. We will win our war against the priestesses, and we will make sure the coven knows of this history. We will bring back the old practices we lost. Lucas held up his white sage bundle. In the meantime, should I return this bundle to the Hawkeye? That won't be necessary. Chief Cowick interpreted for Luana. As long as you commit to sourcing your herbs ethically, that is all we ask. We have traded sage with your people in the past, but our war is over. and things are changing. The witches must be more careful about their religious practices if they hope to mend relationships with the elementi, especially after the witches sold us the omnimodus curse that infected our familiars, started a pandemic in the tribe, and killed many people several years ago. We've heard of the curse, but what is it exactly? Lucas asked. The omnimodus curse was a horrific spell from the Miriamic coven, purchased by members of a Hawkeye resistance party, intended to target the familiars of powerful elders to overthrow them, Luana explained, while her father interpreted aloud. It is a spell used in war that doesn't affect other witches, but can harm other magical races. It takes a strong witch or warlock to cast the curse. Not just anyone can do it. If cast properly, it causes another's magic to turn inward and become deadly. It acts as a viral disease that can spread to members of the same magical species. Since elemental magic is drawn from our familiars, the curse was designed to target our magical creatures, which, in turn, killed the elementi they were bonded with when the creatures perished. Luckily, we were able to eradicate the plague, though not before it claimed many lives. My heart sank deeper the more she explained. Who would sell you such an awful thing? I was horrified that anyone from my coven would harm another community like this. Only I could think of several people who would sell a curse in a heartbeat and not think twice about it. Priestess Stella was trading with the Hawkeye. Nightshade for unicorn hair, Lucas pointed out. I wouldn't put it past her or any of the priestesses to strike a bargain for a curse like this. If it takes a powerful witch or warlock to cast, then Priestess Stella fits the bill. That must be how she got her hands on the unicorn hair in the first place to start Nightshade production. Then, once she had enough product, she turned to trading the Nightshade itself. This is wrong, I insisted. How many other people has our coven hurt? This needs to end. Luana looked at me when she signed. You need to heal your people first, because you can't do this alone, Chief Cowick said. Lucas shook his head in disbelief. We have so much to learn, and we won't let our coven continue to sit in the dark and act as if our actions don't impact other people. Once this is over, we're going to learn all we can about other cultures and share that knowledge with our people so we don't harm them again. I agree, I said. We aren't our ancestors. We can't undo the harm they've done, but we need to do better. Chief Cowick interpreted everything we said, and Luana signed back to me. You can make reparations once your own people are united, because a divided tribe cannot help anyone, only cause harm. When the witches have come together as one, we can all contribute to the path of peace. Go to them, find your wands, and bring your coven back together. We will, I promised. We don't know how to thank any of you enough. Bo, for your information about the Mortana wand. Chief Cowick, for welcoming us into this wonderful place. And you, Luana, for educating us. You've all been so kind. We only want to help, Chief Cowick interpreted for Luana. Bo stood and reached out to shake my hand. I'm glad all my research has finally culminated in something useful. I no longer wish to use the Mortana wand for myself, so I've been more than happy to pass this information along to the two of you, as I trust you will use it for good. I hope that one day peace is restored, and I can return to Octavia Falls to open my wand shop again. We'll do everything in our power to make that happen, Lucas promised. He reached out to shake Bo's hand, but Bo hesitated and reached into his pants pocket. Take this, Bo offered, drawing out a clear, cushion-cut gem. I keep gemstones on my person at all times, as is the nature of a dragon shifter. It's nothing valuable, just a simple quartz, but I've used my power on it, and the gem will help amplify your Mortana abilities.
Lucas took the gemstone and couldn't tear his gaze away from it.
Wow, thank you so much.
It's nothing, Bo said with a wave of his hand.
I'm only happy to help.
I speak for myself now when I say that if we can be of any help, please let us know, Chief Cowick offered as he stood. Luana signed something to him, and he added, My daughter is a certified healer and a medicine woman. She works at the hospital in Hokavale as a midwife. If you or any witch needs medical attention and can't get it inside your coven, she's more than willing to help you get it here. That's very kind of you, I told her. We don't currently have any medical resources, so we'll let you know if we have an emergency.
Nade, Lucas gave me a pointed expression. We have medical needs outside of emergencies.
It felt like too much to ask. Ever since the kidney transplant, I'd been feeling much better, but I still had a host of meds I had to take. Namely, immunosuppressants to prevent my body from rejecting Lucas's kidney. I'd be on them for the rest of my life. My friends had been paying off a shady fae pharmacist in France, near the borders of Malovia, all summer to get my meds. It was cheaper than dialysis, for sure, but my medication was eating into Grammy's savings. I had a problem asking anyone for help with my health, but I promised Lucas I'd be more honest about it. I suppose I should see a doctor about some medications, I admitted. As long as we're here, we might as well see what it costs.
You don't need to worry about that, Chief Cowick promised. Our health institutions run independently and have programs to cover refugee healthcare. Now that our war is over, we pay for everyone's healthcare now, including refugees in Hokavale.
It sounded too good to be true. I'm technically not a Hokavale resident, though, I pointed out.
It doesn't matter to us, Chief Cowick said gently. You are on the run from your people, and we want to help. Let me give you directions to the clinic, and you should have your prescriptions filled before you leave today.
I couldn't express how touched I was by his offer. This place was so unlike the coven. The priestesses didn't give two shits about whether I had my meds or not. Part of me wanted to run away to Hokavale, but then Lucas squeezed my hand, and I remembered the rest of the coven. The priestesses would continue hurting people until there was no one left to go against them. We had to keep fighting until our last breath, because we could not let them win. Chief Cowick drew a rough layout of Hokavale on a scrap piece of paper, then showed us where to find the walk-in clinic next to the hospital. We said goodbye, and Lucas and I left the Hall of Records with a new spring to our step.
I can't believe what we learned today, Lucas exclaimed once we got outside.
All we have to do is track Edgar down and get the Mortana wand. You make it sound so simple, I said.
Well, it isn't simple, because I still have to learn how to portal between realms. But we have more answers than before, Lucas admitted. At least we have a direction, and we have resources and allies. For the first time in months, it feels like we're making progress.
We're definitely onto something, I told him. I can feel it in my bones. We approached Leslie. The dragon was right where we left her, and Lucas showed her the drawing.
Can you take us to the hospital?
She gave an affirming coo, and we climbed on her back. Leslie walked through the streets of Hokavale, since the hospital wasn't far enough to warrant flying. From the ground, we got a better view of the town. Children ran through the streets, laughing, and a woman pushed a cart handing out ice cream. She must have been fae, because her ice cream cones shimmered with illusions that looked like fireworks. We passed by a cafe with a sign that read, "The Falcon's Nest." I caught sight of a man dining outside beneath an umbrella that blocked out the sun. He brought a glass of thick red liquid to his lips. At first, I thought it must be a Bloody Mary, until I saw the flash of his fangs. I realized it was real blood, and the man was a vampire. A waitress approached his table. I noticed a string of stars tattooed over her arm. She had to be an astromancer, an enchantress who got her magic from the stars. Nearby, a teenage girl laughed as a guy her age chased after her playfully. "Race you to the beach!" she called. She jumped into the air, and brown feathery wings, as tall as she was, burst out of her back. She flapped them and flew high above the town. "Not fair!" the guy shouted. One moment he was running along on 2 feet, and the next his body had morphed into that of a griffin. He had the haunches of a lion and the head of an eagle. He pumped his wings and followed close behind the girl, nipping playfully at her ankles with his beak. Here in Hookavale, people of all different supernatural races interacted. It was odd to see, considering members of our own coven avoided each other if they weren't part of the same caste. We arrived at a large building near an entrance marked Walk-in Clinic. We left Leslie outside, then entered and spoke to the receptionist. She asked us to sit and wait, but it wasn't long before a woman came to get me. She was accompanied by a hamster-like creature, with purple eyes and white tufts of fur on its ears. The woman had to be an elementi, and this was her familiar. I was surprised by how short the wait was. It struck me how similar it felt to the first time I'd visited Dr. Yonker in Octavia Falls. When I first came to the coven, my quality of healthcare was better than I could have ever hoped for. That had quickly declined once the priestesses started shoving their bullshit policies where they didn't belong. Dr. Yonker had really cared about me, and Dr. Mack had cared deeply for Lucas. But once the priestesses decided we didn't deserve care, it didn't matter. In the midst of it all, I hadn't realized how quickly things had shifted, because I was used to being discriminated against when it came to my health. Now, looking back, I was more appalled than ever. Lucas stayed in the waiting room while I followed the woman into a long hall. "This must be your first time in Hookavale," she said kindly. "Did I make it that obvious?" I joked. "First-time visitors are sort of my thing." She gestured me into an exam room, then shut the door behind us. "Let me start by saying welcome to Hookavale, Nadine. I'm Dr. Metzi, and I'm a specialist who meets with patients their first time at the clinic. As you know, Hookavale is full of refugees, so it can be difficult to obtain their medical records without alerting the society they're fleeing from. That's where I come in. Using my healing magic, I can assess your medical history, as well as diagnose certain things we may not see through traditional tests. I also work with you to develop a treatment plan." "Healing magic? So you're Anichi?" I asked. "Yes, I'm a member of the Spirit House. Spirit magic can be used in many ways, but one of its greatest strengths is healing." "Can you use magic to treat me?" I wondered. I'd asked Dr. Yonker the same thing when I first met him, but he'd told me that witches didn't have powerful healing magic like other supernatural races. Our alchemists could brew potent medications, but they couldn't heal in an instant. "Treatment through healing magic is possible," Dr. Metzi told me, "but our healing magic is limited by your body's own capabilities. My magic works by speeding up the healing process, rather than replacing it. Something like cuts and broken bones could heal very quickly, but my magic is already sensing that you've come for something much more complex. I can administer a healing treatment today that should help you feel better for a while, but, again, it's going to be limited by your body's own capacity." "Do you know why I'm here?" I asked, trying not to give anything away. This whole idea of healing magic had me intrigued. She reached out a hand. "May I?" I placed my hand in hers, and her hands began to glow a bright white. I felt warm magic enter my body, and I found it incredibly soothing. Dr. Metzi closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed as she explored my body with her magic. Something told me I was a bit more complicated than her typical cases. Finally, she drew away, and I spotted a look of intrigue in her eyes. You have 3 kidneys. It's standard to leave the old kidneys in the body when a kidney transplant takes place. I'm guessing you had the transplant less than a year ago? Yes, I told her. You needed the transplant because of your lupus, she stated. It wasn't a question. Her magic had told her everything that was wrong with me. Dr. Metzi turned to her computer and began typing. I couldn't wrap my head around how quickly she had diagnosed me. If I'd had access to healers years ago, I wouldn't have waited 2 years to get my diagnosis. I noticed some scars on your leg, Dr. Metzi said. She glanced downward, like she could see the scars, even though they were covered by my pants. I shrugged casually. I had a bit of a run-in with monsters from hell. Her eyes lit up, looking intrigued. Can I see? I lifted the hem of my pants to show her the twisted scars. Grammy's herbs had helped after I'd fought off the monsters that crawled out of the demon's pit a few months ago, but the wounds had been very deep. The herbs kept the injuries from getting infected, but the scars were still red and dimpled. Dr. Metzi looked over my legs. Since the injuries have already healed over, I can't completely get rid of the scars, but we can heal some of the redness to reduce their appearance. I would love that, I said. Dr. Metzi was gentle with me as she rolled my pant leg up further. She propped my foot up on her knee, and her soft hands curled around my leg. That warm, white magic began to glow again. There was a dull ache in my leg I'd become so accustomed to that I hadn't even realized was there until her magic made it feel better. Before my very eyes, the twisted red scars on my leg began to smooth out, and the redness subsided. They weren't completely gone, but they blended in with my skin better. My eyebrows shot up. Wow, that's amazing! You said you can heal broken bones, too? My fiancé has been having problems with his leg since he broke it a few months ago. Can your magic help with that? Yes, absolutely, she replied brightly. I can see him after I'm done here with you. Another idea struck me, though I was nervous to ask. I drew a deep breath. Can you also heal mental illness? Dr. Metzi frowned. Mental health is one of the few things healing magic can't fix. The brain is so complicated. It's difficult to fix chemical imbalances with medicine, let alone using magic to fix it. We can help clear the mind and take a bit of the edge off, but we can't cure it. Oh, I said flatly. That was disappointing to hear. We have mental health specialists on staff if you need to talk to someone, she offered. I was asking for my fiancé, I said. I'll let him know. She nodded kindly. Of course. Let me know if you have any other questions. We're here to help. For now, let's get you a treatment plan. Dr. Metzi asked me a lot of questions about my lupus and my kidney transplant, like when I was diagnosed, if I had any complications with the transplant, if I had allergies to any medications, and more. We talked for a long time about my health, and it felt like she really cared and wasn't trying to rush me out the door so she could see her next patient. What medications are you currently taking? She asked. I told her, but quickly added, I get headaches from my meds, though. She frowned as she typed something into the computer. Although the brand you take for your immunosuppressants is common, headaches are a well-known side effect. However, there are alternatives. I'm going to put you on something new, I'm sending the prescription to the pharmacy now. You'll be able to pick it up down the hall before you leave." "Thank you," I told her. "Of course," she said. "That's what I'm here for. If you're all right with it, I'm going to give you a full-body healing treatment that should make you feel better for a couple of weeks. We'll get rid of some aches and pains and get some of your energy back. Then I'll walk you down to the pharmacy to show you where to get your prescriptions. Obviously, healing magic isn't a replacement for your pills, so you'll have to keep taking them daily." "I understand," I told her. When I walked out of that exam room, it felt like walking out of a day at the spa. Dr. Metzi's treatment made me feel refreshed and focused. She showed me where the pharmacy was, then left to talk to Lucas while I waited for my prescriptions to be filled. When I returned to the waiting room, Dr. Metzi was gone, and Lucas was right where I left him, flexing his foot like he'd just gotten a new leg. "I take it Dr. Metzi worked her magic?" I asked as I approached. "Literally. The ache in my bones is gone." Lucas raised the hand that he'd sliced earlier and wiggled his fingers. The bandage was gone, and the skin looked like it had never been cut at all. Good as new. I lifted my bag from the pharmacy. "And I got my meds. This place is like a dream." Lucas stood and wrapped an arm around me as we left the clinic. "It's certainly amazing." "The coven needs a clinic like this in Octavia Falls," I remarked. "Maybe when the Miriamic conflict is over, we can open one," Lucas suggested. "We'll have free checkups, testing, prescriptions, and mental health resources." I love that idea. We approached Leslie, but I didn't reach up to climb onto the dragon right away. Instead, I looked around to take in the town one last time. Nearby, a man helped a woman with a broken spoke on her carriage. Beyond them, near a small cluster of houses, I spotted neighbors harvesting a garden of beans together. Someone played a flute from their porch swing, while a drum matched the beat several houses down. I turned to Lucas. "The town here is so vibrant. Don't get me wrong, I love the dark vibes we get in Octavia Falls, but it's more than just the colors and the sunshine. The people here seem so connected. Back home, we're divided." Lucas looked thoughtful as he glanced around. "The Miriamic coven can be vibrant again. There's community in our hearts, and people are going to come together. We just have to stop letting ourselves be ruled by fear so that we can love each other again." "You're right," I agreed. And Luana was right when she said we can't do this alone. For so long, it's felt like the coven needs us to save them, but I don't think that's the case. I think in some ways, we've fueled our own fire and witch hunts by trying to fight back, but maybe fighting isn't the answer. Maybe we just need to be our authentic selves, lead with love, and people will unite. Lucas nodded. "I think that's accurate. We've fought so long for people to believe in us, when maybe we don't need them to believe us. We just need to do the right thing." I wanted to believe that was true, but I also feared that this conflict wouldn't be over until more blood was shed, some of it by my own hands.
Chapter 3. Lucas. Visiting Hookavale was a welcome reprieve to the darkness surrounding Octavia Falls. The people there seemed so happy and carefree. I wanted that for our coven, too. We flew on Leslie's back, high above the trees. I still couldn't take my eyes off the magical creatures. I'd heard so many stories about them, but I'd never seen them with my own eyes. Hookavale was certainly a place I'd like to return to one day when this was all over. We returned to the clearing where Miles and Chloe were playing with the magical creatures. Miles slowly tiptoed toward a creature with a lion's body, the tail of a scorpion, and long leathery wings.
Here, kitty kitty.
Leave the manticore alone, Chloe called as she stroked the head of a large feline. He's going to bite you.
I'm sure he's...
Miles cut off as the manticore let out a loud roar. He quickly scurried back across the clearing in our direction. Chloe laughed. We slid off Leslie's back, and Sam fed her a few treats.
You two look like you're having fun,
Nadine remarked as we approached Chloe.
It seems you made a friend.
Chloe sat cross-legged in the grass, and the feline she was petting rolled over as she scratched it under the chin. The cat was nearly as big as she was, but it didn't look anything like I'd seen before. It had the back end of a dog, and its long tail thumped against the ground happily. Although it had a mane like a lion and the pointed ears of a feline, its snout was blunt like a bear. Brown fur covered its body, and its eyes were a strange light gray with no irises or pupils. 2 small horns protruded above its eyes. The creature kept its head low, never locking eyes with anyone.
She's beautiful, isn't she?
Chloe asked.
I want to take her home with me.
Sam chuckled.
I'm sure she'd love it if you took her home, but magical creatures aren't allowed outside our borders. A gloacus like her snuck past the borders back in the late 1800s. It made it all the way to Connecticut and caused quite a ruckus with the lumberjacks. Killed a lot of livestock, too. Chloe scratched the creature behind the ears. She must like the habitat by us.
I'm sure she'd be happy there, Sam said. But it'd be too dangerous. These creatures may be blind, but if you look them straight in the eyes, they'll completely wipe your memory. Chloe looked up at him.
She seems so docile.
Sam laughed. Until she gets mad. You're lucky she likes you. The gloacus sniffed Chloe, then put its head in her hand like it wanted to give her something. Chloe gasped as she pulled her hand away, and a single whisker remained.
Look what she gave me.
Sam furrowed his brow. Is that significant? Chloe nodded.
In witch culture, it's a good omen when cats give you a whisker. They're offering it up to use in your spells of protection and good luck. She's giving me some of her magic.
Sam's eyebrows shot up.
You better hold tight to that whisker. She's a very powerful creature.
Chloe subconjured the whisker so she wouldn't lose it.
I will.
Thank you for everything, Sam, I said. We can't stay long, but we appreciate all your help.
Any time,
Sam waved, and we said our goodbyes. The gloacus let out a strange bark, almost like the sound of a hyena. The creature bowed its head to Chloe before I opened a portal to the safe house. We stepped through it and into the hallway. Voices came from the home library a few doors down.
They've been gone too long,
Helena insisted.
It's only been a few hours,
Verla assured her.
I'm sure your granddaughter is fine. Nadine and Lucas can handle themselves,
Professor Warren added.
Oakvale is a safe place.
We approached the open doorway. The library was one of the largest rooms in the house, apart from the main living area. The walls were lined with bookcases, and a narrow staircase led to a second-level balcony. A big mahogany desk stood in front of a large, ornate window. A couch and matching armchair sat in the center of the room next to a coffee table. Grant, Talia, and Onyx sat on the couch, and I noticed another guest had arrived while we were gone. Hattie sat in the chairs, stroking her wolf familiar's head. Usually Hattie stayed within the borders of Octavia Falls. She kept us updated on what was happening in town, and the priestesses didn't know she was working with us. It was dangerous for her to come here, but Verla must have called her in. This was important. Helena paced the room while Verla and Warren tried to comfort her. She heard the sound of our footsteps and whirled around. Her eyes lit up when she spotted her granddaughter.
Nadine, you're all right. We're fine, Grammy,
Nadine promised. Helena frowned.
What took you so long? We were worried sick. You might want to sit down,
Nadine suggested.
We have a lot to tell you.
Everyone gathered around, and we told them what we'd learned while in Hokavale. There was a lot of information to go over, and it took nearly an hour to come to a conclusion. If I'm to obtain the Mortana wand, I need to pass the Warlock's trial, I said. That's how I will become a member of the Reaper Order. Once that happens, the Reapers will pass the Mortana wand on to me. We don't know what this trial entails, though. Every apprentice needs a master, but mine hasn't appeared, for whatever reason. Since there isn't magic we can do to summon a Reaper, we'll have to go to Edgar Nowak, so I can complete my training.
How are you going to get to him?
Talia asked. That's a problem, because I can't portal between realms yet, I said. Our first step is to track Edgar down, then find a way to him. There's no point in discussing our options until we know where he's going. Then let's find him, Grant said. How exactly do we do that?
I have an idea for a tracking spell that should work if we all combine our magic,
Nadine announced.
The priestesses and I used something similar before. I don't think it would normally work, except that Lucas is the Reaper's apprentice, so he has a connection to Edgar. With Lucas's Reaper magic in the spell, we should be able to learn where Edgar is.
Then let's get to work, Verla said. What do we need?
A crystal ball, for starters,
Nadine requested.
I've got you covered.
Talia conjured a crystal ball and set it on the coffee table.
Everyone join hands,
Nadine instructed. I took her hand on one side and Hattie's on the other. Verla stepped out of the circle we were forming.
I won't be of any help. I had to use magic to cover my tracks when I went to meet up with Hattie earlier today, and I haven't been able to cast any spells since. I took every precaution to prevent being followed, and it drained my reserves.
It's got to be the waning,
Nadine theorized.
It's like the closer you get to town, the more it affects you.
It was the waning for sure, because Verla was a powerful witch, and though her spell was complicated, it shouldn't drain her completely. I sighed heavily.
Damn the waning.
Chloe chuckled.
If we succeed, we may do just that. Let's give the waning hell. All we need now is an incantation,
Nadine said. She thought about it for a moment, but I'd already quickly formed an incantation in my mind. Through this crystal ball, we'll see where he's been. Show us the realm we'll find Edgar Nowak in, I suggested. Nadine nodded, then addressed the others.
Lend me your power and repeat the incantation. I'll do the rest.
We began to recite the incantation. Magic surged through me, and it was so powerful I nearly lost my grip on Nadine's hand. I held on tighter. My friend's magic pulsed throughout our circle as we combined our power into a single spell. Above us, the lights flickered and then went out. Onyx gasped, and Grant gave a start. Talia shot nervous glances around the room, and Miles looked a bit shaken. Helena didn't take her eyes off Nadine. Chloe, Hattie, and Professor Warren remained relatively calm. I watched Nadine as I continued speaking the incantation with the others. She had her eyes closed, looking deep in concentration. Slowly, the magic pulsing through me evened out, and it flowed effortlessly. Nadine opened her eyes and stared into the crystal ball. Smoke swirled within the glass, and all gazes turned to watch the images taking shape. It was like watching a movie. we saw a cloaked figure with bones for hands and a skull for a head appear. A bright light shone behind him, so bright I had to squint to see anything. I couldn't make out any shapes, except for the Reaper. I assumed this to be a depiction of Alora. Then the scene shifted, and it showed him stepping through a portal. His surroundings turned dark, though I could make out the shadows of gravestones in front of him. He approached a figure in the cemetery and spoke with them for a moment, before the scene shifted again, and he appeared inside a home. I recognized Helena's living room, and I saw Nadine as the Reaper took her soul from her body. The incantation had asked us to show us where he'd been, and it was playing out the night we'd encountered him, the night of Nadine's evoking ceremony, when I'd sent him to the abyss so that he couldn't take Nadine there. The scene sped up until it depicted 3 figures in the woods: Edgar, Nadine, and me. Edgar and I fought until I kicked his skull off his body and sent it sailing through the portal. Edgar's headless form approached me, and he blasted off another spell that ricocheted off my shield. The spell hit him, shooting him through the portal. Thunder cracked like it had the night when the portal slammed closed. Nadine and I disappeared from view as the scene followed Edgar's perspective. He tumbled downward into a dark, fiery landscape. He landed on black, crusted ground that looked like the remnants of cooled lava. His bony fingers felt around until he found his skull and positioned it back on his head. Though his eye sockets were empty, Edgar shifted his head from side to side, taking in the fires of hell. His jaw hung slack, and he quickly lifted his hands like he was going to create another portal. Nothing happened. Edgar drew a wand from his cloak. The end glowed a bright red, and sparks flew out of the end of it. But the portal never came. Edgar was stuck in the abyss. The smoke inside the crystal ball faded until the glass became clear again. The lights overhead turned on, and our magic dissipated. The whole room remained silent for several beats. Nadine was the first to speak.
Edgar is in the abyss, and he has been since Lucas sent him there. Lucas, you said that reaping is different from portal magic. Even though reaping uses portals, it also affects the soul. Edgar was in the middle of reaping me, but he fell through the portal and reaped himself. Your powers could have amplified the reaping too. It must have damaged his soul so he can't escape. Edgar's been stuck there all this time.
I never meant to hurt him like that, I admitted. I only wanted to protect you.
You couldn't have known,
Nadine insisted. I furrowed my brow thoughtfully.
This actually makes a lot of sense. This must be why he hasn't come to mentor me. Maybe he wants to contact me but can't because of something I did that night.
At least we know where to find him, and he isn't going anywhere, Professor Warren said. We know we need to get to the abyss to get the Mentalist wand. Now we know the Mortana wand is there too. We can get them both in one journey and bring them back together.
Verla stepped forward.
We have to go to Malovia as soon as possible, so we can find a portal to the abyss and get those wands.
This is dangerous,
Helena insisted.
But necessary,
Nadine argued. Helena placed her hands on her hips.
And once you get to the abyss, how are you getting out? The same way we got in,
Nadine stated.
Monsters slip through portals to Malovia all the time. If they can get out of the abyss, so can we.
We'd gone over this before, and Helena never liked the answer. Helena sighed.
I'm merely stating that you must be prepared.
We've been infusing crystals with magic all summer, so we'll have extra power to make our spells stronger, I reminded her. The crystals will give us an edge if the waning affects us while we're down there, but I don't believe that'll be a problem. The waning has barely touched us all summer. It's like the further we are from Octavia Falls, the better our magic performs. Talia looked thoughtful.
Maybe it's not about distance, but about uniting. The divide in the coven is causing the waning. Perhaps our magic is working because our group is united.
I think you're onto something, I mused. But there has to be a connection to town, too. Verla said her magic has been affected since she approached town earlier when she met up with Hattie. Either way, if division is causing the waning, then uniting is the solution, Miles said. If we can convince everyone else to unite, the waning will go away, right? If that's the answer, then why aren't we focusing on uniting the coven instead of finding these wands? If we don't get them, the priestesses will, and then we'll be powerless to stop them, I explained. They've already summoned a demon. They can do it again and use it to locate the wands in the abyss. All it takes is for them to make a deal with a demon to give them the wands, and if they offer a demon the right bargain, he'll get the wands for them. We need to get them first. Who cares if the priestesses have the wands? Miles argued. If the coven unites, everyone can defeat them together. Besides, even if they get the 2 wands in the abyss, they still don't have the Cursebreaker wand. The priestesses are powerless without Nadine.
That's not true,
Nadine cut in.
With 4 wands, they would have the power of 4 casts at their fingertips. They could take magic from everyone except me, and then they could kill me in an instant. The only reason they didn't kill me earlier is to prevent an uprising. But we're past that now. We have enough wards that the priestesses can't curse us or track us down right now. But if they have the power of all 4 casts, they can overpower all the coven. No one is going to be able to revolt if the priestesses are controlling their magic. Even if we unite the coven and bring an end to the waning, none of it will matter if the priestesses have the wands. They'll create a waning of their own to control people. Then the priestesses will use the Oaken Wands to divide us further.
It's imperative we keep the wands out of the priestesses' hands, because they've shown they'll only use the wands to control people, I added. We can use the Oaken Wands to restore the magic we've lost and end the waning. Once the waning is over, the priestesses will no longer have control over the coven, and our people can make choices for themselves again. They can choose to unite on their own, instead of this false union the priestesses are forcing that's only dividing us further. This divide will get worse with the more wands the priestesses obtain. They're ruling by fear, and if we eliminate the threat by ending the waning, people's hope will be restored, and we can work together again. The coven can choose who to put on the council to build a better future. The only way to stop the priestesses' tyranny is to give the coven's power back to its people.
So how do we get to the abyss? Grant asked. Our Malovian contact is dead, and that was our ticket to hell. We can't just waltz into the Fey capital and ask them where to find a portal to the underworld.
Nadine and Lucas have been working on getting past Malovia's wards with portals all summer, Miles pointed out. Why can't they just portal us to one of these entrances? Nadine and I can combine our powers to get into Malovia, but we don't know where we're going from there, I replied. Roaming around Malovia is dangerous because if we stay too long, there's a big chance we'll be spotted and killed. Not to mention, Malovia is crawling with monsters, and we aren't familiar with the terrain. We have to know exactly where one of these entrances are before we show up, and we need someone to show us the way. Entrances to the abyss aren't exactly tourist destinations. We need a guide.
Lucas is right,
Verla agreed.
We can't spend more than 24 hours in Malovia, or we'll surely be found out and executed. Even just getting in to deliver a message could prove deadly. It's not the same as Grant and Talia meeting their contact at a remote location. We can't simply portal into their capital city of Dolinska. Even if our portals didn't set off alarms, our presence would.
They'll smell that we're witches and hang us before we make it a block. We need a powerful ally on our side who has authority in the city so they can help us if we get into trouble. If we're going to do this, we need protection. To outsmart the Fae, we need a Fae on our side.
Establishing new contacts could take months,
Onyx pointed out.
The priestesses could summon a demon and get the wands before we're ready.
They will not.
Hattie spoke up.
Rumor has it the priestesses do not wish to summon another demon, as their last attempt failed. Professor Leto did not deliver an Oaken Wand to the priestesses as promised, and they'll want a sure thing before they take such a risk again. The priestesses need to be in control to maintain their power, and demons aren't controllable.
Then they must not know there are wands in the abyss,
Chloe said.
If they did, they would have already made a deal.
As far as I understand, they do not know where to look for the other Oaken Wands, but that doesn't mean they won't be able to track them down,
Hattie said.
I do not know the means in which they will do this, but I do know they won't stop until they have all the power of the coven in their hands. Octavia Falls has changed in just a few short months. You would be surprised to see how quickly people have converted to the priestess's side. The religious group they call Miriam's Chosen was only the beginning. The members are following them blindly, going so far as to hand over their businesses and their properties to the Imperium Council in exchange for false promises. The Chosen believe that this is the road to salvation.
Nadine grimaced.
That's horrible. The priestesses can't keep taking without giving anything back.
That's exactly what they'll continue to do unless we stop them, Verla stated. Grant cracked his knuckles. I say we curse them. If we could, we'd have done that by now, Verla said. Their wards are as strong as ours, if not stronger. To curse the priestesses, our powers would have to outperform theirs, and that takes energy away from us that we need to use for other purposes. Our focus needs to be on the wands. If we're going to establish new connections in Malovia and get to the abyss before the priestesses, we need to act quickly. There's a Fae couple on the throne who we've met before, Ethan and Emma, I pointed out. If we can get close enough to speak with them, they can help. I believe you know them, Hattie. The Fae had come looking for Hattie the night we ran into them outside Octavia Falls' border last November. Emma said Ethan had been possessed by a forest demon, and Hattie had since exorcised the demon. Hattie gave a light nod.
It's true that I have met Emma and Ethan, but things are different now in Malovia than they were a year ago. It will be impossible to get in contact with the monarchs. However, their court may prove useful. I know someone connected to them who will help. She's a dark magic sympathizer. I haven't attempted to contact her yet because her enemies already have eyes on her, but we've run out of options. If I can get her a message, I'm confident she'll help us, but it will take time to make contact from the outside. The Malovian Revolution has taken over the country, and slipping a message past the Fae's borders won't be easy. The messages will have to be coded, because if discovered by the wrong people, she'll be killed for speaking with witches. It will require several messages, so that even if these notes are intercepted and decoded, the full message remains unread. I have to be extremely careful.
Then let's get her a message, whatever it takes,
Nadine said.
In the meantime, we need to develop a spell that will disguise our scent once we're in Malovia. Like Verla said, the shifters will smell us the second we arrive. We'll have to blend in, even if it's only for a short time.
Grant conjured a bundle of herbs. I have just the thing. It's wolfsbane. Talia and I got it while we were traveling. Some shifters are allergic to it, so we brewed it into a tea to help cover our scent when we cross the border.
Wolfsbane, as in monk's hood?
Chloe asked.
That plant is poisonous.
Grant shook his head. It's a different herb called wolfsbane. A fey plant. It affects shifters, but it's safe for witches. There are no side effects, but it only affects the Woven faction, and there are 3 other factions of fey shifters: dragons, griffins, and alicorns. If we're to cross through the city, we'll need something stronger. Onyx and I can research how Wolfsbane affects Wolvens and locate similar herbs for the other factions. It will take time, but we can brew a potion that will help disguise our scent.
We'll need to disguise our outer appearance, too, Talia added. The Fae dress differently than we do, in regal dresses and elaborate, colorful cloaks. Helena's got a sewing machine in her room, and there are extra blankets and curtains in the linen closet that we can repurpose into cloaks.
What about weapons? Miles asked. Iron is deadly to the Fae. We might want iron weapons on hand in case we're discovered.
No,
Verla said.
They'll sense the iron, and it will give us away immediately. Our own magic shall suffice as a weapon. A scent-concealing potion and physical disguises is all we need, and we must be ready with them once it's time to move.
I nodded firmly. Then let's get to work. I knew what I was asking my friends to do, and it was risky. If anyone wanted to back out, I wouldn't blame them, but nobody did. We were all on the same page. It didn't matter the risk, because there were 2 wands in the abyss. We couldn't afford to lose them.
Chapter 4. Nadine. I stood in a damp room, shrouded in darkness. I could feel the floor beneath me and sense the walls boxing me in, but I saw nothing. An eerie silence sent a shiver down my spine. Immediately, panic swelled within me, though I wasn't sure where it had come from. It didn't feel like my own. I cast a witch light, and I found myself standing in a long hall with a concrete floor and stone walls. Several doorways stood in front of me, and I wasn't sure which to investigate first. I didn't know what it all meant. As I took a step to the closest doorway, I heard a whimpered cry come from down the hall. It was almost indiscernible, but it was hard to miss in the silence. My gaze locked on the door at the end of the hall, where I thought the sound had come from. Slowly, I tiptoed toward the door. My heart beat wildly in my chest, and my hand shook as I reached out for the doorknob. I hesitated before my fingers connected with the handle. I eyed the door, then slowly pressed my ear to the wood. My heart leapt into my throat as a shrill cry tore through the darkness. Then, everything disappeared. I startled awake, and Issa mewed loudly as I nearly kicked her off the bed. Lucas stirred beside me, and the details of the dream began to slip away as my heart rate slowed. I tried to grasp onto the fading memory, but the dream eluded me more and more each moment. It wasn't unusual for any of us to face bad dreams these days. Weeks had passed since we'd visited Hokavale, and Hattie was still working out details with her contact in Malovia. Things were quiet here, and life had been peaceful the last 6 weeks. But far into the depths of my subconscious, I knew our time here was temporary, and I feared what we might face to obtain the Oaken Wands. My dreams merely reflected that unsettling worry I couldn't quite shake. Lucas groaned as he reached for me, and I rolled over to snuggle into his arms. His lips brushed the skin beneath my ear. "Everything all right?" I sank deeper into the mattress. "Everything's perfect." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't exactly the truth either. We knew where to find the Mortana and Mentalist wands, but we were no closer to finding a way into the abyss, not until Hattie got a message through the Malovian borders. The Fae were more cautious than ever, and Hattie's messenger had died before she was able to get her last message through. Her letter was intercepted, so we had to keep trying. There was nothing any of the rest of us could do to speed the process along, so we'd busied ourselves with wedding planning as a way to distract ourselves. Our wedding was only 2 weeks away now. I prayed that we could hold on to those moments for just a few weeks longer, at least until the wedding was over. I wasn't going to let the priestesses, or anyone else for that matter, ruin our special day. Lucas placed a tender kiss on my lips, and my heart fluttered. That's what was perfect about all this. It was these little moments that nobody could take away from us. The priestesses could show up tomorrow and slaughter us on our own front steps, but they couldn't take away this moment in time, when I woke in the arms of the man I loved. I ran my fingers down the side of his face, taking in every detail of his features. I wish I could freeze this moment, so we never had to leave this bed. Lucas smirked.
If we were frozen, how would I ever do this?
He rolled me over, then climbed on top of me to trail kisses down my neck. I could feel the hardness of his erection through the thin layers of fabric between us, and my thighs grew hot and wanting. I snickered, and my hand slid down his body. Keep kissing me, and you're going to get lucky. He pressed a passionate kiss to my lips, then drew away with a smile.
I'm counting on it.
Just then, we heard footsteps outside the room, and Lucas and I both held our breath to listen. Grammy had walked in on us one too many times over the last few months that we were extra cautious about it. Our room had a lock, but still. The footsteps faded down the hall, but the moment between us had already ended. I wanted to curse whoever had been out there. Lucas sighed as he crawled off of me.
If we start now, your grandma's bound to interrupt. I can smell bacon. Whatever your grandma's up to, she wants us down for breakfast.
He wasn't wrong. The scents wafting up from the kitchen smelled delicious. She's just trying to put people in good spirits, I said. Hope was a good thing, because spirits hadn't been high around here lately. It's why we were still having the wedding, despite being driven out of town. We needed hope, and there was no better way to foster it than bringing our friends together. I dressed in a purple maxi dress with a warm black cardigan, then secured the old key Grammy had given me around my neck. I'd gifted it to Lucas, but he'd tried to give it back, so we'd resolved to share it. We left our bedroom, but stopped in the doorway when we saw a small package sitting outside our door. The box was a deep purple to match our wedding colors, and it was held closed by a teal ribbon. A note in Onyx's handwriting said, "Open me." I exchanged a curious glance with Lucas.
What's this? No idea, but I guess we're about to find out.
He opened the package, and inside sat a piece of paper that had been rolled up like a scroll. I reached inside and unfurled it, then began reading. You'll have plenty of time for just you two, but you haven't yet said I do. You're ours until that special day. Your friends are just a few clues away. One goes left and one goes right. You'll meet back up late tonight. For the bride taking the groom's last name, don't peek outside, or you've lost the game. I smiled. It's a scavenger hunt!
They're stealing you from me, Lucas protested playfully.
You'll get me back tonight, I teased.
They better bring you back in one piece, he joked.
I sucked a breath. I don't know. We're walking into danger here. Lucas tapped his chin.
I guess we're just going to have to take a risk.
I'm the one with rules, I said, waving the paper at him. The only question is, which one of us goes where? Issa and Oliver pushed past us, and Issa turned the hall to the right. She started meowing, while Oliver went for the stairs.
I guess that answers that question, Lucas said. Have fun.
He placed a kiss on my lips, and we went our separate ways. I followed Issa and found another box sitting at the end of the hall. I opened the box and jumped when a spell like fireworks erupted out of the box. White, sparkling lights exploded above my head and rained down on me. A magical tune of celebration sang from somewhere inside the box. I laughed as I pulled the scroll out and began to read it. Congratulations, Nadine. You found your first clue. The second one may be a challenge for you. Downstairs and through a door is another clue, if you want to have your cake and eat it too. I thought about it for a few moments, but I wasn't sure what door Onyx was talking about. I figured the cake had to mean something, so I went downstairs to the kitchen. I noticed all the windows in the house were covered by curtains. They were really serious about me not peeking outside. In the kitchen, I started opening the cabinet doors, but I didn't find any clue box. I checked the pantry, but still nothing. I read over the clue again, tapping my foot. Issa, you'd think the cake would be a clue to the kitchen, right? Or maybe the dining room? I trailed off as my eyes landed on the oven. I've got it! I opened the oven door, and victory surged through me when I found a cupcake sitting inside. It was decorated in purple frosting with teal sprinkles. I withdrew it from the oven and turned it around, looking for clues, but I didn't find any writing on it. I peeled back the cupcake liner, thinking I'd find a clue inside, but there was nothing there either. It was obvious what I had to do. I bit into the cupcake, and the most glorious spell overtook my whole body. Joy filled my chest, and a tingling sensation made me feel as if I was floating several inches off the ground. The euphoria made me giddy. I closed my eyes to take it in. The spell only lasted a few seconds, before I felt my feet against the solid ground again. I opened my eyes to see a piece of paper sticking out of the cupcake. I pulled it out and cleaned it off, then unfurled the paper. We knew you could do it. You're so very clever. The third clue is hidden, where you'd feel better. I had to think about this one for a minute, until I realized it could only mean the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. I went to the bathroom, where I found a cauldron sitting on the counter. A shimmering purple liquid swirled inside the pot, and a teal vial sat beside it. I clicked my tongue. Oh, Onyx, you're making this too easy. I poured the teal liquid into the purple potion, and a message in a small bottle floated to the top, bobbing along the surface. I pulled the bottle from the cauldron and tipped the scroll into my hands. You're getting so close. Just one clue more. You'll find it on blades. Not 1, but 4. I furrowed my brow. 4 blades? That's oddly specific. I went back into the kitchen and looked around the knife block, but there were no clues hidden anywhere near it. I checked the silverware drawer, but still nothing. Blades, I said thoughtfully. It must be talking about knives, right, Issa? I looked down at my cat, but she looked as clueless as I was. Except there are 12 knives in the knife block, and more than 4 in the drawer. Where else do we keep knives? Unless it isn't about knives at all. It says on blades, rather than near them. What else has blades? A wand, maybe? Then it hit me. I went into the den, where a fan with 4 blades hung from the ceiling. I flipped the switch on the wall, and the fan started to spin. To my surprise, feathers exploded out of the ceiling, as if from out of nowhere, raining down on me. I laughed as the feathers tickled my skin. I looked upward, and my eyes caught sight of a piece of paper fluttering downward with the feathers. I reached out to grab it and caught the clue in my fingertips. Damn, Onyx, I said with a smirk. That was a good one. You figured it out. Just one step more. The final surprise is through the glass door. Come on, Issa. I cocked my head. There was only one glass door the clue could be referring to, and now it made sense why all the windows were covered by curtains. Issa followed me to the patio door, and we stepped outside. "Surprise!" a chorus of female voices shouted. The girls all sat around the patio table, where a full breakfast had been laid out for us. It was a warm autumn morning, and the trees surrounding us were all shades of oranges, reds, and yellows. Purple and teal streamers hung from the furniture and danced in the breeze. Talia checked her phone. 3 minutes and 52 seconds, she announced. Who is closest without going over? Grammy raised her hand. I bet 3:45. That makes Helena the first prize winner of the day, Talia said. She conjured a gift bag and gave it to Grammy. Grammy pulled out a small bottle of maple syrup. I placed my hands on my hips. What's going on here? Your bridal shower, of course. Chloe rolled her eyes, but she wore a playful smile. Did you guys place bets on how fast I could find the clues? I asked. Yes, and I underestimated you, Talia admitted. I said 4:15. I wasn't sure how long it'd take you on that last one, Onyx added. It was a good one, I told her as I took the empty seat at the head of the table. You did a great job setting it up. We have a whole day of fun planned, Chloe raved. But first, I'm starving. Grammy had prepared a feast. I started with 2 pancakes and passed them around the table. Talia kept shoving more and more plates of food at me, until my own plate was so full I couldn't find room for any more. Along with the pancakes, Grammy had prepared French toast, bacon, 3 types of eggs, hash browns, sausage, fruit salad, and muffins. It was like every breakfast food imaginable had been placed on this table. Wow, Grammy, I said. You really went all out. I wanted to give you options, she replied. When you were a kid, you were a very picky eater. I remember Christmas Eve when you were 7 years old, and you wouldn't eat anything except for peppermint candy canes. I laughed. That can't be true. It is, Grammy cried. Your mom begged me to pull off some culinary alchemy magic. I turned those mashed potatoes into peppermint candy canes. All the taste of candy, but the nutrition of vegetables. You wouldn't believe how fast you ate those up. You did not, I chuckled. I swear it, Grammy promised. It's true, Verla added. I remember your mother telling me about it. Grammy kept telling stories about my childhood, and everyone was laughing. They all seemed to be having a really good time, and I couldn't remember the last time I laughed this much. Even the cats seemed to be in good spirits. They ate, then started chasing each other around the patio. I was stuffed by the time Granny finally stood and said, Well, these plates aren't going to clean themselves. I don't know about you, but mine has no problems, Chloe joked as her plate rose into the air. She used her telekinesis to open the patio door and float her plate inside. Then you can help me wash the dishes, Grammy suggested. Everyone helped clean up, and within a few minutes, the dishes were clean and the table was washed down. We gathered in the living room, where a warm fire flickered in the fireplace. Chloe stood in front of everyone, with a stack of papers in her hands. Helena has given us the rundown of Nadine's childhood, but this wouldn't be a bridal shower if we left the groom out of it. So, we're going to play some games. Kaboom! I startled, and Issa jumped into my lap. What the hell was that? Verla waved her hand. The boys. Jonathan warned us it might get a little loud. Professor Warren is blowing stuff up? I demanded. Verla shrugged, like she expected this from him. He calls it target practice. We're not going to let some boys ruin our relaxing day. Chloe stomped over to the patio door and leaned out to shout. Hey, would you keep it down out there? Sorry. I heard Miles shout in the distance before another explosion went off. Chloe rolled her eyes, then proceeded to pass out cards. It was a game that asked questions about the bride and groom, and the guests were supposed to guess the answers. I filled out my sheet with the real answers so that Chloe had an answer key. Apparently, Chloe had filmed Lucas giving his answers beforehand, and she put the video up on the TV for us all to watch. Who said I love you first? Chloe asked in the video. I did, Lucas answered. Wait, no, I protested. That's not true. I said I love you first. Chloe paused the video. Now I have to hear this story. It was the night of my evoking ceremony, after Lucas saved me from that Reaper. He was like, why'd you do that? And I'm like, don't you get it, you fool? I love you. That's not the story he told me, Chloe said. Look. She played the video again, and Lucas kept talking. It was the night of her evoking ceremony, after I saved her from a Reaper. Right before I put her soul back in her body, I told her I loved her. That doesn't count, I insisted with a laugh. I wasn't conscious. We all had a good laugh, and I recounted other stories about our relationship as we went through the questions. It was a lot of fun. Talia had brought a wedding-themed tarot deck, and we all took turns giving each other readings. Talia drew for my future with Lucas, and it was no surprise that she pulled the Lovers card, which depicted a bride and groom at the altar. The Lovers was a card of harmony and meaningful relationships. It was certainly a good sign for our relationship. Finally, Chloe wheeled out a cart full of liquor and fruit juices, and we broke into teams to compete on who could brew the best wedding cocktail. Verla and I teamed up, and since I didn't drink alcohol, we used a shot of Grant's fizzy bubbly he brewed last week. It was a potion he'd come up with designed to keep his blood sugar from spiking. It was alcohol-free, but whatever spell he'd put on it still made a person tipsy. Verla and I won by mixing it with cranberry and orange juice. We lounged on the couches in the living room, sipping our cocktails and laughing. If you'll all turn your attention to our cats, I believe they have prepared some entertainment, Chloe announced. Verla stood, and when she cleared her throat, the cats came running. Places, everyone! Verla pressed a button on the TV remote, and a slow wedding song came over the speakers. The cats began to spin around each other in a coordinated motion, like they were ballroom dancing. Then the beat changed, becoming more upbeat. The cats joined in a center circle, then jumped outward in sync. They spun around like they were chasing their tails, then rolled over on their bellies. It was beautifully in sync and fun to watch. We all applauded when they finished. Good kitties, Verla praised as she tossed them all treats. I think it's time for presents, Onyx exclaimed. All around the room, people conjured their gifts. I was overwhelmed by how many packages there were. Open mine first, Chloe said, shoving a package in my direction. I sat straighter on the couch and set my drink on the end table. I tore open the wrapping paper and found a white candle inside. Mine and Lucas's name were etched on the candle, along with our wedding date. It's a wedding candle for relationship rituals, Chloe said. You and Lucas can use it in your spell work. Miles and I made it at a shop in Hookavale. That's really thoughtful, I told her. Thank you, Chloe. I unwrapped Onyx's present next, and found a box full of all kinds of amethyst crystals. Some of them were raw stone, while others were cut to points. I could feel the alchemy magic pulsing off of them. I laughed. You know me too well. Onyx chuckled. I figured you could have fun brewing potions. Onyx knew I'd been using alchemy crystals in class when I was pretending to be an alchemist. She charged up the crystals with her magic so I could use them to brew potions. I love it, Onyx. I set the crystals aside and started opening her next present. I stilled when I saw the next gift she'd given me. It was a leather-bound book, and when I opened it, I found handwritten instructions for love potions. It was incredible. It came in a box with a few herbs to accompany some of the potions. These are the best potions I could find for relationships, Onyx said. The first one is an aphrodisiac brew for your wedding night. Ooh, I'm making that for sure. Is it safe for my body? I asked. It's totally safe for everyone, she confirmed. It's even approved for pregnant women. Thank you, Onyx. I leaned over to give her a hug. Verla went next, and she handed me a small box wrapped in blue foil. Inside sat a beautiful hairpin with blue stones in it. It's your something old, something borrowed, and something blue. Symbols of good luck for a bride on her wedding day, Verla told me. It was my grandmother's. I lent it to your mother when she got married. I went speechless. My mom wore this to her wedding? Verla nodded. Yes, and I think she'd want you to wear it too. I couldn't help it when I started tearing up. I didn't have a lot left of my mom. Most of my mementos had been destroyed in the fire at Grammy's house. I still had a small box I'd rescued from my dorm room that I kept in my stash, but that was it. I knew technically this hairpin didn't belong to my mom, but she had a connection to it, and that made it really special. I couldn't believe I'd get to wear the same hairpin on my wedding day as my mother did. Thank you so much, I told Verla, before crossing the room to pull her into a hug. I choked up and couldn't find the words to tell her just how much this meant to me. My own mother wasn't here, but Verla had brought a piece of her to this party, and I couldn't be more grateful. I knew my parents were gone, and they weren't coming back in the same way they'd been here before. I'd said goodbye to them long ago, but I still wish they could have made it to this wedding. I didn't think Verla realized it, but she was the family I needed when my own wasn't here. I pulled away and sniffled, then bent to show Issa. Hear that, Issa? It's the hairpin you wore in your last life. Issa sniffed it, then rubbed her head against my hand. She wouldn't remember, because even though she was my mother reincarnated, she didn't keep her memories from her past life. I returned to my spot on the couch, and Grammy handed me her present. Inside the box was a crocheted blanket made of purple and teal yarn. I pulled it out and held it up. Grammy, this is gorgeous. Hold on. This looks familiar. You said you were making this for the nursing home. Well, I made some blankets for the nursing home, but you seem to like this one so well, Grammy said. Did you know that in the Miriamic coven, purple symbolizes spiritual connection and teal symbolizes peace? I knew about purple, but not about the teal. I love the colors together. I pulled the blanket close and inhaled the scent. It smelled just like Grammy. This is perfect. I love it. Talia was last, and she had 2 large packages for me. I opened the first one, and it was filled with all kinds of spa treatments, Epsom salts, face masks, lotion, teas, and more. This is for the morning of the wedding, Talia said. We're treating you to a whole spa day before you walk down the aisle. That's so thoughtful, I told her. And this one is for after the ceremony, she said, handing me the next box. I furrowed my brow, because I wasn't quite sure what she meant. When I opened the box, I slammed it shut immediately. "Holy fuck, Talia!" I cried. "My grandmother is here!" Talia snickered. "Hey! I didn't pull this off alone. Helena made a few suggestions." "We all pitched in," Chloe added, practically bouncing in her seat. "What is it?" Verla asked, curiously. Verla clearly hadn't been in on the joke, because she genuinely had no idea. I blushed and sheepishly opened the box again. I pulled out a vibrator, still in the package, and held it up for everyone to see. Sex toys. A lot of them. Oh. Verla's eyebrows shot up, and she took a long sip of her cocktail. I set the box aside. You guys really went all out on the gag gift. Someone had to. Talia nearly died laughing. It was totally worth it to see the look on your face. I have no shame, I told her, but it was a little weird with Grammy and Verla in the room. Neither of them showed any indication of what they thought of this, but my cheeks still flamed. Now that presents are over, it's time for our final game. Talia conjured a basket and handed it to me. We wrote down some memories we have with you and put them into the basket. You read them aloud and we'll guess who wrote them. This is a neat idea. Let's see. I picked out one of the sheets of paper and began reading. I remember the first day I met Nadine. Helena must have shoved 100 condoms into her hands and told her to stay safe in college. I burst into laughter. That one is Talia's, Grammy cried, pointing to my best friend. Hey, you're the one who tainted her first impression, Talia laughed. I just wanted her to be safe, Grammy defended. You know the school supplied those for free, right? Verla told her. What if the Health Services Center ran out? Grammy asked. Believe me, Grammy, I did not run out, I said, before picking up another piece of paper. I remember finding a box of condoms in Nadine's room. You guys, is this all you think about? Apparently, Talia snickered. That one has to be Chloe. She broke into our room freshman year. Chloe cringed. Sorry about that, but it makes for a good story, right? Yeah, because you're my excuse when I say I didn't run out because my condom box was sabotaged, I joked. You're forgiven, Chloe. I kept pulling memories from the basket. A lot of them were funny, but most of them were really sweet. My heart felt full the more I read. I remember Nadine decorated an ice cream cake for my birthday. She accidentally left it next to the stove, and it melted. I read the last paper aloud, smiling lightly. That's got to be Talia's, Onyx guessed. It wasn't me, Talia said. I'm guessing Helena. Grammy smiled proudly. Yep, it was my 60th birthday, and she was only 10 years old. I don't blame her for leaving the cake out. She gets points for effort. I stood. I think I might be able to make it up to you, Grammy. Hold on. I'd had this planned for a while. I knew it was my special day, but Grammy was turning 70 tomorrow. She'd insisted she didn't want to party when we'd celebrated Grant's birthday last weekend, but I wanted to do something special for her, regardless. I opened the freezer and pulled out an ice cream cake, then grabbed 2 candles I'd stashed in the back of a cupboard. I found a box of matches and lit them, then returned to the living room. Happy birthday! I exclaimed. The room burst into song, and Grammy threw her hands over her mouth. Oh, Nadine, you didn't have to. No, I didn't, but I wanted to, I said. Lucas and I made a run to Hookavale a few days ago to refill my prescriptions, and we'd picked up the cake while we were gone. I set the cake on the coffee table in front of Grammy. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Grammy blew out her candles, and we all cheered. I had the best time laughing and chatting with my friends. We spent the rest of the day playing games, doing puzzles, and snacking on leftovers from breakfast. It was the most fun I'd had in a long time. I joined Grammy in the kitchen that night to help her wash dishes. The other women were still chatting in the living room, and the guys hadn't come in from outside yet. I listened to my friends' laughter as I scrubbed cocktail glasses in the sink. "Is everything all right, Nadine?" Grammy asked. "You're awfully quiet." I wasn't quite aware of the thoughts going through my head until Grammy brought attention to them. I noticed the rocks settling in my gut. I wasn't ready for this day to end. I set a glass on the drying rack and sighed. I had the best day with you, but I feel like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. It seems that anytime something good happens, something bad has to come along to even out the scales. "I don't believe in that nonsense," Grammy said as she dried the dishes. "I don't want to believe it, but it feels true," I admitted. "Lucas and I won our trial, but Everly died. This kind of stuff happens to us all the time." "That doesn't mean the events are tied together by cosmic forces," Grammy stated. "Perhaps good and bad things just happen, and one doesn't depend on the other. It's okay for good things to exist independently." Verla's laughter rang from the other room, and I looked over to see her clutching her stomach. Grammy noticed me watching her. "Clarice has changed since your mother died. There's a light that has left her eyes, but she's still able to find the good in things. Trauma changes people, but we can still find joy after the fact." I nodded along, but I didn't say anything as I thought about what she said. "The last thing I want is for you to get hurt, but I can't go back and change the past," Grammy said. "I wish I could have protected you, but all we can do is look toward the future." "You tried," I told her as I reached for the key around my neck. "You gave me this key to protect us, but I don't think it has. We've all been through so much. What is this key, really?" She shook her head. "I don't really know, to be honest. Your grandfather gave it to me before he died, and he said it was very important. Perhaps it was never meant for me or you." "Then who's it for?" I wondered. "I'm not sure, but best we hold on to it for now," Grammy said. "In the meantime, enjoy what you have. You are surrounded by friends and family who love you very much, and we will always be there for you." I set the last glass in the drying rack. "Thank you, Grammy." The patio door opened, and the guys' laughter filled the house. I dried my hands and returned to the living room. Lucas was laughing so hard that his eyes crinkled at the corners, and it made me forget what Grammy and I had been talking about. He looked so happy and carefree. "Looks like you ladies had a blast," Grant said, as he stood in front of the pile of presents. "What did Nadine get?" He reached for the box of sex toys, and I nearly jumped out of my skin as I raced across the room to slam the top shut. "Nothing!" "Oh," Grant sang. "It's that kind of gift." "Lucas," I said quickly, "could you help me carry all this up to our room?" It was funny when the girls made me open the gag gift, but I did not need to be showing off sex toys to Professor Warren. I think I'd die. Sure. Lucas approached me nonchalantly. I don't think he'd realized what was in the box. Talia nudged me as I passed her. Have fun. I shot her a nervous smile. I'd been in the mood this morning, but now my friend's teasing had ruined that for sure. Lucas and I went up to our room, and I locked the door behind us. What was all that about? He asked as he set the box on the bed. You were acting like, oh. Lucas opened the box, and his eyebrows shot up. Oh. Wow, that's, a big dildo. It wasn't my idea, I said quickly, wringing my hands together. Lucas eyed me curiously. You're acting strange. What's going on? I shot a glance toward the door, even though everyone else was downstairs. I know the toys are a gag gift, and I'm supposed to laugh at it, but I don't get why they'd spend all this money on stuff if they didn't expect us to actually use them. But don't toys seem a bit much? I'm happy with our sex as it is. Lucas wrapped me in his arms and held me close. Nade, we don't have to use them if you don't want to. Not now or ever. I don't want you to feel like you have to just because they're there. It's just, I would never want you to think you aren't enough for me, I told him. We don't need the toys. Fair enough. Lucas drew away. Then he closed up the box and slid it under the bed. It's like they were never here to begin with. Thanks, I told him as we curled up together on the bed. Lucas took me in his arms, and though neither of us made a move to take things further, I felt intimately connected with him anyway. All the tension in my body melted away. This feels really good. I'm glad you're happy, Lucas whispered. I am. I had a really good day. I rolled onto my side to look at him. How was your day? Lucas roamed his hands over my body, but he was gentle about it, admiring me more than anything. It was good. Hardly anyone died. I rolled my eyes. You say that very nonchalantly. Lucas shrugged. I listen to people die every day. Some days are darker than others. Today was better. Natural deaths only. That's good, I said. How was your bachelor party? It was fun. We drank beer and blew shit up. Professor Warren used containers from the recycling to make targets in the yard, and we shot them with our magic. Grant helped make some potions that made soda bottles explode like rockets. I think we got one to fly at least 100 feet in the air. Lucas's hands traveled over the scars on my legs, and his lips turned down at the corners. I stiffened. What's wrong? He traced my scars with his finger. They were lighter in color now, but still discernible up close. We've been through so much. I wish we could be this happy forever. We will be, I said, but I think we both felt the hollowness of the promise. We couldn't be sure, not until this conflict was over. I quickly added, at least for now, we have a wedding to look forward to. I want to make the most of it. I do too, Lucas agreed, before placing a kiss on my forehead. No matter what's happening in the world around us, you never fail to make me happy. And that, Nade, is exactly why I asked you to marry me. I could tell his words were honest, but I sensed uncertainty too. I didn't think he was afraid to marry me, but it was more like something was missing. I'd felt it all day and knew exactly how he felt. We were about to join ourselves in marriage, and that was a commitment great enough to rearrange the cosmos. It was something everyone we loved should be here for, but they wouldn't get the chance. My mother should have been here today to celebrate my bridal shower. and my dad should be preparing to walk me down the aisle, but they were both gone. Lucas's brother and his parents wouldn't be here either. It was the melancholy side of an otherwise perfect union. I was prepared to move forward with this wedding no matter what, because I'd been forced to keep going, even when my loved ones could no longer walk beside me. I didn't know if Lucas was willing to do the same, but by the goddess, I hoped so. I wanted to move forward, even if the family I'd once had wouldn't be here beside me to watch me do it. I wasn't sure if Lucas was ready to do the same.
Chapter 5. Lucas. "This isn't working," I complained. I slumped to the ground and kicked my feet off the outcropping of rock Professor Warren had brought me to, swinging them over the edge. The rock face wasn't very tall. I could easily jump down. The safe house wasn't far, and I could hear Nadine's laughter carrying across the yard. She'd picked apples with the girls, and they sat at a picnic table to cut them up for apple pies. It looked like it had turned into a food fight. Meanwhile, I was supposed to be working on my powers. Professor Warren wanted me to try summoning a ghost. He figured if I could help spirits move on to the afterlife, I must be able to see them. Otherwise, I couldn't harness my gift.
"Perhaps we're too far away from any spirits who will hear your call," he suggested. "Or maybe it's our wards."
Or maybe I can't see spirits until I've crossed over myself, I theorized. Oliver gave a trill and came to sit beside me. "I'm not a seer. I've only ever helped spirits cross over under specific circumstances. Either Miles helped bring them into the physical plane so I could interact with them, or I saw them while astral traveling."
"You can't rely on Miles to be there every time you wish to help a spirit cross over," Warren said. "I know there isn't a handbook for Reapers, but there has to be more to your powers."
I scoffed. "There should be a handbook."
"With a gift as rare as yours, the stories get lost over time," Professor Warren pointed out. "We can figure this out. I know we can."
My shoulders fell, but I didn't respond. I kept my gaze on Nadine as she dodged another piece of apple Talia had thrown at her. Issa licked the apple slice, then batted it around with her paw. Professor Warren came to sit beside me. He wore jeans and a black t-shirt, which seemed in casual contrast against the suits I was so used to seeing him in.
"It's not your powers that you're upset about."
It wasn't a question. I shook my head in confirmation.
"You're not getting cold feet, are you?"
he asked. "What? No." Nothing could stop me from marrying Nadine. I just wish it were happening under better circumstances. I'd been thinking about this for a while now. I tried not to let it get under my skin, but as the wedding approached, it weighed heavier on my mind. I was certain Nadine had picked up on it the other night, but she didn't ask about it. The last thing I wanted was for her to think I didn't want to get married to her, because that was the exact opposite of how I felt.
"Tell me more," Professor Warren encouraged. "It's best to get it off your chest before the wedding."
I sighed heavily, because I knew he was right. I knew Dr. Mack would say the same thing, and her therapy sessions had helped so much. I'd been able to work through a lot of my issues, but I'd resolved long ago that there was one wound I may never heal from. I didn't like to talk about it, but I knew I could open up to Professor Warren. He was supportive in ways my own family never had been. I never quite understood how Professor Warren had so much wisdom, yet my father completely lacked emotional intelligence at all. They were the same age, both in their 40s, and they'd both been through some rough shit. My father had taken all that crap out on me, whereas Professor Warren used his experience to help. They were complete opposites. I want to give Nadine the world, I told Warren. And this is okay for now. But this place is also a reminder of everything we've lost, and everyone who won't be here. I made a choice to leave Octavia Falls and leave my family behind. I don't regret it, but part of me wishes my parents had cared enough. They never would have approved of this wedding. Hell, they'd try to stop it if they were here.
I understand,
Warren said.
I'm proud of you for walking away from your parents because most people don't have the strength to do that. It's hard living with parents who don't respect your choices. Nobody cuts off contact from their mom and dad unless they truly feel like they have no other choice. And even then, some kids prefer to die before they'll choose to walk away.
I immediately thought of Eric. A chill breeze passed over my skin, and I gave a shudder. His words hit a bit too close to home. I just don't know why I can't forget about them.
No matter how long it's been, you aren't going to get over how horrible your family is. Even if you've decided that you no longer want them in your life, that decision is still going to hurt. It rarely gets easier with time, even if it's the healthiest thing for you.
Professor Warren had told me before about his absent father, and I knew he understood. I'm used to the way my parents are, and I'm okay with that. It's more that I wish I had family here at all. No one is here to support me.
That's not true,
Professor Warren said, gesturing toward the house.
We're here for you.
I know that, but it isn't the same, I admitted. Parents are supposed to be there for their children, but mine never were. I've held on to hope for so long that my parents would change, but they've shown me that's never going to happen. I could never forget the last time I saw them. They'd invited Nadine and me over for dinner before we fled Octavia Falls, and I'd been naive enough to accept their request, thinking we could finally make up after all this time. Instead, my father had gone into a rage and almost hurt Nadine. I'd fought back and knocked him out. My mother had the chance to come with us, but she made the choice to stay with him. I didn't want to see my parents again, that was for sure. I only wish they'd cared, and maybe things would be different. It's scary trying to find my place in the world, I continued. I know my place is with Nadine, but there's this other voice in my head that says, if the family I came from didn't want me, why would anyone else? Parents are supposed to love their kids unconditionally, and mine despise me. I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me feel unlovable.
No one can replace the love your parents were meant to provide you with, but it does not mean you cannot be loved by others,
Warren said softly.
Your parents were incapable of showing you the love you deserved, and that's a reflection of them, not you.
I know that logically, but my heart tells me a different story, I said. My parents were never there, and so I was alone in this world from the start. I had my brother, but Eric's gone now too. Sometimes it makes me feel like I really am alone in this world. After all, if your own mom and dad can't love you or treat you right, what's going to happen with your chosen family, who isn't obligated to stick around because of blood? They'll eventually get sick of you too and leave. Friends come and go, and Nadine could choose to leave at any time. If she really wanted that, I wouldn't make her stay, because I'd want her to be happy, no matter what.
Nadine chose to love you because you make her happy.
Warren gestured toward Nadine and the others across the lawn.
All of these people love you, and their love means more than the love you receive from the people who gave birth to you, because your friends chose you. Nadine loves you for who you are, not because she's related to you. You've been trying to prove yourself to your parents your whole life, and you've never been good enough for them. Here with your friends, you don't have to prove yourself, because they already accept you for who you are. I know I'm worthy of love, and I believe these people love me. But it's also scary to think that they could take that back at any time, I said. My parents' love was always conditional, if I ever received it at all. So it's hard getting used to someone loving me in a different way. It's even harder believing the people in my life now aren't going to cut and run at any time, because that's what my parents did to me, over and over, whenever I didn't do what they wanted. And even if I did, they still abandoned me at times. Even if I was the perfect kid. You only get one family, and if your family is broken, you don't get a chance at a new one. I was born to fucked up parents, and I'm not going to get new ones. I think that's the hardest part of all this. I know I can be loved, but I'll never be loved in that way, like a son should. I wanted my family to show up for me, and they won't be here. They wouldn't come to my wedding even if I asked, and I won't ask, because it's not safe for Nadine and me to have them here, and not just because of the priestesses. Perhaps your real family is closer than you think, Professor Warren mused. Family isn't who you're born to. Helena has taken on the role of your mother, and Grant is your brother. You're making a new family here. After the wedding, Nadine will be your family, your wife. I liked the sound of that. Marrying Nadine was all I'd ever dreamed of, but it couldn't replace what I never had in the first place. I want to, but I don't know if I can believe that, I said. I just keep waiting for the moment when Grant, Nadine, everybody just gets tired of me and leaves. The only way around that is to trust that they won't, Professor Warren said. After all, waiting around to get hurt is a self-fulfilling prophecy you put upon yourself. If you think the ones you love will always leave you, they're going to have a hell of a hard time convincing you they want to be here. But if you trust that you're the person they truly want and value, well, it gets a lot easier from that point out to convince yourself you're where you ought to be. His words had a profound impact on me. I didn't want my family back, but I was still grieving losing them. No matter how much love my friends gave me, hell, how much love Nadine gave me, I always felt alone. There was a big hole in my heart that told me I was so empty inside that everyone I loved would end up leaving eventually. Because if my blood didn't want me, who else would? For fuck's sake, Eric had died to get away from it all, even if it meant leaving me behind. So, with where I was at now, what did it all mean for me? I wasn't sure, but I at least had to give it a shot. Marrying Nadine meant choosing to believe that I could be loved, and believing that I could start over. I wasn't sure if she and my friends could be the family I so desperately wanted. But maybe if they couldn't replace my parents, at least they could become something better. I definitely didn't want the kind of love that I'd had before. I wanted something new. And maybe this could be the fresh start that I needed. I only had to hold on to the hope that what I was fighting for would always choose to stay.
Chapter 6. Nadine. The wedding couldn't come soon enough, yet somehow the following 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Before I knew it, I was waking in Talia's bed. For a moment, I forgot where I was, and then I remembered that I'd slept in her room the previous night. She said it was bad luck to sleep with the groom the night before the wedding, and I wasn't about to ignore superstition. Talia jumped onto the bed and squealed. "You're up?"
Do you know what day it is?
For fun, I answered. Halloween? Talia swatted me.
Yes, but it's also your wedding day.
A huge smile spread across my face. Is that today?
Today's the day!
She hopped off the bed and went over to the window to pull back the curtains. The birds are chirping, the sun is shining. Well, the sun isn't really shining, but that's all right. I sat up to see that it was drizzly outside. The bright oranges and reds of autumn seemed to dull under the overcast sky. My face fell. That's not good. We're supposed to have the ceremony outside.
No, this is perfect, Talia said. Rain on your wedding day symbolizes cleansing and fertility. It's like nature is washing everything clean for you. This is a good omen.
I brightened up. Oh, in that case, bring on the rain.
It should let up before sundown, Talia promised. In the meantime, we have an entire day of pampering planned to get you ready for the ceremony.
That sounds like fun. Where do we start? I asked.
Right in here.
Talia gestured to her attached bath. I got out of bed, careful not to disturb Issa, who was sleeping at my feet, and went into the bathroom. The scent of lavender filled my nose, and I noticed that Talia had already filled the bath. Beside the tub sat a neat pile of pampering supplies from the gift basket she'd given me at my bridal shower. There was a face mask, moisturizer, a loofah, and more. The lights were off, and candles had been lit all around the room. Soft music played through a speaker on the counter.
I already put in the Epsom salts, and there's a robe for you on the back of the door, Talia said. The girls will be here at 10 to start on hair and makeup, which should give us plenty of time until the ceremony at sunset. Enjoy!
Talia left me in the bathroom, and I stripped down and sank into the water. It was so warm, and the bath salts made my skin feel silky and smooth. I put the face mask on and rested my head back, enjoying the calmness surrounding me. I didn't know how long I sat there, but I nearly fell asleep again. I washed my hair and shaved, but I didn't get out until the water had turned cold. I dried off and wrapped the robe around myself, then returned to the bedroom. Talia had made the bed, and I noticed a new collection of oils and lotions on the nightstand.
Next up on our day of pampering is a massage, Talia exclaimed.
I was not expecting the 5-star treatment, I said with a smile.
Girl, it's your wedding day. I'm not giving you a free moment to worry. Today's all about you.
And Lucas, I added.
Well, this morning it's about you, she said. Lay face down on the bed and relax. You leave the rest up to me.
Talia left the room for a minute while I stripped off my robe and lay down, pulling the blanket up around my waist. She returned and dimmed the lights before turning on calming music. Talia rubbed lotions and oils over my back, and I found myself relaxing deep into the mattress. Talia finished an hour later and announced breakfast was on its way. I dressed back into my robe, and the rest of my bridesmaids arrived several minutes later. Talia, Chloe, and Onyx wore robes that matched mine, but Verla and Grammy were dressed casually.
I hope you're hungry,
Chloe exclaimed. She stepped aside, and plates of food floated into the room behind her.
Starving, I said.
The girls all gathered around to nibble on pastries and fancy cheeses, and Chloe called Talia over to the mirror to start working on her hair. We listened to music and joked around while I helped steam the bridesmaid dresses. Hours passed, and everyone seemed to be having a great time.
All right, Nadine, it's your turn, Chloe announced.
I sat in the chair in front of the mirror. Chloe curled my hair, then twisted the strands into an intricate bun at the base of my neck. It took her over a half an hour to pin my hair back, taking extra care with each strand. She finished the look by curling several loose pieces in front to frame my face. "What do you think?" she asked when she finished. I turned my head to view it from all angles. "I really love it. Thank you." Chloe picked up a brush. "Now for your makeup." "I've got that covered." I waved a hand in front of my face, and the color in my cheeks brightened. My eyebrows darkened, along with my lashes, and my lips turned mauve. She stepped back to take a look at me. Let's go a little wider with the eyeliner." I waved my hand again, and the line above my eye thickened. "Add some contour here." Chloe ran her finger below my cheekbone. I followed her instructions, and she gasped. "I think that's perfect." I stared at myself in the mirror, loving the way my eyes seemed brighter than normal. Wow, I look really good. "Everyone, gather round," Grammy instructed. "I want to take some pictures." We spent another few hours snacking, laughing, and getting ourselves perfect for the ceremony. Grammy and Verla moved in and out of the room as they helped set up for the ceremony and reception elsewhere. Soon, it was time to get our dresses on. All of the girls wore long purple gowns. Each was a different shape, as I'd let them pick out the dresses that they liked best when we went shopping in Hokavale. Grammy and I went into the bathroom so that I could change into my wedding dress in private. Grammy and I had picked it out over the summer, when everyone else was off researching the wands. We'd called the bridal shop in Hokavale to order it, and picked it up with the bridesmaid dresses, but no one else had seen it yet. Grammy helped me into it, and she buttoned up the back. "How are we feeling?" "I don't have cold feet, if that's what you mean," I said. "You're confident this is the right thing to do?" she asked. I noticed she didn't ask if I was nervous, like so many other people would. It helped shift the focus to the good I was feeling, and I could honestly say I had no second thoughts about marrying Lucas. "I know Lucas and I are meant to be together," I told her. "I can't wait to marry him. I'm also really excited to be attending my first witch wedding." "I guarantee it won't disappoint," Grammy said with a chuckle. "We're going to show you how fun a witch wedding can be." Grammy finished with the buttons, and I spun to look at myself in the mirror. My gown was a sleeveless A-line dress with a plunging neckline and beads all over the bodice. The skirt was made of tulle, and the dress had a simple sweep train that flowed behind me. I hadn't liked any of the white dresses we looked at, so I'd opted for silver, and I couldn't be happier. Grammy gazed at me in the mirror. "You look beautiful, Nadine. Lucas is going to faint when he sees you." "I hope not. He needs to say his vows." Grammy chuckled. "Let's show the girls." She opened the door a crack and announced, "We're coming out." The chatter died, and I stepped into the bedroom to see 4 beautiful faces smiling back at me. "Oh, my goddess!" Talia cried. "You look gorgeous!" Chloe's jaw dropped, and Onyx threw her hands over her mouth. Verla's eyes watered as she placed her hands over her heart. "The dress is beautiful," Verla said. "It's just missing one thing." Verla took the blue hairpin from the vanity, and I watched in the mirror as she placed it in my hair. It looked perfect. "It's almost time to head down for the ceremony," Verla said. "But before we go, we must prepare your blessing brew." Grammy had told me this was a tradition for all women in the Miriamic coven. It was a ceremony that the bridesmaids performed to bless the union before the ceremony. I was really excited to see what it was like. The girls stepped aside to reveal an altar they'd set up while I was in the bathroom. Atop a small table was a bubbling cauldron surrounded by candles and crystals. 5 vials of herbs stood in a neat line in front of the potion. Grammy gestured everyone forward. "Gather around." We stood in a circle around the altar. Our cats came running, too, and they hopped onto the tabletop and began circling the potion. As the maid of honor, Talia will act as Mother Miriam's proxy, in which she stands in place of our goddess to bless the bride, Grammy explained. Talia stood opposite me and raised her hands above the cauldron. "Mother Miriam, we call upon you to bless this union so that we may celebrate the love between Nadine and Lucas and bring the coven closer together." Talia wasn't an alchemist, but the potion began to bubble more rapidly. "Speak the incantation with me," Talia instructed. The 5 women surrounding me spoke in unison. "On this night, this bride becomes a wife. Through this potion, take our blessings into a new life. So shall it be." Talia nodded to Chloe, and she picked up one of the herb vials. "Nadine, I gift you red clover to symbolize fertility. May you be fertile in mind and spirit to conceive new ideas and produce solutions in your marriage." I smiled at Chloe as she dumped the vial of clover into the potion. "I will be fertile." Onyx went next. "I gift you lavender to symbolize devotion, that you may be devoted to your spouse and seek strength in one another." I nodded as she tossed the herbs into the potion. "I will be devoted." "I gift you time to symbolize courage," Verla said. "Find courage through your spouse, and you two will be able to face anything together." "I will be courageous." "Nadine," Grammy said, tearing up, "I gift you sage to symbolize wisdom. May you be wise to know which battles to fight and which solutions to seek out." "I will be wise," I promised. My voice cracked as I accepted my grandmother's blessing. Talia took the last herb vial and held it over the cauldron, but she never took her eyes off me. "Nadine, I gift you mint to symbolize virtue. May you always do what is right for your spouse, your community, and yourself." "I will have virtue," I told her. Talia sprinkled the mint into the potion, then lifted her hands again. "Join me." The women all grabbed the handle of a long wooden spoon and stirred the potion together. Magic of various colors swirled down their hands and into the potion. The cats stopped circling the potion, and all 5 of them placed their paws on the edge of the cauldron to peer inside. The cat's eyes shimmered blue, and the potion began to glow a bright white. "The goddess has accepted our blessings, and now Nadine must accept them as well," Talia announced. She dipped a cup into the potion and scooped a small amount into it, then handed it to me. "So shall it be," I said, before tipping my head back and drinking the potion. It was sweet like honey and went down easily. I set the cup on the altar and thought that was the end of it, until I felt a strange buzzing all throughout my body. It felt really good, like I was floating several inches off the ground. "Finally, we will don the veil," Talia announced. "This long-standing tradition will ward off evil spirits so that they can't see the bride and curse her before the wedding." The girls went to a box on the bed, and they pulled out a long silver veil that matched my dress. Together, they fitted it into my hair and over my face. The veil was so long that it nearly touched my toes. I could just barely see through it. Something tickled my arm, and I thought it was the veil, but when I looked down, I saw a spider crawling over me. You can't walk down the aisle with me, little guy, I said as I pulled the spider off of me. A spider! Verla exclaimed in excitement. This is a good omen. A spider and rain on my wedding day? I asked. I guess that makes for extra good luck. Very good luck indeed, Grammy said. Just in time, too. The sun has set, and it's time to make our way to the ceremony. As is tradition, your bridesmaids will go first. We will meet you down there. We love you, Nadine. The girls each gave me a hug, then left the room. Verla was the only one to stay behind. All the weddings I'd been to had the bridesmaids walk in with the bride, but witch weddings were different. I'm sorry your mother couldn't be here to see this, Verla said softly while we waited. I gazed down at Isa. She is, sort of. Her soul is here, in a way, Verla agreed. But it's not the same. She should have been here to walk you down the aisle. I'm honored that you asked me to take her place, but this was your mother's right. If my mother can't be here, I'm glad it's you. You've done so much to help me with my powers, and you've supported me every step of the way, the same way my mother would have if she was still alive. You advocated for me against the school board, and you saved mine and Lucas's lives in our trial. I owe you so much, Clarice. I'm happy you're guiding me down the aisle. Verla furrowed her brow. You called me by my first name. I shrugged. You're not Headmistress Verla. You're family. I'm not family, Nadine, she said gently. I'm honored you would say that, but I can't take your mother's place. You aren't taking her place, and you never could, but you're honoring her by stepping in when she can't be here. You've been here for me since I arrived at Imperium College, teaching me everything you know and guiding me every step of the way. I can't have my mom here because she's gone now, but I can have you. You're my mother, Clarice, and you have been ever since I came to Octavia Falls. Even before that, you were looking out for me, when I didn't even know it. I want you to be my mom, and I hope you'll believe me when I say I love you. I just wish it didn't take so long to say it. Tears beaded in the corners of Verla's eyes. If this is the way you feel, then I will accept you as my own. I've always seen you as my daughter, Nadine, though I was terrified to say such a thing out loud. I hope you can forgive me for holding back. I fell into Verla's arms and began to sob. Tears streaked my cheeks, and one of her tears fell onto my shoulder. Verla held me close. Family is the most important thing, Nadine. I'm honored to be considered part of your family, and I'm happy to witness you starting a new family with Lucas. You must protect this union, because your family will always be there for you. I sniffled. I don't mean to get emotional. Do it, she cried. Get emotional. It's your wedding day. I laughed, but the laughter came with tears of joy. Verla hugged me tighter, and the strong emotions overcoming me eased. I gently wiped my eyes and drew away. How's my makeup? It's perfect. Verla took my hand. Come, it's time to tell that boy you love him. I looped my hand through Verla's elbow, and she guided me downstairs and through the front door. The rain had let up, just as Talia had promised. Although the sun had set, I could still make out the beautiful oranges and yellows of the leaves on the ground and in the trees. Verla led me into the forest beside the house, and Isa and Odin followed at our feet. She guided me down a narrow trail that twisted through the trees. In the distance, I heard an owl hoot, then caught the sound of a stream trickling nearby. As we neared the ceremony site, I heard voices singing a traditional Miriamic wedding song in a minor key. Verla and I stepped into a clearing beside the stream, and my jaw dropped in wonder. Glowing orbs danced above our heads, and red autumn leaves swirled beneath a large oak tree. In the center of the clearing, Grant, Talia, Chloe, Miles, Onyx, and Professor Warren were clothed in black, dancing in a circle to the rhythm of their song. There were no drum beats or instruments to accompany their voices, just a beautiful a cappella tune sung in perfect harmony. Hush now, the time for vows is coming all so soon. Tonight we seek our mother's blessing underneath the moon. Protect this space and hear our prayers to bless this sacred union. A large white orb hovered between each of their hands, creating a beautiful lights display as they danced. Their cats made a circle around them, and Issa and Odin rushed forward to join the cats in the dance. I spotted movement across the clearing, and I saw Oliver and Cornelius rushing to join them as well. That's when I noticed Grammy leading Lucas into the clearing opposite me. Lucas was dressed in a black tux with a purple tie, and his hair had been slicked back in a really sexy way. He looked as starstruck as I did at the beautiful setting. Then his gaze focused past the dancers, and a smile spread across his face when he saw me. Everything around us seemed to fade as our eyes locked. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and my knees locked up as I took him in. I couldn't believe our time was finally here. Grammy nudged Lucas, and he started forward. Verla leaned over to whisper, "It's time." My heart pitter-pattered in my chest as I walked forward. The circle of dancers expanded until Lucas and I met in the middle. I wanted to reach out for him. I couldn't wait. But my veil was in the way. I noticed something about Lucas I hadn't seen before. His form almost glowed, but the magical glow was dark, barely discernible in the fading light. As the song began to fade into the last chord, my bridesmaids approached and gently pulled back my veil. Bright white light shimmered off my form and lit up the clearing. Grammy had told me this would happen, but I was still surprised to see it. It was a product of the potion they'd given me, and Lucas's glow came from the potion his groomsmen had brewed for him. I represented light, and Lucas represented darkness. Together, we represented the union of the entire spectrum. The darkness and the light, finally united as one. Our friends dropped the hoods of their cloaks as the forest became quiet. I heard Verla and Grammy approach and join us, but I couldn't take my eyes off Lucas. He wore a huge grin, like he couldn't wait to take me in his arms. Talia stepped forward, and everyone else joined hands to lock us into the circle. They began swaying from side to side in unison. Witch weddings were seen as a community event, to bless the couple and bring them into the coven as a singular unit. Traditionally, the bride and groom's closest friends formed an inner circle to help officiate the ceremony, while the rest of the guests sat in chairs in a secondary circle, outlining the ceremony space. Tonight, however, only our closest friends and family were in attendance, so everyone participated in the inner circle. "Nadine, Lucas," Talia said, "you have chosen me to act as Mother Miriam's proxy, to facilitate this ceremony so that you may be wed in the eyes of the goddess. Join hands." I beamed as I reached out for Lucas. His hands were warm when they met mine, and the tingles throughout my body grew in intensity as our glows merged together. I had to physically hold myself back from throwing my arms around him. Tendrils of magic swirled around our hands, locking them together. The light emanating from my skin dimmed, while his grew brighter. Grammy had called this part of the ceremony hand-fasting, in which our hands were magically tied together to represent the binding of our lives. "I love you," Lucas mouthed to me. "I love you too," I mouthed back. "Nadine, Lucas," Talia continued, "we are gathered here tonight because you have asked your family and friends to bless your union, so that you may be bound together in this life and become one amongst the coven. We will begin by inviting the community to give their blessings." Talia turned to Grammy. "Do you accept this union?" Grammy stepped forward. "I accept this union, and bless the couple with the sign of the owl, to offer you wisdom when all seems hopeless. So shall it be." "So shall it be," everyone repeated. The women had already offered blessings in the bridal ceremony, but when they had brewed the potion, they had blessed me. Here, they were proclaiming their approval of our union and blessing our marriage. Grammy had chosen the same blessing of wisdom at both ceremonies, though the guests could choose anything they wanted. Chloe went next with the sign of the cat, a blessing for us to remain independent beings while still thriving as a couple. Onyx followed with the mark of the potion, to brew a new beginning between the two of us. Verla blessed us with the power of the oak tree, symbolizing strength, stability, and courage. Miles chose the mark of the wand to cast our dreams into reality, and Grant chose the sign of the toad to bring abundance. Professor Warren stepped forward. "I accept this union and bless this couple with the power of the oak tree, to give them strength, a stable marriage, and courage for the path ahead. So shall it be." I found it interesting that Professor Warren and Verla had chosen the same blessing, but they were both our mentors, and I was certain they believed we needed courage for the path ahead of us. Goddess knew we did. Talia went last. "I accept this union and bless this couple with the sign of the raven to transform two people into one. So shall it be." My hands shook in anticipation as I spoke. So shall it be. "Goddess, gods, ancestors, and guides," Talia called out into the forest, "descend upon us to bless this union between this witch and warlock through sacred matrimony." Silvery lights appeared in the trees above us. They were unlike the orbs floating there, shinier and more ethereal than any magic I'd seen before. It took me a second to realize they were spirits. The spirits dimmed into wispy features of those that had left us far too soon. I didn't recognize any of them at first. They must have been our ancestors, because they wore all different kinds of dress that dated back hundreds of years. There had to be dozens of spirits, circling us in and bringing us close. Then I saw the most beautiful faces in the crowd, and I had to squeeze Lucas's hands to keep from falling to my knees. My parents stood before me in spirit. They didn't look a day older than I remembered them. Dad's cheeks still dimpled when he smiled, and Mom's eyes twinkled in that way they always did when she told me she was proud of me. Grammy had told me our ancestors could appear during the wedding ceremony, but I didn't actually believe it was possible. I knew my religion taught that there was a life after death, and I'd seen ghosts before, so I knew it was real, but actually seeing my loved ones waiting for us on the other side was profound. It was one thing to know it in my soul, and something else entirely to experience it firsthand. I didn't think I'd ever see my parents again, not until I joined them in Allura. But the magic here tonight was strong. A piece of me had been broken when they died, but seeing them here tonight made that hole inside me disappear for just a brief moment. "Mom? Dad?" I whispered. Issa broke away from the circle, and she ran over to my mother. Cornelius followed and bowed his head to a young man who stood beside her. "Grampy?" I recognized him from the photos. Mom and Dad smiled at me, and Grampy gave a kind nod. Oliver approached a man who looked so much like Lucas. It was his brother, Eric. Lucas's hands shook in mine, and tears fell from his eyes. He squeezed my hands tighter, like it took everything within him to hold himself together. I squeezed him back to let him know that if he needed to break down, I'd be here to help him pick up the pieces. But that didn't happen, because a smile stretched across his face then, and he whispered to his brother, "I love you." Eric placed his hand over his heart to show Lucas he knew exactly how his brother felt. Beside the others, I noticed a girl with the kindest eyes. Amy smiled brightly, opening her arms wide to me, and tears began streaming from my eyes. All these people had moved on. I never thought I'd see them again. I wanted to run over to them, to say goodbye one last time, but they were there one moment and gone the next. The faces I so desperately missed faded into the forest. The cats looked upward, meowing as pieces of their souls faded away. Lucas reached out a hand into the empty forest, as if begging his brother to come back. I shared his sentiment. We hadn't had enough time with them. "Your ancestors have appeared and given their blessing," Talia said. "And with it, they will bless you with a message." Talia pulled a deck of tarot cards from her cloak. They were unlike any deck I'd seen before, with beautiful silver foil on the backs that shimmered under the orbs. "You will select a card for your union to guide you into your marriage," Talia announced. She spread the cards out, and Lucas and I reached for the same one. Together, we pulled the card from the deck and flipped it over. The card depicted a warrior on a chariot, being led by a white sphinx and a black sphinx. The warrior appeared to be driving the chariot, but there were no reins. In his hand, he simply held a wand. "You have chosen the chariot," Talia announced. "Together, you are strong and courageous. Though you may be pulled in two directions, you two hold the power to lead your relationship in any direction you choose, and you will find strength in navigating those opposing forces together. Rely not on what others expect from you, but know that you are in control of your relationship, and through determination, you two can achieve anything together." I knew relationships required work, and that effort didn't end when we got married. But I knew whatever we faced, Lucas and I could do it together. "Finally, you will receive a blessing from the earth," Talia said. Lucas kept hold of my hand as he led me to the base of the oak tree at the edge of the clearing. Granny had told me about this part of the ceremony, and I'd memorized the incantation by heart. Lucas shot me a glance, and I nodded. We spoke in unison. "Heart of oak and love's pure light, we seek your blessing on this wedding night." Together, we pressed our palms to the base of the tree. Something shifted beneath our hands. My fingers curled around a long stick, and we pulled it from the trunk together. A wand appeared in our hands, and we held it up for our friends to see. The wand was 11 inches long, with a twisted blade and engravings of roses on the handle. It was a wedding wand, a special wand that could only be forged during a Miriamic wedding ceremony. Lucas and I could use it together in relationship rituals in order to strengthen our marriage. "Now for the rings," Talia said. Grant pulled the rings from the breast pocket of his suit, and he handed them to us. Do you, Lucas Taylor, choose Nadine Evers to be your one and only, for as long as this incarnation lasts? Talia asked. Lucas beamed and spoke with firm conviction. I do. He slipped the ring on my finger, and my heart filled with so much joy I thought it might explode. The light glowing around our forms began to twist together, glowing brighter as they merged as one. Do you, Nadine Evers, choose Lucas Taylor to be your one and only, for as long as this incarnation lasts? I do! I could hardly get the words out fast enough. We'd been waiting for this moment for so long, and now it was finally here. I beamed as I placed a white gold ring on his finger. I'd never been happier. Your word is your intention, Talia said. I now pronounce you warlock and wife. You may now seal this union with the show of your love. Lucas let go of my hands to take my whole body in his arms. I threw my arms around his neck, and we fell into a deep, passionate kiss. Our friends cheered so loud it echoed through the trees. A white light shone so bright I could see it through my lids. I opened my eyes to see our forms glowing brighter. Then, all at once, the light exploded upwards. I watched in awe as the magic burst like fireworks, then turned into a million tiny bits of starlight that rained down upon us like confetti. Warm magic tickled my skin, and I laughed happily. Grammy didn't tell me about this part. Lucas grinned as he drew me closer. It's the best part. It means our marriage is complete. Words couldn't do it justice, just how passionately in love I was with him. I took his face in my hands and kissed him again. Witches and warlocks, I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, Talia announced. Their cheers faded into the background as I kissed Lucas over and over again. I could hardly believe we'd made it. After everything we'd been through, I wasn't sure we'd ever get this far. Lucas and I had defied death, survived the burning, fought a demon, and won our trial. I wasn't sure we'd live long enough to make it to the altar. Furthermore, we'd defeated the Reaper's shadow curse. When Lucas and I first started dating, we'd agreed we wouldn't marry because of the curse that had been placed on all Reapers. If a Reaper like Lucas fell in love, his lover, known as the Reaper's shadow, was destined to suffer. According to the curse, if the couple had sex, the woman would experience a great illness. If they married, she would suffer a tragedy. Once they had children, the child would be destined to kill their mother. But that was all over now. Lucas and I had tracked down the graves of the women who had been affected by the Reaper's shadow curse, and I'd broken the curse in the cemetery. We didn't know back then if we'd ever be able to get married, but goddess damn it, we did it. I was surrounded by my family and friends, and I felt healthier than ever. More than that, Lucas and I were together, and it was everything I ever wanted. Nothing could ruin this day. It was an absolute dream come true, and no force in hell or otherwise could shatter this beautiful dream. Lucas and I were forever tied. Whatever the future held, we could handle it side by side. Come what may, this fantasy of ours would last forever.
Chapter 7. Lucas. My heart soared in my chest as I kissed Nadine. I felt like I was flying a mile above the ceremony. She was my wife now, and despite everything that nearly tore us apart up until this point, we had made it. I finally drew away from Nadine, though I didn't want to. I can't believe we're married. I had to say it out loud again because it didn't quite feel real. This had to be a dream because it was already the best night of my life.
We are, so you better start believing it,
Nadine joked. Grant cupped his hands around his mouth. Let's get this party started! Everyone cheered, and we danced happily as we made our way back through the trees to the house. Nadine and I led the way, and the others followed. Witch lights floated above the patio like twinkling Christmas lights, and a feast surrounded by candles had been set out on a long table. In the center of the table, a punch bowl had been enchanted to spray upward like a fountain. Nearby, a self-serve cocktail bar had been set up. Grant had made a poster that said, "Pick your poison," with various mixed drink suggestions he'd made up himself. There was also a table for gifts, and another for cake. Nadine and I had opted for a multi-layer cake, one layer pumpkin spice, and the second layer apple cider. The cake was violet, with dark purple roses set into the frosting. Talia placed the chariot card on top of the cake, which served as our wedding topper. After tonight, we would frame the card to hang in our home someday. Everyone had worked really hard to make this night perfect. It was everything I imagined, except for one table set near the cake that I didn't recognize. It held a large poster with all kinds of photos and various items scattered across the tabletop. I shot Nadine a glance. What's this?
I wanted to surprise you,
she said as we approached the table.
It's everything of ours that I've kept.
We stopped beside the table, and I could finally make it all out. My jaw dropped as I took it all in. There were tons of photos of us and our friends. In one of them, Nadine and I were slow dancing at the midnight formal, and in another, we were twirling around the bonfire at the Halloween festival. There were photos of us playing games in her dorm room the night before the kidney transplant, and a picture of us with Grant and Talia after we won the haunted tournament at school my sophomore year. I laughed, remembering how we'd signed up for the magical competition out of pure spite and ended up winning the challenge against upperclassmen. Photographs weren't the only thing tacked to the board. There was also a ticket from the hearse, dated for Valentine's Day over a year ago, along with a voided massage gift certificate I'd given Nadine that night. Next to that sat another gift certificate we received after Nadine and I had solved a mock mystery at a haunted mansion last Halloween. I also noticed a flyer for corn mazes at Blossom Orchards that Nadine must have picked up when we went. I reached out to touch our medical bracelets that she'd saved from the transplant. I had no idea you kept all this, I said. Nadine placed the wedding wand on the table with the other items, as if adding it to her collection.
I keep all my memories of you. They're the best ones.
I smiled wider. They are, and tonight is one for the books. Look here, Talia called. We turned, and a flash went off in our faces. Talia snapped a few photos, then said, "We need to get everyone in. Come on." Talia set the camera on a tripod, and we all gathered around to take a few pictures. "Everyone say cheese," Talia cried. I was too happy to be serious, so as the timer was counting down, I grabbed Nadine and swept her into my arms. Nadine wrapped her arms around my neck, and laughter rang around us as the flash went off. Nadine didn't let go of me even when I set her down. She pulled me into a tight hug and whispered,
I haven't been this happy in a long time.
I kissed the side of her head. I haven't been this happy ever. We all gathered around the table and took our seats. The food smelled divine. Helena's famous brisket had been set on platters in front of us, along with homemade dinner rolls, veggies from the garden, applesauce Nadine and I helped make, and various salads that looked delicious. Mugs of hot apple cider steamed in front of our plates. We chatted and laughed as we ate. I noticed Nadine kept her eyes on Isa, who was eating with the other cats nearby. She looked thoughtful. "Something on your mind?" I asked lowly. Everyone else was talking and didn't hear us. She turned her gaze to me.
"I'm trying to understand. Isa is my mom reincarnated, but my mom's spirit still showed up at our ceremony. It's the same with Eric and Oliver. How can they exist in two forms at once?"
The concept of souls can be complicated. I'm not sure I entirely understand the mechanics myself, I admitted. From what I know, when a soul reincarnates, that soul energy brings about a new life, but a piece of it stays behind in Elora. So even though you're born to experience new things, there's a version of you that still remembers your past life, imprinted as a sort of memory. She is Isa in this lifetime, but she's also still your mom in the afterlife.
"Could I ever summon her and speak to her as the mother I remember?"
Nadine asked. In theory, when you die, you'll be able to speak with her, but it's hard enough as it is to speak to crossed spirits, and even harder when they reincarnate, I explained. Her soul energy is here now in Isa, so if you were to summon her, you'd be speaking more closely to Isa's energy.
"What about my father?"
Nadine wondered.
"He wasn't Miriamic, but he showed up at our ceremony."
Regardless of someone's religion, their spirit still exists in the afterlife, I told her. People can change religions once they get there, too. It's possible your father is living in Elora if he chose to do so. He could reincarnate as a witch or warlock in his next life. That's up to him. As long as he chose to participate in the wedding ceremony, he showed up because you invited him to be there. She sipped on her apple cider.
"I'm glad my parents got to be there, even if it was only for a moment."
The sound of silverware tinkling against glasses rang throughout the reception, distracting us.
"Kiss!"
Miles cheered. Nadine and I smiled, and I pulled her into a deep kiss. Grant cleared his throat next to me and stood. "Now that we have everyone's attention, I'd like to say a few words. I've been thinking for a long time about what I would like to say in this speech. I know if Lucas was the one giving this speech, he'd find all the right words to say, maybe write a poem or two. So I thought I'd try my hand at it and keep it short and sweet." Grant pulled a piece of paper from his coat pocket and began reading. "Nadine and Lucas, what can I say? It's finally here, your wedding day. I've seen you together through dark and through light, and I'm honored to be here on this special night. You've been through it all, through the highs and the lows. Honestly, it seemed forever until Lucas proposed. He's crazy about you, Nadine, I won't lie. I've never seen a man as madly in love as this guy. Nadine won't admit, but she's wild too, about one guy named Lucas. I swear that it's true. Our friendship is special, but what's even more, I haven't seen a love like yours ever before. There are rings on your fingers, our tummies are fed. All I have left to say is, cheers to the newlyweds." Everyone clapped and took a drink. Grant looked nervous as he sat back down, and I placed a hand on his shoulder. "That was great." Grant adjusted his tie. "Was it really?" "Absolutely. The greatest best man speech ever," I said honestly. He stumbled a few times, and the lines didn't have a smooth cadence, but he'd put in a lot of effort, and that's what mattered. Talia stood next. "I guess that means it's my turn. I'm not very good at this, so I thought instead of a speech, I'd play you a song." Talia took a seat at a keyboard that had been set up on the patio, and she started playing a beautiful tune she had written herself. The witch lights above us twinkled in time with the soft melody. The song was beautiful, and Talia had obviously put a lot of thought into it. It was clear she really admired our relationship. Nadine had tears rolling down her cheeks by the end of it. Soon we were ushered to the cake table to cut the cake. Nadine and I had promised not to shove the cake in each other's faces, and we held true on that promise. Flavors burst across my tongue when Nadine placed the cake in my mouth, and I realized she'd made the perfect choice with pumpkin spice. Miles put on some music, and we all started dancing in the grass. I held Nadine the whole time through fast and slow songs as the celebration continued around us. An upbeat tune came on. Onyx, Chloe, Miles, Grant, and Talia broke out into a coordinated dance routine they'd practiced to surprise us with. Nadine and I hollered in celebration. Even Professor Warren hit the dance floor, and I was surprised to see he actually had some moves. We must have been dancing for over an hour before Nadine and I sat back down to rest. She beamed from ear to ear before popping an olive in her mouth.
Our friends are the best.
You're the best. I drew her closer, pulling her into my lap. I nuzzled my nose into her neck, inhaling her captivating floral scent. I wanted to take in every sensation this night had to offer, because I didn't want to forget a single moment. Nadine laughed as I tickled her with my breath.
Are you drunk?
Drunk on you, I teased. I've only had one drink, and that was during dinner. Nadine turned until she could take my face in her hands.
I could get used to this happy, carefree Lucas.
My fingers trailed across the beads of her dress. You're enjoying it?
Very much.
She leaned in to place a kiss on my lips, and excitement stirred in my chest. You should enjoy me more, I teased when she drew away. I placed a hand on the side of her face to draw her back to me. Nadine's tongue slid inside my mouth, and my dick hardened.
You're going to have to get this dress off me first, she whispered.
Fervent yearning for her ignited throughout my body. I threw a glance at the others dancing in the yard. Our cats were gathered near them, looking to be having the time of their lives. I bet no one will notice if we slip away for a second.
Only a second?
Nadine joked.
I thought it'd take longer than that.
I pretended to think about it. All right, 11 seconds. We'll make it a quickie. Our guests will hardly notice us gone. Nadine snickered.
If you're serious, so am I.
Hell yeah, I'm serious. It's our party. Eagerly, Nadine hopped off my lap and took my hand. Talia and Grant noticed us heading for the door, and I caught Grant's eyes just in time to see his eyebrows shoot up. I winked, and Nadine made a crude gesture to Talia. Talia burst into laughter. Nadine covered her mouth to laugh.
Now everyone's going to know what we're up to.
I shrugged. Let them. We're married now. We're allowed to do whatever we want. Nadine reached for the door, but I stopped her. Allow me. I swooped her up into my arms and carried her through the doorway. It's tradition. Brides are considered vulnerable on their wedding night because unity in any form, including marriage, makes the coven stronger. It's a threat to evil spirits. It's said that evil spirits lurk at the threshold of the home and can influence the bride through the soles of her feet.
So that's why you have to carry me over the threshold? I never understood that tradition.
I held her close. You're safe now with me. She laid her head on my shoulder.
I've always felt safe with you.
We cleaned up, and I put my suit back on. I helped Nadine back into her wedding dress before we left the room. Nadine paused at the top of the stairs.
That's weird. The music stopped.
I hadn't noticed until now because we'd been so wrapped up in each other. Now that I noticed the silence, it was very eerie. We quickly hurried down the stairs. Through the glass door, we could see our friends sitting around the table. They looked to be talking in hushed whispers. I caught sight of concern etched on Chloe's face. The moment we stepped out onto the patio, their entire demeanor changed. "Who's ready for another round of shots?" Miles asked loudly before grabbing a drink from the cocktail bar. Everyone cheered, but Onyx threw a worried look our way. They were trying to act like everything was fine, but Nadine and I could both sense something was up. Issa and Oliver circled our feet like they were trying to tell us something. Nadine looked around.
"Where's Grammy and Verla and Professor Warren?"
They, went to get ice," Miles lied.
Everything went dead silent, and a shiver traveled down my spine. "Tell us the truth," I demanded, feeling panic rising in my throat. Something wasn't right.
"Everything's fine."
Talia rose from her chair and bounced over to us.
"We took a break, and now we're ready to get back to dancing."
Nadine placed her hands on her hips.
"You all are terrible liars. Where is Grammy?"
Onyx sighed.
"We have to tell them, wedding or not."
Chloe turned to us.
"We don't want you to worry, but Professor Warren was doing a routine perimeter check, and he spotted executors not far from here."
"Executors!" I shouted. "How did they find us? They've never come this close to the safe house."
"We're not sure they have found us, or if they're just scouting the area,"
Chloe said.
"They weren't headed straight for us, but if they reach the wards, they'll know we're here. Helena, Verla, and Warren went to deal with them before they could get close enough to discover us." "How many executors?"
Nadine asked.
"Warren saw 5,
Chloe said. Nadine started around the side of the house, and the rest of us followed. We had a high vantage point up here on the mountain, but it was difficult to see anything through the trees, let alone in the dark of night.
"Nadine,"
Chloe called after her.
"they told us to stay."
She whirled toward Chloe.
"We're stronger together. I'm not letting my grandmother or anyone else I love face our enemy alone."
"They're not alone," Grant said. "Helena, Verla, and Warren have each other. They didn't want us getting involved."
"There's 3 of them and 5 executors,"
Nadine cried.
"They're outnumbered, and we need to help." "It's your wedding night, and we're not letting some stupid executors ruin it," Chloe said. "If you want to send someone after them, let us go. You two shouldn't have to deal with this tonight." "I'm not going to stand here when my grandmother is in trouble," Nadine argued. "Where are they?"
Talia pointed across the landscape, not far from the border of our ward.
"Warren spotted the executors on that outcropping of rock."
The executors were gone now, and Nadine frantically searched the landscape.
"There!"
she cried, pointing to a dim light through the trees. It was close to the border of our ward. That had to be Helena, Verla, and Warren. They were using witch lights to guide themselves through the darkness. I spotted another cluster of lights moving through the trees, guiding the executors up the mountain. "The executors can't see them from that distance. Your grandma will turn her light off when they reach the border," I tried to assure Nadine, though I couldn't be sure. "The executors won't know they're coming." Nadine held her breath as her grandmother's light faded at the edge of the border. Then she gasped and pointed in another direction.
"There's movement over there. The executors are coming in 2 groups. They're going to corner them, and Grammy doesn't know."
Horror tangled in my gut as the executors began closing in. Nadine gathered her skirt in her hands and tossed her heels onto the grass.
"We have to go after them. They can't be out there alone. I'm going to help. Anyone who doesn't want to come is welcome to stay behind, but I'm going after my family."
I was with Nadine. She was my wife now, and we'd come together as one. Her family was now my family, and I'd do whatever it took to protect it. "Let's go," I said. "These executors aren't getting away without bloodshed tonight."
Chapter 8. Nadine. A terrible sensation tangled in my gut, telling me to get to Grammy right the fuck now. I hiked my skirt up and ran down the mountain in my bare feet. My friends raced behind me, and our cat scurried ahead of us. My pulse grew loud in my ears, and sweat dripped from my brow. My dress caught on the underbrush and tore, and rocks sliced my feet. It barely registered, because all I could think about was getting to my grandmother and the others before the executors cornered them. My magic tingled, indicating I'd crossed the ward boundary. Ahead loomed a steep hill covered in loose rock. I grabbed the trees to help me steady my balance as I ran down the hill. I kept running, but then came the sound of tumbling rock behind me. I whirled to see Lucas's silhouette sliding down the steep incline, loose rock tumbling down with him. A loud crack sounded, as if a rock had hit him aside the head, followed by a pained grunt. Lucas caught himself at the bottom of the hill. I turned to go back for him, but the sound of screaming voices came in the distance. A loud explosion rocked the forest, and streams of lights shone through the trees up ahead. "Get their shields down!" Verla shouted. I hesitated. Lucas was on his feet and conscious, and right now, the others needed magic. I turned away from my husband and sprinted through the trees toward the sound of exploding battle magic. Ahead, the trees cleared enough that I could see Grammy, Verla, and Warren facing off against a dozen executors. Magic blasted off in every direction, illuminating the scene. Our cats had already reached them, and they were fighting the executors' cats. High-pitched meows and low growls filled the air. A spell caught Professor Warren in the shoulder, but it barely fazed him as he shot a spell back at the executor who'd hit him. The spell hit the executor in the chest, and he slumped to the ground. A shield shimmered around Grammy and Verla. It looked like they were working together to defend Professor Warren as he went in for the kill. Verla lifted her hands to the executors, but she hesitated, like she didn't want to hurt the cats who were in the middle of it all. If she cast a spell at the wrong time, it would kill all of them. Odin screeched as one of the other cats slashed its claws across his face. Blood trickled down his black fur. An executor aimed a spell at Grammy, but I reached out with my Cursebreaker powers and siphoned his spell for my own. The spell died in his hands, and I used the power to throw a deadly battle orb in his direction. The spell hit him square in the back, and his whole body went limp. I had almost reached Grammy, and had to be less than 15 yards away when I heard the whiz of a rogue spell flying out of the forest. I only had a split-second warning. I didn't get a chance to react before the spell hit my ankles and swept my feet out from under me. My body was yanked to the side, and my head smashed against a nearby tree. I landed with a hard thud on the ground. I thought I felt the warmth of blood trickling down the side of my face, but I could hardly process it. The forest seemed to spin around me as I staggered to my feet. Grammy spun to the side to block a spell, but I spotted an executor behind a tree raise their wand to her. My voice rang through the forest. "Grammy! Behind you!" Grammy whirled around just in time to deflect the incoming spell. Her eyes turned in the direction of my voice. Her gaze locked on mine, and the color drained from her face. "Nadine, run!" Grammy threw out her arm, and the shimmering protective shield that had encompassed her projected in my direction. In the blink of an eye, an executor raised their wand, and a sizzling red battle orb shot toward me. I barely had a moment to process it before it bounced off Grammy's shield, which protected me, and back in her direction. Verla saw the spell, and she swung her wand out to deflect it, but her shield was cast too late. The red battle orb hit Grammy in the chest, blasting her off her feet. The power of the spell was so intense that it tore a wound through her skin. Blood sprayed across the forest, splattering against my face and over the front of my dress. Grammy's body hit the ground hard, several feet away from where she'd been standing. I stumbled to the side and caught myself on a tree. The sounds of magic whizzing through the forest grew distant. I waited for Grammy to stand. She was fine. She just had to get up. Out of the corner of my eye, I was vaguely aware of the rage marring Verla's features. The sound of her furious scream cut through my bleary daze. Verla raised her hands, and over a dozen streams of battle magic shot from her fingertips all at once. The spell was so powerful that it tore straight through the executor's shield and burned through their chests all at once. Screams echoed across the mountain range, along with screeches from the executor's cats. Abrupt silence followed immediately as the executors' bodies dropped to the ground in unison. The light faded until blackness consumed the forest once again. All I could hear was the sound of Verla's ragged breathing. I stumbled forward and dropped to my knees beside Grammy's unmoving body. Blood soaked down the front of her dress, but the wound wasn't as deep as I thought it'd be. I pushed her white hair out of her face, but her eyes remained closed. My voice came in a broken whisper as I said, "Grammy, wake up. The executors are gone now." I turned my gaze up to Verla, who stood several feet away. I thought she appeared to be in shock, but it was hard to see much of anything behind the tears forming in my eyes. "Help her," I pleaded. "Nadine," she started softly, but anything she was going to say in that tone of voice wasn't something I wanted to hear. Verla knelt beside me and placed a hand on my shoulder. It was supposed to be comforting, but it was anything but. I shoved her off of me. Verla had already given up, but I wouldn't. "You need to help her!" I screamed. "Why aren't you doing anything?" I shook my grandmother and tried to call out her name, but my throat had completely closed up. All that came out was a heart-wrenching whimper. I waited for Grammy to open her eyes, but she never did. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, a spell crackling in my palm. Lucas stared back at me with wide eyes. The heartbreak in his features told me everything I needed to know. He'd heard someone's last thought, and I knew exactly who had spoken it. I dropped the spell. "Lucas." He knelt beside me and took me in his arms. I couldn't muster the energy to push him away. He stroked his hand over the top of my head, and his voice cracked as he whispered, "I know." I couldn't bear to hear those two simple words, because it confirmed everything I didn't want to believe. He'd heard her last thought, and that meant she was already gone. Sobs racked my body, and tears streamed down my cheeks to soak into his tucks. Inside of me, something snapped, and I could swear the sound of my breaking heart filled the forest. Footsteps approached us from both sides, and Talia's choked sob came through the darkness. "Nadine, I'm so sorry." Arms encompassed me from all angles as my friends wrapped me in a group hug. Nobody said anything else, because they all knew there were no words that could mend my heart in the wake of the devastation. Grammy was dead. The last of my family was gone. I didn't know how long I sobbed. Eventually, I pulled away from Lucas and turned back toward Grammy. Someone must have lit a witch light above me, because I could see Grammy's lifeless features clear as day. I ran my fingers over the side of her face. She was still warm, but no breath escaped her lips. Hushed voices reached me, but I couldn't be entirely sure of what they were saying. "Nadine needs to see her one last time," Onyx said. "I can't help," Miles replied. "Her spirit isn't here." "She's already moved on," Lucas cut in, his voice rough. "I can feel it. Her Reaper's already been here." His words seemed to echo in my mind. Her Reaper's already been here. Grammy wasn't just gone in the flesh. Her spirit was gone too. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. I curled over my grandmother's lifeless form, sobbing for what could have been hours, until I couldn't cry anymore. I couldn't be sure how much time passed, but it felt like decades all crammed into one single moment. Eventually, Verla cleared her throat, though her voice came out sounding broken. "Lucas, take Nadine back to the house. Jonathan and I will remove all traces of what happened here, magical or otherwise." Nobody moved for a beat, until Professor Warren added, "If we don't act soon, the priestesses will be able to track the executors to our location. We must cast our spells now." Gentle hands helped me to stand. My feet moved under me as Lucas supported my weight, but my spirit seemed to exist somewhere outside my body, like I was watching the scene from above. Somehow we made it back to the house, though I didn't remember walking that far. Lucas helped me sit on the couch, and someone draped a blanket around my shoulders. My friend spoke in broken whispers, but all I could do was stare into the crackling fireplace that seemed nothing more than a blur. I couldn't process any of their words. It had all happened so fast. One moment I was living in euphoric bliss, and the next, my entire world had been shattered to pieces. It didn't feel real. Worst of all, I realized it was still my wedding day. Hours must have passed, or maybe it was minutes. I couldn't be sure, but even time couldn't convince me of what I'd seen. My eyes had become raw with tears, and they burned when I blinked. Issa had curled up in my lap. Her weight could usually comfort me, unlike anything else, but tonight it felt like a boulder crushing me. Voices came from another room. Verla and Warren must have returned by now. "Are we confident the perimeter is safe?" Chloe asked. "Yes," Verla said. "Our wards are strong, and we've expanded them to conceal what happened here tonight. The priestesses would need all the Oaken Wands to break through them." It didn't matter if my body was safe, because the priestesses proved tonight that they could take everything from me that mattered. What was the point of staying here and being in hiding if my body was safe but my soul was in pieces? I'd sworn they wouldn't take anything else from me, but they had. They'd driven us from Octavia Falls. They'd taken our home. Now they'd taken my family. I should want to burn the priestesses and everything they cared about to the ground, to raid Octavia Falls right now and make them suffer for what they'd done in the worst ways possible. But all I wanted to do was curl into a ball and drift off to a place where none of this was happening. Grammy couldn't be gone. She just couldn't. "The executors got too close to the safe house tonight," Grant said. "They're narrowing their search, but we don't believe they know exactly where we're hiding," Professor Warren replied. "We bought us some time with the wards." "What if it isn't enough?" Miles asked. We may need to leave the safe house.
Verla cleared her throat.
We can't. Our wards are concealing us in more ways than one. If we leave, we're vulnerable to the priestesses' magic. Even if we find some place to stay and cast more wards, the priestesses will continue looking until they find us. We're safest here, and we need to stay for as long as possible. Let's all get some rest. I wasn't sure if they said anything else, because I couldn't bring myself to focus on anything right now. Eventually, I heard footsteps approach. You should get her to bed, I heard someone say. I thought it was Verla, but her voice sounded distorted through the fog clouding my mind. She needs to rest. We all do. We'll hold a funeral tomorrow. Issa moved off my lap, and Lucas helped me stand. It was the first time I noticed I'd been holding a cup of tea, only the tea had gone cold. I didn't know who had given it to me. The mug was still full, and I hadn't taken a sip. Talia took the teacup from my hands, and Lucas helped me upstairs. Cornelius lay at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up at me with shining eyes, like he could feel my heartbreak as his own. Lucas led me to our bedroom. The room had been so full of love and passion earlier tonight, but all that magnificence had been replaced by anguish. Lucas helped me out of my dress, but the motion felt nothing like it had before. He wrapped a robe around my body, then lowered me onto the bed and pulled the covers up around me. I lay on my side, staring into the darkness that seemed all-consuming. I feared that if I closed my eyes, I would see the spell impacting Grammy all over again, or hear her scream, telling me to run. I couldn't help but think this was my fault. Grammy had cast a shield to protect me, and it caused the Executor's spell to ricochet and hurt her instead. If she'd just kept her shield around herself, instead of trying to save me, she'd still be here. Issa curled in my arms, and Lucas snuggled close to me, but I could hardly feel them. All I could feel was the agonizing tightness in my chest that no amount of tears could alleviate. It was bizarre to think that Grammy wasn't just down the hall, sleeping 2 doors down. At some point, I fell asleep, but it was a restless sleep. I didn't have any dreams, or, at the very least, they were so harrowing that my mind couldn't bear to remember them. I woke to an all-consuming ache curling around every muscle and joint. I lay in bed for a long time, unable to process how much time had passed. Rain pelted the window, and thunder cracked over the house. It was very unlike the drizzle that had been a good omen the morning of our wedding. This was a symbol of turmoil. I didn't understand how the good omens of our wedding day had led to this. Either the omens meant nothing, or I couldn't trust them. Grammy's death was anything but a blessing the rain and spider had promised me. That, or there were larger forces at play. The thought terrified me to the very core. I refused to believe there was a larger meaning to Grammy's passing, because nothing could justify this kind of loss. I didn't care if there was a reason for her leaving, because I needed her right now. She was gone because of me. I had to get out of bed to prepare for the funeral. We were supposed to bring an offering to Grammy's grave, which she would be buried with, and I couldn't imagine her being buried with anything other than the flowers from the garden she loved so much. I dug a lily bulb out from one of her potted plants and returned to my room to get dressed. I couldn't, though. I sat on the bed and stared across the room, unable to move. By mid-afternoon, the rain had let up. Voices came from downstairs, but I couldn't be sure whose they were. I kept expecting to hear Grammy, but her voice never came. Lucas sat beside me on the bed. I lifted my heavy eyes and noticed he wore a black suit. A long black dress hung from the back of the door. I wasn't sure who put it there, though it looked like something that had come from Chloe's closet. "Is it time for the funeral already?" I asked, my voice cracking. Lucas pushed my hair back.
Not until you're ready. Take all the time you need.
Funerals in the coven often happened quickly after someone died, usually the following day. Grammy's spirit had already moved on, and we had to put her body to rest too. Witches had a strange way of embracing death, and I was still learning how to view it like the rest of them. I wasn't used to it yet.
It feels too soon, I admitted.
We have to perform the funeral ceremony to release her,
Lucas stated softly.
I thought she'd already moved on.
Her spirit has crossed over, but the coven must let her go too,
Lucas explained.
We still have some time, though. We can wait.
I shook my head. I don't want Grammy to have to wait for me. She chose to move on, so I have to let her. It felt like a lie on my tongue. I didn't want to let her go, and I knew that it'd take a hell of a lot more than a funeral to do it. I was still grieving my parents' death, and this only made all that grief and loss come rushing back. I had to go through it all over again, but this time without her. She'd been at my parents' funeral to hold me together when I was breaking down, quite literally. Grammy's hugs were all that had gotten me through that day. She'd held my hand when their caskets were lowered into the ground, and she helped me walk across the cemetery when we placed flowers on their graves, because my knees were so unsteady I didn't think I could do it myself. I felt like I was unraveling at the seams now, and Grammy wasn't here to knit me back together. Lucas helped me into the black dress, and I sat at the vanity while he brushed my hair back. Issa purred on my lap, trying to comfort me, but nothing could help right now. The lily bulb sat on the vanity, and I picked it up. There was still dirt under my nails from when I dug it up this morning. We went downstairs, where the others were dressed in funeral attire. Everyone remained eerily quiet, and it was obvious they'd all been crying. I noticed my friends weren't the only ones here, though. Hattie had arrived with her wolf familiar. She stepped forward and placed a bundle of blue flowers into my hands. They're forget-me-nots, because we will always remember her. I wiped my nose. Thank you for being here. Hattie placed a gentle hand on mine. I wouldn't miss it. Let's lay your grandmother to rest. We followed her outside in our bare feet to connect us to the earth, which was Grammy's final resting place. The grass was wet and the sky overcast, but there were no raindrops. I noticed the decorations from the wedding from the night before had been cleaned up. It already felt like weeks ago. It was ironic and heartbreaking that we'd had a wedding and a funeral in the span of less than 24 hours. Hattie led us through the trees to a flat clearing that seemed so removed from the house. Lucas had said we needed to bury her far away so her body didn't contaminate our water supply, and I hated that. I wanted Grammy close to me, but now she was going to be all alone out here in the woods. A large stone stood at the head of her grave. Hattie had used her powers to etch Grammy's name into the grave marker. The earth had been upheaved, and Grammy's body lay 4 feet below us. We were giving her a natural burial, because even though the coven used caskets and held traditional funerals now, this was the way we used to do things. It's what Grammy would have wanted, being in nature and surrounded by her flowers. It was a shallow grave, so Grammy's body could return to the earth quicker and nourish the plants she so loved. Grammy's features were pale, and her arms were crossed over her chest. She wore a white gown and was laid on a thin cotton shroud to symbolize Mother Miriam's skirt surrounding her, like it would if she was a child embracing her mother's legs. When I saw her corpse lying there, the crushing reality hit me all over again. She was really gone. I was never going to hear her laugh again, or taste another one of her delicious homemade dinners. Her warm embrace would never envelop me again. She'd never bring me another cup of tea, and the garden she'd planted here at the safe house would wither away without her. Cornelius stood beside the grave. He took one look at Grammy's corpse, then turned his face to the sky and yowled. The other cats joined in the song of mourning. Beside the grave stood a small table, which served as an altar and held a white, unlit candle and a silver goblet filled with a dark liquid. Verla approached the altar and lit a match. "We will begin by lighting a candle to symbolize the light that Helena brought into this world while she was with us, and to guide her way home to Elora." Verla lit the candle. The wick instantly ignited, burning at least 3 inches high. Grammy was with us, all right. She had to be, because there was no light in this world brighter than hers, and this flame knew it. Verla lifted the goblet. "You have all brought an item with you, which will serve as an offering to Mother Miriam. We pray that our offerings will be accepted as a symbol of our love for Helena, so that Mother Miriam may grant her a peaceful rest in Elora alongside her family, friends, and community. When you are ready, take a sip of the bitter funeral wine, which has been brewed by the alchemists in attendance today. Drink the wine as a symbol of your acceptance of the bitterness of death. Then place your offering within the grave and speak your parting words." Verla took a sip of wine, then placed it back on the altar. "Helena, you were a mother to us all. I've known you since I was a child, and spent so many nights at your house when Faith, Nicole, and I had sleepovers. You helped me study through law school, and you came to all my graduations. When I was named headmistress, you brought me flowers you had grown from your own garden, and you told me you were so proud when my parents couldn't even bother to show up. When Nicole died, you came to her funeral, and you stood next to me when I gave her eulogy." Tears streamed down Verla's face. She'd never talked about her sister. Everything I knew about Nicole Verla was based on what others had told me. Grammy must have meant more to Verla than I ever thought, because she wouldn't bring up her sister if Granny didn't mean the world to her. Verla conjured a thin yellow shawl. "You bought me my dress to the midnight formal my freshman year of college when I couldn't afford one myself. I've kept the shawl all these years to remind me to show kindness to others the way you showed it to me. I offer this shawl as a symbol of your empathy and caring nature. I give you all my love, and I pray this love brings you peace in Elora." Verla gently folded the shawl and knelt down, lowering it into the grave beside Grammy. "You told me when Faith died that Nadine would need someone to look up to, someone to help her and protect her," Verla continued. "I promise to be that for her and look after her. Rest in peace, Helena." Verla finished by tossing her forget-me-nots into the grave, then stepped back for others to approach. Tears streaked my cheeks. Professor Warren came forward next, holding a throw blanket in his hands. He took a sip of wine, then began to speak. "Helena, you made this house a home for all of us when we were cast out of our own. We cannot thank you enough. I offer this blanket that kept me warm for many nights here in this house, as a symbol of the home you built and the love we all shared." He placed the blanket over her legs, then sprinkled his flowers over her body. More tears leaked from my eyes. Grammy's body was so cold down there in the grave, and Warren's blanket would keep her warm. Hattie stroked her familiar's head and came forward to partake in the wine. She held a potion bottle in her hands. "We knew each other for a brief time, and in that time, we became great friends. I offer this potion that you brewed me, meant to bring strength and vitality to the body. Now, I return it as a symbol of the strength and vitality you showed. You will be dearly missed." Professor Warren helped Hattie to her knees so that she could place her offering and flowers inside the grave. She lingered there a moment as several tears leaked from her eyes. Then Warren helped her stand again. Onyx drank the wine and knelt beside the grave with a bundle of herbs in her hand. "I offer this herb bundle of chamomile and peppermint to symbolize your wisdom. You taught me many healing potions, and I will take that knowledge with me and continue to heal through the wisdom you passed on." Miles stepped up next. He held something that looked like a large gold coin in his hands, and when he shifted, I realized it hung from a ribbon. It was a gold medal. "I offer this medal I won in a skee-ball tournament last school year. It was the only thing I got to take with me when we fled Octavia Falls, and I wouldn't have it without you. I didn't know who you were at the time, but you found me in the halls of Imperium College when you were visiting Nadine one day. You asked me what was wrong, and I told you I was considering entering the tournament, but wasn't sure because I thought I'd lose. You asked if I was going to have fun, and I told you I would. You said, as long as I loved what I was doing, I'd already won. You convinced me to join the tournament, and I won, just like you'd said. I offer this medal as a symbol of your ability to uplift us all." I'd never heard this story before. It made me cry harder. Grant knelt beside the grave with a container of cookies. "I offer you these ginger snap cookies I baked. It's the same recipe you made a month ago. When I asked you for the recipe, you took me to the kitchen and showed me how to bake them right away, like it was the only thing that mattered. You always saw me, even if it was for the smallest things. I offer these as a symbol of your generosity." Talia wiped her tears and pulled out a sheet of paper when she approached the grave. "When I was in a bad relationship, you found me crying at the park, and you sat there with me for over an hour as I contemplated breaking up with my ex or not. You were so kind and gentle, even though you told me to leave him. I never told anyone about that day, but I went home that night and wrote this song about what you said. I've held on to it because these words became a part of me, and I couldn't bear to let them go, but I'm ready now. I offer this sheet music as a symbol of the compassion you showed. I'm never going to play this song again, and that's okay, because I don't need to anymore." I didn't know what Grammy had said to Talia, but it must have been profound. Cody had been so horrible to Talia, and as friends, we'd all done everything we could to help her ditch that awful relationship. I never realized that it was Grammy's words that had given Talia the courage to leave. Chloe went next. "Helena, you showed me kindness I didn't deserve. I am descended from the man who killed your husband, and I was cursed to keep your granddaughter out of town. I made bad choices and treated people poorly. I came to Nadine and joined her cause to create a better coven, and it is because of you that I have the chance to be here at all. You could have cast me out and refused to welcome me as one of your own, but you didn't. You welcomed me with open arms, without any hatred or bad blood. That says everything about who you are as a person and as a witch. You showed me the power of forgiveness, and I will carry that with me forever." I barely concealed a sob. Chloe and I had been through a lot to get to where we were today, and breaking our curse together had been a catalyst for the friendship we shared now. But I'd never thought about what Grammy must have thought of her, because it was so natural for Grammy to be kind to everyone. Chloe was right, and Grammy's kindness toward her made the coven and the world a better place. It wasn't fair that Grammy had to die when people like the priestesses got to live and continue ruling the coven through fear. We needed more people like Grammy in the world, who were willing to forgive. Chloe conjured a can of olives, and I didn't understand what it meant until she started speaking. I wanted to offer an olive branch as a symbol of the peace and reconciliation you offered me. Since I do not have an olive branch, I offer these olives to symbolize my gratitude for the forgiveness you have shown, and to give my love back in these final moments. Lucas approached the grave with a jar of applesauce in his hands. It was the applesauce we'd made with Grammy over the summer, and it hurt to even look at it. It was all the moments we had shared with her, and everything she taught us, all condensed into a single glass container. I feared the jar may shatter, because I was certainly falling to pieces on the inside. Lucas drank the wine, then paused for a few beats to collect his thoughts.
Helena, I met you in my darkest time. I had lost my brother, and I thought that the only person who'd ever care for me was gone. I came to you seeking healing through herbs and potions, but you saw I needed so much more when I didn't know it myself. You gave me a safe space to speak about what I'd been through, and you offered advice when I didn't know how to ask for it. Your love saved my life. Without you, I wouldn't be here, and I hate that I didn't get a chance to tell you that. I offer you this applesauce as a symbol of the memories we created together. I love you deeply, and your memory will live on.
Lucas placed his offering and flowers into the grave, then took a step back. It was my turn, but the words felt stuck in my throat.
"It's okay if you don't say anything," he whispered.
"I want to." I approached the altar and lifted the goblet to my lips. A horrible, bitter scent filled my nose, and I already knew what it would taste like on my tongue. Still, I wasn't prepared for how awful it would be. The bitterness of the wine flowed over my taste buds, and I wanted to spit it back out. I forced myself to choke it down, because I didn't want to ruin the ceremony. I rushed to set the goblet back on the altar, but in my haste, the goblet fell over, spilling the remaining wine across the grass. I stared as the bitter liquid seeped into the ground.
"It's okay," Verla assured me. "You may speak whenever you're ready, Nadine."
I tore my gaze from the wine and turned to the grave. I drew a deep breath, though my voice cracked. "Grammy, I thought I had more time with you. You've been there for me through everything, from the moment I was born, through my therapy sessions, and during my time in the hospital. It didn't matter how long the drive was. You'd always make it. Then Mom and Dad died, and you gave me a home again. You taught me some of the hardest lessons in life and guided me when I felt lost. You may be gone from this life, but you'll always be in my heart. The world was a better place with you in it." I knelt at the edge of the grave. "I offer this lily bulb as a symbol of your love. I know how much your garden meant to you, and how much you loved us all. My love for you is like this lily. It will survive throughout the changing seasons, and it never needs replacing. I've loved you since the day I was born, and I will love you long after I die. Rest in peace, Grammy." I tossed the forget-me-nots into her grave, then gently placed the lily bulb beside her. I stepped back and began to sob. We joined hands in a circle, and a low funeral tune filled the air as my friends began to sing a witch's song. Though I mouthed the words, I couldn't bring enough air through my lungs to make it audible. You were the crystal on my altar, and the wand that I had conjured. You were the potion in the cauldron, the incantation I once pondered. You were all that gave me power, you lifted me so high. Now at this final hour, I bless you with goodbye. We had a life together, but if it's right with fate, I'll meet you in my spirit, right at Alora's gate. As the funeral song ended, Cornelius jumped into the grave. He nudged Grammy's hands a few times, as if he could get her to wake. But she didn't move. Then he curled up on her chest and laid his head down. His whole body sagged as the breath left his lungs. I looked around to see if anyone else was as shocked as I was, but they all seemed to take it surprisingly well. I guess it made sense. Cornelius had incarnated in this life to serve as Grammy's companion. Now that she was gone, his purpose had been fulfilled, and his soul energy could return to Laura with her. The song concluded, and Hattie lifted her hands to control the earth. Her elemental powers shifted the dirt to cover Grammy's body until the grave was completely covered. Hattie commanded the grass to grow over the grave until it looked as if the ground had been left undisturbed entirely. My breath caught in my throat as I witnessed a lily spring from the grave, growing before my very eyes. It should have been a beautiful moment, but it was difficult to watch. This wasn't right, and I hated the priestesses even more now. Grammy didn't get to be buried in the cemetery next to Grampy back in Octavia Falls. It was too dangerous for us to go back to town and bury her there, a place that had always been her home. The priestesses had torn her community from her, and now she'd been laid to rest here, all alone. It wasn't fair. Verla blew out the candle, and I couldn't believe it was over already. It all happened so quickly, which was all too symbolic of the way she died. 24 hours ago, Grammy was helping me into my wedding dress, and now she was buried in the ground. Lucas reached for me, but I couldn't take his hand. The walk back to the house felt hollow. I should be walking inside to ask Grammy for a cup of tea, not retreating from her grave. I didn't know if everyone else felt like they'd said a proper goodbye, but I certainly didn't. "I'll put on some coffee," Verla offered, and Onyx followed her into the kitchen to help. I didn't want coffee. I wanted tea. Grammy's tea, specifically. Something I'd never get to have again. "Nade," Lucas whispered. He gestured me down the hall away from the others. I appreciated the moment alone, because I desperately needed it. Issa and Oliver followed, but they stood at the end of the hall, making sure no one interrupted. Lucas didn't say anything, just wrapped me tight in his arms and rocked me back and forth. This time I didn't pull away. "I didn't say enough," I cried into his chest. He stroked my hair back. "Everything you said was perfect." "But there's so much more I want to say to her," I sobbed. "I never got to say goodbye. Why didn't she stay, Lucas? I wish she'd just stayed one more minute so I could let her know how I feel." "I don't know what it's like to die, but I know that if someone's ready to go, they're not going to hang back," he stated gently. "Your grandmother knew her time was coming." "It was too soon," I argued. "She was only 70. She could have had another 20 or 30 years left." "I'm not sure she wanted those extra years for herself," he said hollowly. I wasn't sure what he meant. When I glanced up, he couldn't quite look me in the eye. "What do you mean? Was that her last thought?" Lucas swallowed, like he was hearing it all over again. "I died protecting what I love most." My face grew hotter, and my lips trembled. "She died thinking of me?" He nodded. "I think she's been prepared for this for a long time. She always knew there'd be a chance she'd die protecting you." I drew away from him without thinking about it. "I didn't want her to!" "But she was okay with it. I think that's why she went with her Reaper so quickly. She was already prepared to go." A lump rose in my throat. I tried to swallow it down, but it didn't budge. My words squeaked past the lump.
I just wanted to save her."
"She needed to save you," Lucas said in a small voice. I looked into his eyes, really looked at him this time. Tears brimmed his bottom lids, and the corners of his lips twitched like he was trying to hold back a pained cry. I realized he was trying to hold it together for me. Grammy was as much of a grandmother to him as she was to me. She had been a safe place for him to come after his brother had died. She had been a mentor to him. She hadn't just moved on without saying goodbye to me. Lucas had been standing right there, and yet Grammy had gone with another reaper. I saw the pain in my husband's eyes. He wanted to be there for her, and he didn't get there soon enough. She'd chosen not to have him help her into the next life, and he didn't understand why. "I'm sorry, Lucas," I whispered. "I know this is hard for you, too." His gaze became distant. "She moved on before I even got to the clearing. I could have helped her cross over. We could have all said goodbye. I don't know why I couldn't help her, why I wasn't enough." "There has to be a reason," I said. "Perhaps she thought it'd be too much for you, or that we wouldn't want to let her go. She may understand things in death that we don't yet, and it has nothing to do with you." "I could have helped her, though, and maybe this wouldn't feel so heavy if I did," he admitted. "I'm so sick of losing the people I love. I didn't want to lose her, too. Not so soon. I have to accept that she was ready, and we must honor her wishes." "We could hold a seance," I offered. Lucas shook his head. "It's not going to work. Miles and I tried what we could last night to make sure she'd really crossed over, and she'd already gone. Even if we could summon her, a seance wouldn't help heal our hearts. Once someone dies, that's it. They don't get to come back." I missed Grammy so much already, but I was angry at her too. She knew what power we had, and she couldn't have chosen to stay another minute to let us say goodbye. Grammy's spirit may be gone, but I wasn't ready to let her go. Lucas led me back into the living room, where the others were quietly sipping on coffee. He went into the kitchen to prepare us each a cup, but I was magnetized to the patio door. I stared out across the damp lawn at the entrance to the trail that led to where we'd buried my grandmother. Quiet whispers filled the room, but I didn't hear what anyone said as I slid the patio door open and walked across the grass and into the trees. It was drizzling now. My hair was getting wet, and my feet squished in the mud, but I barely noticed. My chest ached as I approached the grave, Issa following at my feet. A crushing weight on my shoulders forced me to my knees, and Issa snuggled against my leg. I wanted to say something, but nothing came out. I sat in silence for several long minutes, until I heard the sound of light footsteps approaching. Talia knelt in the wet grass at my side, and she wrapped a gentle arm around me. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and I rested my head on her shoulder. "The first day I met Helena, she couldn't stop talking about you," Talia said gently. "You were her shining light, Nadine. You're the reason that woman's heart kept beating, until the very end." I sniffled and wiped my eyes. "Is that why she died for me? I caused this, Tal." "That's not true, Nadine. Your grandmother loved you very much, and she chose to fight for you. The executors killed your grandmother, and they're the only ones to blame. Their spell hit the shield she'd used to protect me," I insisted. "She wouldn't have died if I hadn't gone after her." "You don't know that," Talia said. I clutched my stomach, because it felt as if my insides might come spilling out. "I wish I could believe you." My conversation with Grammy from the night of my bridal shower weighed heavy on my mind.
I'd told her I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it had. Only that shoe had been a massive fucking boulder, barreling through my life to destroy everything I held dear. I despised the executors for casting that spell. They'd taken my grandmother from me, under order from the priestesses. I swore right then and there that the priestesses would pay for what they'd done. I didn't know how or when, but I was going to destroy every last executor to get to the priestesses if I had to. Grammy died because things were going too well, I said. Every time something goes right in my life, something bad has to happen to even the scales. Talia shook her head. Witches don't believe in that. Don't they? I lifted my gaze to hers. Do we not believe in karma? In a way, but balance isn't about weighing good and bad. It's about creating our own energy and guiding the outcome. So if this happens to us, that means we created it, I reasoned. When things get good, I'm expecting something bad to happen, so I caused it. I couldn't believe I was going to say this out loud. I couldn't admit it to myself, really. But I couldn't ignore the ache in my chest telling me this is how I truly felt. I'm worried that marrying Lucas was a mistake, I spat out. Your wedding didn't cause this, Talia pressed. She seemed so desperate to help, but I was so convinced that I'd gotten Grammy killed, and she couldn't tell me otherwise. How can you be sure? I asked. Lucas and I were cursed when we got together. I may have broken the Reaper's Shadow curse, but being with him feels too good to be true. I'm afraid I never should have pursued a relationship with him at all. Talia furrowed her brow. What are you saying? Are you going to annul the marriage? No, I said quickly. I love Lucas so much. I would never want to leave him. I'm terrified of the future, because time is going to keep moving forward, and I'm not ready to lose another one of you. Things were really good for a moment, and now it feels like there isn't any point in putting myself back together, because if this is the price I have to pay for happiness, I don't think I want it. Talia pulled me closer. I know what it's like to feel that things are too good to be true, and to seek out the bad because that's what you're used to. When things are going good, it feels uncomfortable. What's important is that you embrace the good and detach it from the bad. They aren't two sides of a scale where one has to influence the other. I know we need the bad to see the good in things, but sometimes the good can exist on its own. How can you be sure of this? I asked. Because I've been through it, she answered. I was never good at relationships. It didn't occur to me that someone could actually want me the way Grant does. I pushed him away and dated Cody because that's what felt normal. Cody really messed with the way I viewed myself and how relationships could work. Hell, he taught me sex was bad and uncomfortable. When Grant and I started fooling around, it was really hard because I couldn't completely open up to him at first. Everything we did just made me feel dirty. I'm sorry you went through that, I whispered. Lucas and I have a great time together, but sometimes when I'm with him, I feel like we're breaking the rules, because we were never supposed to get this far in the first place. If I'd never broken the Reaper's Shadow curse, we never would have gotten married. Sex should feel freeing and empowering for both of you, Talia said. It shouldn't feel restrictive, like you're breaking the rules. Have you tried the toys yet? I shook my head. I don't know if we're that kind of couple. They make me nervous. I felt that way at first too, but they really helped, Talia said. I found them therapeutic. I furrowed my brow. In what way? It was something new for Grant and me to connect over. Something I'd never done with anyone else, she explained. We got to experiment together, and it became a meditation for us. I could just
be with him and trust that he would take care of me. When I focused on all the good with Grant, I forgot about the bad with Cody. I won't ever forget, but it also doesn't weigh on me anymore. In order to change the way I felt, I had to involve my mind and body. So when I'm with Lucas, I should just focus on him and not all the bad that will come as a result. Talia nodded. I understand you're looking for an explanation for what happened, but you and Lucas are not responsible just because you shared a moment of happiness. Putting the blame on yourself isn't going to save you from your grief. I turned back to Grammy's grave, and my stomach clenched tighter. I understood what Talia was saying, but I couldn't quite accept it. The people we love in life make choices, Talia added. Helena made the choice to defend you, no matter what price she had to pay. One day, you're going to understand why. I drew her into a hug. I miss her so much already, Tal. My best friend sniffled and squeezed me tightly. Then she gave me a chuckle and said, Look at us, talking about sex toys in front of your grandmother. She'd be so proud. I bet she's shouting down from Alora right now. Stay safe, girls. I wiped my tears. I know she is. She's certainly always wanted to protect me. Who's going to buy us condoms now? Talia snickered. I'll take one for the team. It'll be my job from now on. I forced a hint of a smile and laid my head on Talia's shoulder. I drew a deep breath, though the air felt thick as syrup in my lungs. Grammy, I'm really going to miss you. I love you so much. I placed a hand on her grave, and though there was no magic pulsing through it, I could swear I felt her love flowing into me. Grammy may not be here with me, but she would always be watching over me. It was a comforting thought for now, but something told me it'd take a lot longer before I was all right again, if I ever would be. One melancholy day faded into the next. A numbness had taken over my entire spirit. I didn't feel much of anything. Lucas found a scrapbook Grammy had left in her room and brought it to me, and that helped a lot. They were all old pictures, from back when Mom was a kid. It reminded me of how much life they lived, even if they had left too soon. By the afternoon following the funeral, I noticed the ache in my belly twisting tighter, and I realized I hadn't eaten anything. I didn't want to eat, but I knew I needed something. The house was quiet as I found my way downstairs to the kitchen. Leftovers from our wedding reception were packed into the fridge, and I pulled out a container of brisket to heat up. If anything could break me from my stupor, it was Grammy's food. Flavor burst in my mouth as the tender meat crumbled on my tongue. It made me believe that just for a moment she was right in front of me. The taste of her brisket was like the warmth of her hugs. I shoveled more food into my mouth, as if that would help me reclaim her memory. She had made this brisket. It was the last meal I'd ever have from her. My thoughts came to a screeching halt, and my chewing slowed. This was the last thing she'd ever made. If I ate it all, it'd be gone for good. I'd never have one of Grammy's home-cooked meals again. The thought made me want to hurl up every bite I'd just eaten. I slowly choked down the food in my mouth. I took the rest of my plate back into the kitchen and wrapped up the leftovers, then placed them in the freezer. I wanted to keep that last piece I had of her with me for as long as I could. Grammy's recipes were a part of her. It occurred to me that maybe she had left behind more than just this brisket. If I could find her recipes and recreate them, maybe I could keep her with me longer. Issa followed me into Grammy's bedroom. The room was neat, and the bed had been made. I walked over to the vanity, and my fingers grazed across her jewelry. I picked up a bottle of perfume and smelled it. Goddess, The sweet, floral scent smelled like her, and sadness tangled in my gut all over again. I set the perfume down and went over to the closet. All kinds of skirts in different colors hung from a rod, and I reached out to touch the soft fabrics. I noticed a stack of scrapbooks on the top shelf, as well as a few shoeboxes. This must have been where Lucas found the scrapbook he'd brought me earlier. This was all that was left of what Grammy had rescued from her house the night we'd escaped Octavia Falls. I had to preserve it, so I could keep what was left of her. I pulled the shoeboxes down from the shelves and set them on the bed. The first box was filled with keepsakes that didn't make much sense. I picked up an old watch, a button, and a small seashell. I didn't know why Grammy had bothered saving all these things, but I realized they must have been important to her. It broke my heart that the meaning and stories behind these items would die with her. Inside, I found an old picture of Grammy and Mom. Mom must have been a teenager in the photo. It would have been taken before she had her magic, but the two were stirring a cauldron together like my grandma was teaching her alchemy secrets. They looked really happy. I wanted to keep the photo, so I conjured my own keepsake box. My fingers shook as I shifted through the contents inside. I'd kept pictures of my parents, along with one of Mom's old aprons and a candle that smelled like her. I'd also kept scorecards from clue games I'd played with my father, and an old collector's license plate from one of his cars. I placed the photo of Mom and Grammy inside, then went over to Grammy's dresser and added a necklace of a cat she wore often into the box. I opened another one of Grammy's shoeboxes, and I found a small wooden box inside. I lifted the top to reveal a stack of recipe cards, exactly what I was looking for. I pulled out the first index card and smiled. It was Grammy's brisket recipe. The next several cards were tea blends, and I found more for cookies, cakes, and pies. My heart lifted as I pulled out more and more recipes I recognized. Grammy had always been very organized, but I noticed the recipes weren't placed in any particular order. She must have had them all memorized by now, and hadn't opened this box in a long time. I pulled out the recipe cards and started organizing them into stacks, separating them between dinner items, desserts, appetizers, and tea blends. As I reached the end of the recipes, I realized the last one was thicker than the others, folded up like it had been added to the box as an afterthought. I unfurled the paper and nearly fell off the bed when I recognized my mother's handwriting. Issa jumped into my lap and nudged my hands. I scratched her behind the ears while I began reading. Mom, thank you for your last package. The spirocacti worked like you said, and made the protection potion 10 times stronger. I'm sending a sample along so you can test it and let me know if I need to make any adjustments for the next batch. Nathan and I sold what stock we had to the vampire woman you told us about. Don't worry, we were careful about our meeting spot. We have enough money to get us through next month, but we're almost out of ingredients, and we'll need more before we meet with her again the Friday after next. We hope to see you soon. Nadine misses you. Much love. Faith. My hands shook as I read over the letter. What did all this mean? Mom was brewing potions and selling them on the black market? And Dad was involved? Did she realize how much danger this could put her in, working with other supernatural races she couldn't trust? I had the horrifying realization that perhaps my mother understood the danger and did it anyway. I quickly checked the date at the top of the letter, and my stomach dropped. It was dated 2 weeks before my parents' death. They had died on a Friday. I shot to my feet, ready to go find Grammy and demand she explain, until I stumbled against the side of the bed when I realized I couldn't ask her a damn thing anymore. Still, my heart pounded fiercely, demanding I find answers about what happened. I stomped down the hall, toward the sound of voices in the den. I entered to find Verla, Professor Warren, and Hattie. They all wore serious looks on their faces, but their conversation died when I entered the room. Verla's features fell. "Nadine, what can we help you with?" "I need to talk to you," I stated firmly. "Now." Verla shot the others a worried look. "Yes, of course. Let's go somewhere private." Verla led me to her bedroom. The moment the door closed behind us, I handed her the letter. "Did you know anything about this?" I demanded. Verla's eyes scanned the words, and her shoulders dropped. "I'm afraid I do. Your mother came to me for help years ago." "She was selling potions? Verla, look at the date! Mom was going to meet a vampire the night she and Dad died. The police told me the brakes on their car failed. Tell me the truth. Was Mom killed by vampires?" "No," Verla assured me. "It's true. Your parents died in a car accident. It was an unfortunate accident." "But that's where they were driving that night, wasn't it?" I asked. Verla dropped her gaze. "Yes." I began pacing around the room. "I don't get it. What did Mom need the money for? Were my parents involved in something illegal besides selling magical potions?" "It's not like that," Verla insisted. "Your parents were honorable. They were only trying to pay the bills." I shook my head. "I didn't know they were struggling. Mom never said anything." "She didn't want you to know. Bills added up over the years. She didn't want you to feel responsible." "You mean my therapy and medical bills?" An invisible force constricted my stomach, like someone was trying to suffocate me by tying a ribbon around my ribs. I felt responsible all over again. I'd spent years in talk therapy, which I'd come to learn later I needed because I was fighting the curse inside of me. That was before I was diagnosed with lupus, and then the insane medical bills just kept coming after that. "Yes, I'm sorry you have to find out this way, but your parents took out loans to pay off your medical bills, and they couldn't afford the interest," Verla explained. "Your mother saw a way to use her powers for good, to help your family. I promise you she only brewed potions that would help people. Your mother was a good person, to a fault at times even." "I didn't realize Dad knew she had magic." "He'd known for years." "Why didn't they just ask Grammy for money?" "They did. They asked your grandmother. They asked me. We all helped. But eventually, your mother wanted to manage on her own. She was fiercely independent, much like yourself. She didn't want to burden us." "If you knew all this, why didn't you tell me?" I demanded. "Your mother didn't want you to think it was your fault, and neither do I." Verla reached out for me, but I yanked away from her. "I don't want to believe it's my fault either, but that doesn't change the fact that it feels that way," I said bitterly. "My parents were trying to make money to cover my medical care, and they ended up dying for it." "Nadine, this is not your fault. All this means is that they cared. Your parents and your grandmother died to keep you alive, so you can honor them by doing what you came here to do." "Everyone's dying for me all the time, and I'm sick of it," I yelled. "I wish I would have just died, because everyone else would be alive. My lupus should have killed me. Then the people I love would still be alive." Verla gasped. I'd never admitted something like that to anyone before, but it was true, because that's exactly how I felt. "Nadine, you can't think that way," Verla warned. Angry tears sprang to my eyes. "I can't help it. There's always been this side of me that believes it.
I don't get it. I already got rid of Dark Nadine, but it's like there are still shadow aspects outside my family curse that have hung with me."
Verla's shoulders fell, and her voice was soft and understanding. "We can't fix our grief with curse breaking."
"Why not? It fixes a hell of a lot of other things."
"Of all the things we can fix with magic, grief is not one of them, hard as we may try," Verla assured me. "Even healers from other supernatural societies can't heal grief. There are no potions or spells for this. The only thing we can do is take the time to process it. It's okay if you don't feel better today or next week or even years from now. We all handle our grief differently, and it is perfectly normal to take our time on it." I crossed my arms. "How much time is reasonable?" "As long as it takes."
"That's not good enough," I snapped. "How can you sit here and act so calm? You said Grammy was like a mother to you too, yet you want to just sit around and do nothing and hope that time is going to fix things? Bullshit!"
I stormed out of Verla's bedroom, and she didn't follow. I wanted to cry alone in peace, so I returned to Grammy's room. I needed to do something with my hands, or I was going to break something just to give my anger somewhere to go. I packed Grammy's belongings away, then threw the skeleton key around my neck into my memento box. I was angry that Grammy had given it to me for protection, and it had failed to protect her at all. I slipped the recipe cards back into their box, then carried it all up to my room. I slid the boxes under my bed, where they could easily be retrieved again, but just as easily be forgotten. I cried for hours. By the time I left my room, it was already close to dinner time. I heard voices coming from the living room. It sounded like everyone was there. I followed the sound of conversation and found everyone gathered around the fireplace. All eyes turned to me, and Lucas approached to take my hand. "What's going on?" I asked. "I finally have word from Siona, our contact in Malovia," Hattie said. "She has a safe place to meet, but we have to move fast. The revolution in Malovia is unpredictable, and we don't know how long we have to sneak through the borders." Good. I needed something to do right now, because I couldn't change that Grammy was gone. Sitting around here wasn't going to help me deal with it either. We were one step closer to walking through hell, though it felt like I was already there. I stepped forward. "Tell us where to go." "You're not going anywhere," Verla stated firmly. "Malovia is dangerous for anyone right now, but especially for members of the Miriamic coven. Jonathan and I will go to make first contact, then the rest of you will come once we know it's safe. We'll be in touch as soon as possible." "We should all go," I argued. "I may not be strong enough to break all their wards, but with mine and Lucas's magic combined, we can portal directly into Malovia." "We don't know where we're going from there," Verla said. "We can't bring 9 witches across the Malovian border without a solid plan in place. Let us go and talk to Siona, so we can bring the rest of you through safely. We don't know this person. We need to make sure she is a trustworthy guide before we allow her to take us to an entrance to the abyss. You're safe here for now. Give us a day or two, and we'll be able to bring the rest of you safely into Malovia. We'll see each other again soon." Professor Warren placed a hand on Lucas's shoulders, the look in his eyes very serious. "Take care while we're gone." Warren wasn't just telling Lucas to keep himself safe, but to take care of all of us. "Take this." Grant conjured a potion bottle and pressed it into Warren's hands. "It's a tincture I've been working on that will conceal your scent from shifters so you can blend in. Place 3 drops under the tongue every 24 hours. Be careful not to waste it, because I don't have much more of it. Take these, too. Talia conjured 2 cloaks she'd made with Grammy's help. One was a pretty gold velvet, which she handed to Verla, and the other was a silver satin with Celtic knots embroidered across the front. They will help you blend in. Find Siona at Enchanting Whispers, Hattie instructed. There will be a sign for her shop in the merchant district in their capital city of Dolinska. Turn down the alley next to the sign and follow the winding path until you get to the stone gargoyle. Griffin Dick will get you through. Verla nodded, but my brow furrowed. Now wasn't the time for jokes. Only I realized maybe that it wasn't a joke. I didn't know much about the Fae, and I wondered what strange offerings they required there. Maybe it was the name of an herb. Lucas and I joined hands, and a portal bloomed. The Malovian mountains appeared in front of us. Verla and Warren stepped through, and then the portal vanished. They were gone so fast, and the house felt wholly empty, even though we were surrounded by our friends. Hattie stepped forward, stroking her familiar's head. Everest and I must return to Octavia Falls. I will not see you for some time. Whenever I come here, it puts us all at risk. However, if you need anything, you can call me. I hugged her. Thank you, Hattie. Hattie left, and our friends dispersed. Lucas turned to me, his hands rubbing up and down my arms. I want to help. He couldn't give me what I wanted, which was to have Grammy back. I just need some sleep. He wrapped an arm around me. Then let's get you to bed. It was still early in the evening, but I just wanted to sleep and forget about everything. Lucas and I got ready for bed, and he wrapped his arms around me as I drifted off. I opened my eyes to find myself surrounded by blackness. I cast a witch light to see I was in the same hallway I'd seen once before, with its damp air and stone walls. I turned toward the door at the end of the hall, sensing something important was behind it. Something thumped from behind the door, followed by a whimper. It sounded like someone was in trouble. I scrambled down the hall and yanked the door open. A small, dark room stood beyond me. The walls were made of stone, and a tiny window at the top of the room let in the smallest bit of light. All I could see out the window was a stone archway with ivy twisting around it. Through the darkness, I spotted the shadows of 2 women huddled together in the corner. Their hands had been bound, and their mouths were covered in tape. I rushed over to them, and their familiar features became clearer. "Mandy! Tate!" I cried as I ripped the tape from Mandy's mouth. Talia's sister trembled from beside my friend. "Nadine!" Mandy shook as she reached out for me. Her terror permeated the room, and I felt her horror deep within my bones. She gripped tight to my shirt as she begged. "The priestesses have imprisoned us. You have to save us." "Where is this place?" I started to say, but I never finished. Darkness closed in on me abruptly, and the scene disappeared from view. I shot upright in bed, rasping for breath. Lucas startled awake beside me, and he reached for my hand. "Nadine, what's wrong?" I placed a hand over my racing heart. "Mandy can project herself into other people's dreams, and she sent me a message. She and Tate are being held captive by the priestesses, and they need us. Lucas, we need to go back to Octavia Falls and get our friends back."
Chapter 9. Lucas. Tell them what you told me. I tried to keep my voice calm, but my pulse raced as everyone gathered in the dining room. Although there were 7 of us sitting around the table, the room felt empty without Warren and Verla. Nadine sat at the head of the table.
Mandy came to me in a dream to tell me she and Tate are in trouble. I think she's been trying to get into my dreams for a while now. The priestesses have locked them up.
Talia's hand smacked against the table as a gasp traveled around the room. "What the hell are the priestesses doing with my sister?" Nadine shook her head.
I don't know much, just that we need to get them out.
Talia's fingers trembled. "I told Mom and Dad to leave and take Tyler and Tate with them, but they didn't want to go. Tyler said if they left, the priestesses had already won. My whole family wanted to stay to fight for us." Either Tate did something to piss them off, or the priestesses are targeting her for being our friend, I stated. Either way, we need to get them out before the priestesses determine they aren't of any use and hang them for treason. Miles drummed his fingers on the tabletop. "This could be a trap." Nadine's eyes narrowed.
It isn't. Mandy's the only person I know who can enter someone else's dreams. She was begging for our help. When she touched me, I could feel her terror. You can't fake that kind of fear.
"She betrayed you," Miles reminded us harshly. "Mandy led the priestesses to the gravestone, where we kept all our evidence of our plan to go up against the Imperium Council. If she hadn't ratted out our hideout, the priestesses would have nothing on you. It's her fault you were put on trial."
I know that,
Nadine bit.
but it doesn't matter what she did to us in the past. If we leave her at the hands of the priestesses, she will die. She doesn't deserve this.
Miles dropped his head. It didn't matter what he said. Nadine was determined to save our friends, no matter what, and I was with her.
Do we know where they're being held?
Chloe asked.
I saw them tied up in a basement somewhere,
Nadine explained.
The walls were made of stone, and there was an archway outside a window covered by ivy. I know it's not much to go off.
Chloe's eyebrows pinched together as she processed the information.
Would you be able to draw this archway?
Nadine nodded, and Chloe conjured a pen and paper. She set them in front of Nadine, who began sketching.
It was arched like this, with 2 protruding stones on either side and a keystone in the center here.
Nadine drew the keystone at the top of the arch, bigger than all the other stones around it.
There was ivy growing up the sides, but I'm not sure what kind. The leaves were really big.
I know this arch, Chloe stated matter-of-factly. All eyes turned to her.
It's the entrance to my grandmother's garden.
The priestesses are keeping prisoners in your grandmother's basement? I asked, though I couldn't say I was surprised. Chloe nodded.
It appears that way.
Grant crossed his arms. How do we get in? We can't just waltz up to your grandmother's front door and ask her to hand over 2 prisoners.
We'll have to break in, of course,
Chloe said. If someone sees us, we're dead, Grant pointed out. No one's going to stop to ask questions.
We need to disguise ourselves,
Onyx agreed.
Hold on.
Talia hurried out of the room. She shuffled around in the laundry room down the hall for a minute, then came back, carrying a pile of hooded cloaks.
We still have these from the wedding.
Nadine picked up a cloak and wrapped it around herself.
It's a start, but it's not going to do us much good if someone recognizes us.
Talia passed out a cloak to each of us. I put mine on, but I agreed with Nadine. We needed more. Is there a potion we can use? I asked. Onyx bit her lower lip.
There's transformation potions. We could make ourselves look and sound like someone else, but you need the best alchemists to brew it.
perfect. We've got 2 great alchemists right here. I gestured to Grant and Onyx. Grant shook his head. It's not going to work without the right ingredients, and those are pretty damn expensive and hard to come by. It takes powerful fey herbs to pull off, and even if we could get into Malovia right now, you don't walk into any shop and find that stuff.
We could turn ourselves into animals, Chloe suggested. A potion to turn ourselves into toads shouldn't be too hard.
Grant frowned. And we're just going to hop into Octavia Falls? We can't break Mandy and Tate out if we're toads.
We need to do something. Hold on, this might work.
Chloe conjured something, but it was so tiny and nearly invisible that I couldn't tell what it was at first.
We don't need to disguise ourselves. We just need to make people forget we were ever there in the first place.
Is that the whisker the Gloacus gave you? I asked.
Yes.
Chloe nodded proudly before turning to the others to explain.
While we were in Hokavale, a Gloacus gifted me her powers with this whisker. As legend says, you'll lose your memory if you look into the eyes of a Gloacus. How do we use it?
Nadine wondered.
I'm a mentalist, and even though my power lies in telekinesis, my caste speciality is mind manipulation,
Chloe said.
The Elementi have a word for harnessing magic from sources outside your own body. It's called intrafusion. Perhaps we can perform a similar magic. As long as I can overpower the magic in the whisker, I can combine it with my own. I can cast a spell over all of us, so that when anyone looks at us, they immediately forget they saw us in the first place.
That sounds like our best bet, I agreed. Let's give it a shot. Red magic swirled out of Chloe's fingers, and the tip of the whisker burnt to ash. She didn't look any different. I don't think... I glanced around the room and cut off. You don't think what? Miles asked. I desperately tried to grasp at the memory of what I was saying, but I had no clue. I'm not sure.
That means it's working,
Chloe said from beside me. I turned toward the sound of her voice and remembered she was there. It was definitely a jarring experience.
You can see me and hear me, but once you look away you forget I'm there, which is exactly what we need,
Chloe said.
Even if we're spotted, the magic in the whisker will wipe the memory of us from whoever sees us once we're gone from their sight.
I offered her an approving nod, careful not to take my eyes off her, or I'd forget again. Good job, Chloe. There's one catch, though. I still remember what you said when I wasn't looking, which means people will be able to hear us and remember what we said, so we'll have to keep our voices down. She held up what remained of the whisker.
If I do the spell right, we won't forget each other, because we'll all be under the spell. Everyone ready?
Magic swirled up her fingers, encompassing the whisker until it turned to ash in her palm. Her magic swelled throughout the room and gently settled over each of us, including the cats. The cats shook their heads like the spell made them feel funny. My skin tingled, then returned to normal.
The spell should get us through the night,
Chloe said. I flipped my hood up, then I lifted my hands. I'm going to portal us a few blocks from Lillian's mansion. We'll have to survey the area first. Her house is likely warded, and we don't know how many executors might be on the property. Nadine nodded in approval.
Good idea.
A portal appeared at my command, and a dark forest came into view. Everyone followed me through, and my stomach flipped before my feet landed on solid ground. The portal shut behind us, leaving us in the quiet of the forest. I portaled us to the woods bordering Coven Park, I told them. Lillian's house isn't far. Come on. I started through the forest, but the cats stopped dead in front of me, their ears perking up.
Hold on.
Nadine grabbed my arm, and I paused to listen. The sound of distant drum beats broke through the silence. Or was it footsteps? I could make out the sounds of voices, a lot of them. Onyx peered through the trees.
Something's going on in the park.
Chloe strolled forward like she had no care in the world.
We have to cross the park anyway. Might as well see what's going on while we're at it.
A huge crowd had gathered. It was impossible to get to the main road without wading through a horde of people. It seemed as if the whole town was here. People looked our way, but no one seemed to recognize us, thanks to Chloe's spell. I spotted a few other people in cloaks, so we blended in easily. Still, I kept my hood low as my eyes scanned the area. Food vendors were scattered throughout the park, and people snacked on popcorn as they moved toward a large stage. Executors paced around in their black uniforms, but they didn't seem to be patrolling for trouble. Instead, they were laughing and eating candy apples like they were celebrating something. Several of them had painted their faces blood red. On second thought, I didn't think that was paint. A group of people passed in front of us, and I peeked from under my hood to step around them. But what I saw stalled my heart. Goat skulls had replaced their human features, and huge ram horns grew out of their heads. For a second I thought I was seeing creatures of lore, until I realized they were masks. The horns were reminiscent of Santos in his godly form, as if these people had donned the masks to honor him. We continued moving through the crowd, but I took cautious steps. This was all very strange, to say the least. There shouldn't be a festival going on right now, because the Halloween festival was only days ago. It had never been part of our customs to paint our faces with blood, or wear ram's horns like our god. It was like these people were trying to make a statement, though I didn't know what it was.
Is anyone else majorly creeped out?
Onyx asked, shooting glances around the crowd. I wouldn't be lying if I said the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. Miles agreed. Oliver rubbed against my leg and meowed. I turned in the direction he was looking, toward a long line of vendors. The closest was a tattoo booth with a big sign showing a 5-pointed star. It was the mark of Miriam's Chosen, the priestesses' cult they were trying to convert everyone to. A few months ago, they'd announced Miriam's Chosen as an elite group of witches and warlocks, and they'd advertised it as a revelation from Mother Miriam. Anyone who joined Miriam's Chosen had to follow strict rules, including leaving any intercaste relationships. In return, members were promised more power and a place in Allura. Anyone who didn't join was subject to fines and ridicule. The priestesses were intent on separating those who would follow them blindly from those who would question them. It seemed that things had only gotten worse since we'd left. People lined up to get their tattoos. It looked like a few people even had multiples. Nausea swirled in my gut as we passed by more vendors. Professor Clark and Professor Lewis handed out flyers at a booth with the school's crest. Professor Clark was a seer who taught Miriamic law, and Professor Lewis was an alchemist who taught magical plants and herbs. I snagged a flyer and began reading it. Across the top in big bold letters were the words, "School reopened." It looked like it was meant to be hopeful, but this was the furthest thing from that. Due to limited space, enrollment is now open to elite members of Miriam's Chosen to train the next generation of executors. I wanted to hurl. It looks like the school has reopened to test people's loyalties. Nadine scanned the page.
Tuition rates have gone up too. And look at the fine print. Tuition must be paid in full by the first day of term. Scholarships will not be accepted.
So only the people with money can afford to go? Chloe asked rhetorically. Why do they say the next generation of executors, as if we've ever had them before? Grant spat. It's like they're selling it as some prestigious tradition.
They want it to seem honorable, Talia said sarcastically. We slowly moved through the crowd. The next booth was a land development company. Big posters showed upcoming projects, and I noticed each new apartment complex was named for its cast. It was an obvious ploy by the priestesses to divide the coven even further, by making each caste live apart from each other. We passed by another booth where the bank had a big sign that read, "Apply for a relief loan here." Ever since the priestesses turned the castes against one another, businesses had begun failing, and a lot of people had lost their jobs. People were desperate for money just to put food on the table. A lot of families didn't have options, other than to take out loans to cover their basic costs of living. I overheard the man behind the booth tell a woman the interest rates, and my soul just about left my body. It was like the priestesses were intentionally putting their people into debt. It was just another way to control them. A line had formed near a booth advertising some new employment program. Oliver ducked through the crowd and came back with a pamphlet in his mouth. I took it from him and began reading. At first glance, the employment program sounded like a good deal. The coven was promising that factory workers would be provided housing, food, health care, and all other essentials, in addition to a salary. Then I got to the part where it outlined their mission, which spewed all kinds of nonsense about how the coven needed to manufacture magical objects so they could sell them and use the money to build their army. The Fae are knocking on our door, and we must heed the call. The whole thing seemed targeted towards students who couldn't afford to attend Imperium College. The priestesses were going to make them work at their factories, or they'd be left on the streets. I caught sight of the fine print at the bottom, saying that all these perks would be immediately rescinded if you stopped working. People weren't allowed to change jobs, and they had no security if they fell ill or were injured. My hands curled into fists, crushing the pamphlet between my fingers. I wasn't sure how much more of this I could stomach. The next booth had a big banner that read, "Miriam's Chosen." I didn't want to hear what bullshit they were trying to sell, until I spotted a student I recognized speaking to an elderly woman behind the booth. It was Samantha Stone, a girl who'd been in most of my Mortana classes. She was always at the top of the class and usually kept to herself.
"I've been thinking about joining Miriam's Chosen,"
Samantha admitted to the older woman.
No, not Samantha,
I thought. She had been against the priestess's methods and had spoken up during the burning. It didn't seem right that she would be swayed toward their side. Things were clearly worse than I could have ever imagined.
"Can you tell me more about the organization?"
Samantha asked.
Miriam's Chosen is not an organization in which you join, but a choice to devote yourself to our deity,
the elderly woman said. Her voice sounded familiar, and as I peered closer through the crowd, I realized I recognized her too. It was Miss Leanne, my old kindergarten teacher. She'd long since retired, and she'd aged nearly 20 years since I last saw her, but she spoke with the same soft, kind voice I remembered. That was dangerous, because Miss Leanne's kindness was the type that made anyone feel welcome, no matter what rhetoric she was pushing. I didn't think she was trying to manipulate people on purpose, but I did believe the priestesses put her behind that booth for a reason.
"You are already a member of the coven, and therefore have already agreed to follow Mother Miriam,"
Miss Leanne continued.
"Joining Miriam's Chosen is simply a declaration of your decision, one which will elevate you to your highest potential." "That's why I haven't joined yet,"
Samantha said.
"I've been struggling with my faith because I don't understand why Mother Miriam would make this declaration now when we've already devoted ourselves to her. We've all undergone our evoking ceremony to join the coven, so why do we need another ceremony?" We do not need to wonder why Mother Miriam asks this of us. We must simply hold to our faith and trust our mother, for we are merely her children, and there is much we cannot understand in our earthly forms. I implore you to cast out your doubt, for faith is all you need. It is not the nature of a good witch to question her goddess, but the nature of an apostate to doubt her will. Each of us must choose which path we will follow.
I don't wish to be an apostate. I know where they go.
Samantha apprehensively pointed downward, like speaking the word aloud was a sin itself. Oh, for fuck's sake. The priestesses couldn't really be telling people that they'd be tortured in the abyss if they didn't join the Chosen. Except that's exactly what it sounded like.
I wish to follow the goddess,
Samantha said.
I'm just struggling to understand all of this. We used to be able to marry outside our caste, but members of Miriam's Chosen aren't allowed to do that anymore.
Times are changing, but the goddess will always protect us,
Miss Leanne said.
Mother Miriam has provided the priestesses with revelation that will restore our magic and lead us into a new age. The priestesses will protect us and never lead us astray.
Samantha shifted uncomfortably.
Some people say Mother Miriam is punishing us by taking away our magic, and that Miriam's Chosen is her plan to bring it to an end and lead us to salvation. But why would she cause suffering if we were already devoted to her?
The waning is a test of our faith,
Miss Leanne answered.
Many of us have lost our way, and Miriam's Chosen is the path that leads back to our goddess.
But those who join Miriam's Chosen are still affected by the waning,
Samantha pointed out.
Mother Miriam will continue to test our faith to ensure we are true believers. When we declare our devotion to the goddess, she bestows her love upon us in ways we can't understand before undergoing this spiritual transition. It is through a simple ritual of prayer and marking ourselves with the Chosen tattoo that we become closer to our goddess, for those who are closest to her will receive answers. Miriam's Chosen will bring us together as one. We are not just a coven, but a family.
Samantha dropped her gaze.
I could really use a family. I feel like I've always struggled to find where I belong, and I think Miriam's Chosen could be it.
Miss Leanne gave Samantha a kind smile.
When you are ready, we will pray with you, and you will receive the mark of the Chosen. Pray, my dear, and the goddess will show you the way.
Samantha pushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
Thank you for the information. I'll be praying to the goddess about my decision.
Samantha turned away from the booth and started toward another that was looking for volunteers to do work around the community. It was obvious the priestesses were trying to get free labor out of these people. It broke my heart to hear Samantha's confession, because I hadn't realized how alone she felt. I recalled that she'd tried out for the dance team one year and didn't make it. Then shortly after, she'd become addicted to nightshade and had to go into therapy after battling with the withdrawals. I realized now she was pressured into drugs because she'd been trying to make friends and find where she belonged. It didn't work then, and I feared she'd join Miriam's Chosen for the same reason. She'd only get hurt all over again. I couldn't let it happen. I stepped toward her, but Nadine caught my arm.
Lucas, we can't interfere,
she protested.
We came to rescue Mandy and Tate, and if we're caught before we get to them, we put them in even more danger.
We came to rescue our friends, I emphasized. I may not be able to get Samantha out of Octavia Falls, but I can't stand around and do nothing. I have to speak up, even if she doesn't remember. I hurried in front of Samantha, and her eyes grew wide in shock when she saw me. I didn't give her a chance to react before I began speaking in a low voice. You won't remember seeing me here, Samantha, but I need you to know that you cannot join Miriam's chosen. You're smarter than this, and you know better. That's why you asked all those questions. Your intuition is telling you that this is not the way." Tears beaded at the corner of her eyes, like she knew I was right, but wouldn't admit it to herself. Her voice wavered as she said,
"I don't have a choice."
The crowd near the stage cheered loudly. The noise caught her attention, and she looked away from me. Her brow furrowed in confusion, but she shrugged it off. She'd forgotten I was standing there, and didn't remember a thing I said. I returned to my friends, feeling hopeless. I want to help her, but I don't know how.
"The best way to help her is to find the rest of the Oaken Wands and bring an end to the priestess's control,"
Nadine said, and I knew she was right. The cheering near the stage grew louder, and we left the vendor area to see what was going on. We hung toward the back of the crowd. 5 women in black cloaks stepped onto the stage. Priestess Margaret and Priestess Lillian stood in the middle, their shoulders thrown back and their noses turned up to the crowd. Claudia, the latest seer priestess, stood beside them, along with a tall woman I didn't recognize at first. When she turned, I realized it was Professor Hernandez, who taught enchanting. I'd never had much opinion on Professor Hernandez before. She was a good teacher, but I didn't know much about her outside of class. It appeared she had taken the priestess's side and had stepped up to become the next Mortana priestess. I liked to think she'd joined them out of fear, but something told me otherwise. The final priestess was Mira, who was pretending to be a curse breaker. Before Priestess Charlotte had fallen into the demon's pit, she told us Mira was really Mortana, but she lied so that the priestesses could throw Nadine off the council. Rage flared in my bones just looking at her. All I could think about was the night of the trial, when Nadine and I had lain in the mud, beaten and bruised, while Mira proudly announced she was a curse breaker. I wanted to throw a battle orb at the stage right now and end them all, but we were surrounded. Our magic may conceal us for now, but it wouldn't stop a spell from searing straight through us and ending our lives on the spot. We had to be careful, and I'd already risked being caught by speaking to Samantha. Priestess Margaret gestured to a couple near the stage.
"You have been chosen by the goddess. Come, proclaim your devotion to Mother Miriam and join her elite children. We will speak our prayer to the goddess, and you will be blessed with the mark of the chosen."
The couple stepped onto the stage, and I realized I recognized the woman. It was Monica's sister, Meredith, who we'd met at Monica's fake funeral. She appeared confident as she approached the center of the stage. A tall man with a beard followed beside her, and I noticed they had matching mentalist tattoos on the backs of their hands. Priestess Margaret placed a white shawl across the couple's shoulders. My stomach tightened, because it reminded me all too much of the shroud we'd buried Helena in, which was meant to symbolize Mother Miriam's skirt and the love of a mother. It was twisted of them to use such symbolism in the initiation ceremony, because it indicated the end of one life and beginning of another, whether the participants realized it or not. Priestess Lillian handed the couple each a daffodil, then turned to the crowd.
"With this shawl we encompass these coven members with our love, and we gift them each a daffodil to symbolize a new beginning. We praise Meredith and Max's unwavering and everlasting faith as they join our ranks as elite members of Miriam's chosen."
Tears rang out in the crowd, and Meredith looked near tears as the coven showered her and her husband with praise. Or at least, I thought it was her husband, until I heard someone call out from the crowd. "Meredith, you can't do this!" a man shouted. "We've been married over 15 years!" Executors dragged the man on stage. He had an average build with blonde hair and glasses. He shoved the executors off and hurried over to Meredith. The eye tattoo near his elbow marked him as a seer. He fell to his knees and reached out for Meredith. "Please reconsider." She pulled away. "I cannot return to this marriage, Scott. This is what Mother Miriam wants, and I must listen to my goddess, even if it breaks my heart. If my goddess wishes me to marry Max, then I will. Max is a member of my own caste, as well as one of the chosen, as am I. You and I must go our separate ways now, Scott. I have faith you will find your perfect match within your caste, if you choose to follow the goddess and join Miriam's chosen." "How can I put my faith in a deity who would have us torn apart?" Scott demanded. "You are the love of my life, Meredith. What Mother Miriam is asking us to do is not love." "We cannot question our goddess, or apostates we become," Meredith insisted. The words didn't seem like her own. It sounded like she was repeating a phrase she'd heard many times before. "Join us, Scott, for you cannot understand the true nature of Mother Miriam's love until you choose to surrender to her will. I see it all so clearly now, and you will gain insight once you join us." "You know I can't do that," Scott insisted.
Meredith has made her choice, Lillian sneered. "Give up your wedding ring and join her."
"You can't do this!" Scott raged. "Our marriage is legal in the state of Connecticut."
"Your marriage is not recognized in Octavia Falls," Margaret bit back. "Miriam's chosen will find you a new wife, one whose magic is compatible with your own. Mother Miriam gave us a revelation. Our magic is dying, and we must preserve what we have by making new matches."
Grant lowered his voice and growled. "Caste magic isn't inherited. What do they think they're protecting? This is nonsensical." I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. "I think that's the point. If they can control people on this, they can control them on anything."
"Intimacy brings us closer to our goddess," Margaret announced. "To strengthen your magic, you must copulate only with members of your own caste."
Chloe rolled her eyes. "They can't be serious."
"They're pushing Scott because he hasn't joined Miriam's chosen with his wife. They're making him an example,"
Nadine said hollowly. Priestess Margaret raised her hands.
"Let us pray for those with little faith."
"Mother Miriam," the crowd spoke at the same time, making me jump. This prayer had obviously been spoken many times because the entire coven knew it by heart. Their voices came together as one. "We pray to you to bestow faith upon the non-believers. May their hearts be softened and their love abound as they surrender their doubts and embrace your blessings. So shall it be." Scott took a step back, obviously not wanting to be a part of this.
"We must multiply our numbers to defeat the Fae," Margaret added. "Show your devotion to Mother Miriam and disavow your marriage."
Scott stood tall. "I will not. Meredith, please." He reached for his wife again, but she took several steps back. She took Max's hand, driving in the knife of betrayal.
"You could have been happy, Scott, but you chose the path of an apostate instead,"
Meredith said.
"I will pray that Mother Miriam grants you mercy in the abyss."
Lillian wore a mask of indifference.
"If Scott chooses the path of an apostate, then he deserves his fate."
I wasn't sure what fate she was talking about. "He doesn't deserve this," a man in the crowd shouted. "He's only acting on love." A chorus of agreements rang throughout the crowd, though it wasn't as loud as the opposing protests. I didn't understand what the priestesses had in store for Scott, but the rest of the crowd seemed to understand. They'd certainly seen it before. The executors quickly found the person who'd spoken up and forced him onto the stage. He had the same blonde hair as Scott and similar features. They looked like they were brothers. You shouldn't have spoken up, Simon, Scott insisted. I will accept my fate, but I will not have my brother suffer the same. Simon turned toward the priestesses. Let my brother live, and take me instead. I proclaim myself to be an apostate, and I will suffer the consequences in my brother's place.
You have brought this on yourself,
Lillian accused. The executors locked Simon's arms behind his back as the priestesses came forward. Margaret withdrew a potion vial out of her cloak and forced the liquid down Simon's throat. He gurgled and tried to spit the liquid out, but the poison had already taken hold. His body started to convulse as red veins spiderwebbed across his skin. The executors dropped him, and his body slumped to the ground. Yet a ghostly imprint of his features remained standing. There was no life in those ghostly eyes, no indication that the soul of the man remained at all. The ghost moved forward like he was being controlled. He grabbed Scott and held him firmly in place. The potion was obviously very powerful because his ghostly form was able to materialize to solid form. Simon raised his voice to the crowd. My brother will see the truth, or he shall join me in the abyss. What's happening? Talia's voice squeaked.
It must be the potion the priestesses forced Hector to make with the alchemy wand before he died,
Nadine said in horror.
It has the power for the priestesses to control whomever they administer it to, even in death. When I first heard about it, they said it was slow-acting, but they must have modified it to make it even worse. The priestesses are controlling Simon's ghost.
My brother shall receive the punishment he deserves for his lack of faith, Simon announced. Simon, no! Scott protested, but the words halted on his tongue. All at once, projectiles flew from the crowd and hit Scott from every angle. I realized with horror that they were stones. The coven was participating in this atrocity. Confess and beg the goddess for forgiveness, someone in the crowd shouted. This is what the non-believers deserve, another person yelled. So many people were on the priestess's side, though I witnessed others hesitate to throw stones. Nobody dared utter another protest, though, or they would be killed the way Simon was. Scott screamed as the stones hit him. Bruises bloomed over his skin, and blood trickled down the side of his face. Meredith simply watched. She was so deep into this cult mindset that she didn't even react when her husband of 15 years was tortured in front of her. He hadn't joined Miriam's chosen, and therefore, in her eyes, he deserved it. I wanted to rush forward and stop this, but this wasn't the same as talking to Samantha. The second I got up on that stage, I'd be executed for objecting, just as Simon had. We have to do something, Talia hissed. If we do, we're dead, Chloe warned. Our spell may cause people to forget we're here, but we're not invisible, nor invincible. All we could do was stand there and let this take place. My stomach twisted, and I turned my gaze away from the stage. This was difficult to watch. I couldn't imagine agreeing to void my marriage with Nadine just because our magic differed, no matter the consequences. Claudia pointed a wand at Scott.
Only members of Miriam's chosen are afforded the privilege of their magic.
She was going to strip him of his powers. Except the wand she held didn't look like the seer wand. It was too short and twisted on the end. Claudia couldn't even use the seer wand. It had rejected her before, but it didn't matter. The coven knew the priestesses had at least 2 of the Oaken Wands. It had been revealed during our trial. But the crowd didn't know whether it was the real wand or not, and the threat was enough to force Scott to back down. All right, I was wrong, he shouted. Priestess Margaret raised a hand, and the sound of stones raining down on the stage stopped. A stillness settled over the park. Scott staggered to his feet, though he could barely stand. He limped forward, leaving a trail of blood behind him. "You have shown me the error of my ways. It was wrong of me to question the goddess. I put my faith in her, and I devote myself to her will." Scott pulled his wedding ring from his finger and shakily handed it over to the priestesses. He shot one last longing glance at his wife, but she kept her eyes on the crowd. Lillian wore a proud smirk.
"Welcome to Miriam's Chosen."
The crowd erupted into cheers. Simon's spirit walked off stage, only to return a moment later, escorting a woman with the mark of a seer on her neck. Simon forced her beside Scott, and the priestesses draped another white shawl around their shoulders. Scott barely looked at the woman. All he could do was stare at his wife desperately, though she wouldn't return his gaze. He looked absolutely miserable. Lillian raised her hands.
"We will now recite the blessing for these new members of Miriam's Chosen."
Together the crowd began to speak in unison, and the couples on stage were forced to speak it as well. "Blessed be the chosen, for we are Mother Miriam's true children. She is the single voice of truth who speaks through the priestess's revelation. We devote our lives to her, in this life and the next. So shall it be." A tattoo artist came on stage, carrying an enchanted quill. Meredith and Max held out their arms willingly to be marked with the symbol of the chosen. Onyx shook her head in disbelief.
"All of this just to fight the Fae?"
Nadine's jaw tightened.
"They aren't afraid of the Fae. They're just using them as scapegoats to control the people. The priestesses are more afraid of coven members turning on them, afraid someone might take their place. They have to control their people to maintain their power. All this, dividing people into caste neighborhoods, driving them into debt, and forcing them to work the factories. It isn't about money. It's about taking the power from the people. Taking their money and their magic away means they can't fight back. Worse, if they can't associate with members of other castes, then they can't work together to make their magic stronger and revolt."
"I don't get it," Miles said. "Why harm your own people like this?" "The priestesses believe they're on a holy mission, and they'll do anything to achieve it," I growled. "Once the waning started, they lost control of the coven. If their magic could be taken away, so could their influence. They can't control the waning, so they have to control the people."
"And they know exactly how to do it,"
Nadine stated bitterly.
"I've watched enough cult documentaries to know this is exactly how they work. Cults always have charismatic leaders who people are easily influenced by and willing to follow. The priestesses were already in the perfect position to lead a cult because they already have the coven's trust and don't answer to any earthly authority. They're able to gain control over people's finances, living situations, and relationships because people believe the priestesses alone have the single answer to salvation. Even if you wanted to question them, you can't, because you'll be labeled an apostate, and therefore deserving of whatever punishment the priestesses deem appropriate."
"Why would anyone join them?" Grant asked in disgust.
"Because when you aren't allowed to question them, you're easily convinced that the ends justify the means,"
Nadine answered.
"Even if you did question it, the priestesses are tying people's lives to the chosen by providing housing, food, and health care through them. It would take more than a question of faith to leave. Furthermore, the priestesses have made promises the people can't resist. The answer to salvation, as well as the promise of praise, love, and belonging. People think they will find purpose and meaning by being a part of this, and to truly be a part of this, they can't question what they're participating in, or they risk being cast out themselves. They believe anyone who does not join merely lacks understanding. Make no mistake, the priestesses didn't force Meredith to leave her husband because they are of different castes. They forced her to leave him because she joined the Chosen and he didn't.
The priestesses have taken their power too far and removed any and all autonomy from their people,
Onyx said sadly.
They may have this crowd convinced, but they're not going to get away with controlling our friends.
Nadine insisted.
We can't save these people right now, but we have to get Mandy and Tate out while the priestesses are still distracted. Come on.
We left the park, and the sounds of cheers faded behind us. Lillian's house was located on a wide street full of Gothic mansions with large yards. We approached from the back and slowly before we reached her house. I expected executors to be patrolling the property, but I didn't see a soul. The entire street was dead silent. We should send the cats to scout the perimeter, I suggested. At my word, the cats took off running, slinking through the darkness like shadows.
I can feel a ward around the house,
Nadine observed.
I can break it, but if I do, Lillian will know immediately. I'm not sure we can get in and out before we're caught.
I know how we can get through without alerting her, Chloe said.
Wards like this work to protect families, and I'm still blood. My grandmother has probably warded the house against me already, so I can't get through myself. But if Nadine and I work together, she can manipulate the magic and we can trick the ward into letting us through safely. My grandmother will never know.
Nadine nodded.
We should be able to pull that off.
The cats returned. Oliver gave a confident nod, indicating it was safe to approach the house. We crept closer until Nadine threw a hand out to stop us.
Right here,
she said.
I can feel the ward boundary.
Chloe stopped at her side.
Let's get to work.
The girls grabbed hands, then lifted their opposite palms to thin air. Magic swirled down their arms, becoming one at their joined hands. The ward began to shimmer beneath their fingers, appearing as a bubble surrounding the house. Chloe suggested an incantation, and the girls spoke it together.
I am family. This is my home too. Drop this ward and let us through.
A slit appeared in the ward, pulling back like a curtain to reveal an opening. Chloe smiled proudly.
My grandmother messed with the wrong bitch. Quickly.
Nadine gestured everyone through, and we slipped past the ward with our cats.
This should stay open until we get out. Let's hurry.
We rushed across the lawn and through Lillian's gardens. The archway Nadine had seen in her dreams stood before us, and we had to pass under it to reach the back door. It was unlocked, and we slipped inside. I bet Lillian thought the ward was enough to keep us out. Darkness blanketed the house. The smallest bit of light from town entered the windows, casting shadows across the mahogany. The cats scurried down the hall, barely making a noise. They stopped at a door near the kitchen and pawed at it. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, but I saw no threats as I glanced around the house. Chloe approached the door.
The basement is this way.
We descended a dark stairwell that creaked under our weight. I listened closely, as if expecting someone to hear us and come running. I was only met by silence. The air dropped a few degrees, making me shiver. Chloe led us down a long hallway. The whole basement was made of stone and had various archways and doors leading in different directions. It reminded me of a dungeon, even though the rooms were probably just meant for food storage.
Nadine saw the garden arch through the window in her dream. That means they must be in a room near the back of the house, which puts them right here.
Chloe stopped at a heavy wooden door. Nadine ran her fingers over the frame, assessing it for magic. Miles's eyes darted down the hall.
This is weird, isn't it? There aren't any guards. It's too easy. I'm certain my grandmother didn't expect us to get through the ward,
Chloe said. Even if executors are normally around, the event in the park is too big for them to miss. Nadine stepped back.
Your grandmother must be very confident in the ward around the house, because there aren't any wards on this room.
A muffled sound came from behind the door. I grabbed the handle, but it was locked. Magic drifted out from my fingers, and the lock disengaged. I threw the door open. What I saw made my stomach twist. Mandy and Tate were huddled in the corner, their hands bound together by ropes. Duct tape covered their mouths. Their hair was matted on the top of their heads, and bruises and cuts marred their faces. Their eyes were sunken in, and they'd both dropped a considerable amount of weight. It looked like Tate had received the worst of the torture. Burn marks scarred her arms, and her fingers bled from where the priestesses had removed fingernails. Tears of relief sprang to the girls' eyes when they saw us. I ran over to them and knelt down. I pulled the tape off their mouths, then got to work on the ropes.
Thank the goddess, Mandy cried. We've been down here for...
She cut off as she looked down at the rope. Her mouth bobbed open, and she blinked rapidly. Tate glanced at her, and confusion settled over her face, too.
They're confused, Grant said. The second they look away, they forget we're here.
Fuck, I growled. I took Mandy's chin and guided her face back toward mine. I need you to turn toward the wall. I'll explain everything. Tears beaded in Mandy's eyes, but both girls turned away from me. I started speaking quickly before they could look back. Close your eyes. It's me, Lucas. We got Mandy's message and we're all here, but we're under a spell to conceal us. If you look at us, you'll forget us the moment you look away. Focus on my voice so you don't forget. Tate whimpered and nodded.
I've been trying to contact you for weeks, but I can hardly access my magic, Mandy sobbed. I overheard the priestesses talking about the festival, and I knew tonight was our best shot. I used everything I had to send you a message.
Nadine and Talia knelt beside me. Talia rubbed her sister's back, while Nadine took Mandy's hand.
We're here,
Nadine assured them.
all of us.
Tal, is that you?
Tate asked, keeping her eyes shut tightly. Her hand shook as she reached out for her sister.
It's me.
Talia took Tate's hand.
Thank the goddess you're alive, Tate cried. I didn't know if you were still out there, but the priestesses didn't believe me. They tortured me to get me to give up your location, but I didn't know where you'd gone. I never would have told them, even if I knew. I swear it.
We're here now, and the priestesses won't touch you again, Talia vowed. How long have you been here?
It's hard to make sense of time down here, Tate admitted. I feel like I've been here for a month at least.
My stomach twisted into a ball of knots. I wished we'd gotten here sooner. We may have been able to spare these girls from the priestess's torture.
Things have gotten really bad in the coven, Mandy said. The priestesses have bought up a bunch of businesses and are making people work for them. If you don't agree to work, or if you weren't selected to go to school, they strip you of your powers.
Which they could do, at least to alchemists and seers, because they had the alchemy and seer wands. Last I knew, the Oaken Wands hadn't worked for the priestesses, though. They must be torturing others to use the wands for them whenever they saw fit. Sobs broke from Tate's chest.
No one can afford anything anymore. They've raised rent and food prices. Independent businesses are shutting down. There's hardly any food in the grocery store. Mom has to buy potions from alchemists that trick you into feeling full, but don't nourish you, just to get to the next meal. Dad's sick from the factory work. They've got him making iron weapons to use against the Fae. It's been nothing but hell since I got out of rehab.
We're going to get you out, but we'll have to get outside the ward before I can cast a portal. If I cast a portal within the ward, they might be able to trace it, and we can't risk them locating our safe house. I finished untying the last knot. The ropes fell away, and both girls breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get you back to the safe house. I helped Mandy to her feet and supported her weight as we left the room. Her whole body quivered. Nadine and Talia draped Tate's arms over their shoulders and followed behind us. We helped the girls up the stairs and were almost to the door when my eyes landed upon a book sitting on a table in the hall. A symbol on the front caught my eye, and I stopped in my tracks. "What is it?" Miles asked. I couldn't take my eyes off the book. The symbol was in the shape of a teardrop with swirls inside of it. It was so familiar, yet it didn't belong in a witch's house. My pulse quickened. "Help Mandy," I told Miles. "Something about this isn't right." He supported her weight, and I took a step forward. I grabbed the book off the table and flipped the leather binding open to reveal handwriting on the inside. It's a journal, I realized. Nadine observed the journal, and her eyes went wide.
"Lucas, this symbol belongs to an elementai, a Tawakwa elemental, a caster of water."
"I know," I said. "Lillian wouldn't have kept this journal if it didn't contain something important." I quickly flipped through the pages, and my heart stalled when I saw the words sprawled at the bottom of the page. Wands with Miriamic religious symbols carved into them. This entry could only be referring to the Oaken Wands. I quickly scanned the entry, and I knew that's exactly what I was looking at. I wasn't about to spend a second longer in Lillian's house than I had to, though. I had to get my friends out, and then we could investigate what this all meant. "We may have more investigating to do tonight than we thought," I said. "Onyx, Miles, I need you to take Mandy and Tate back to the safe house. Then the rest of us are going to investigate what's in this journal." I didn't give anyone a chance to ask questions. I tucked the journal under my arm and hurried out of the house, gesturing to the others to follow. We passed the ward, and I waited until we were concealed in the trees behind Lillian's house before I cast a portal. The forest near the safe house appeared in front of us. "We'll be back as soon as we can," I promised Onyx and Miles. "Wait," Chloe called. She grabbed Miles and pulled him into her arms, planting a passionate kiss on his lips. The two started making out, putting on quite the show, before they finally drew away from each other. "Stay safe," Miles said. Miles and Onyx led Mandy and Tate through the portal, their cats following behind them. As soon as the portal closed, Chloe whirled on me. "All right, smart guy. Why did you send my boyfriend away? You better have a damn good excuse why we aren't all returning to the safe house with them." "Mandy and Tate need help, and I figured Miles and Onyx were the best equipped to care for them right now," I said. "What we've just found is going to require at least one member of each caste." "What exactly do you think you found?" Talia asked. I held up the journal. "This elementai ran across something he shouldn't have, and the priestesses were going to execute him for it. I believe he found where the priestesses have hidden the alchemy and seer wands, and using this journal, we're going to get them back." "How do you know this guy?" Grant asked. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. "Because Nadine and I saved his life."
Chapter 10. Nadine. 5 months earlier. The air was warm, and the stars twinkled above us as Lucas and I snuck through the trees. The safe house was far behind us, and I wondered how long it'd take Grammy to notice we were missing. We'd left a note, but I didn't think that'd stop her from worrying. It was mid-June, and our friends had left over a week ago to visit other supernatural societies. We hoped they might learn something about the Oaken Wands, but so far we'd received no word from them. I breathed a sigh of relief as I took in the crisp night air. It's so nice to get out of the house. Lucas squeezed my hand as he led me through the forest. I love your grandmother, but I just want one night where she isn't breathing down our necks. Agreed, I laughed. She was following me everywhere yesterday. I can't believe she walked in on us when she did. Can you imagine if it was a minute later? I don't know why she wanted to vacuum our room anyway. She already vacuumed earlier this week. And the way she asked us what we were doing, like she didn't already know, Lucas added. I snickered. Grammy can handle a few hours alone without us. I told Issa to distract her. Where are you taking me? Lucas gestured down the mountain. There's a waterfall not far from here. I wanted to take you there, if you're okay with it. It's outside the boundary of the wards. I listened to the forest intently, but I heard nothing except crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. No one knows we're here. We can cast our own ward around the waterfall once we get there, so we'll be safe. We walked for another 15 minutes, until we came upon a beautiful waterfall with a calm pool beneath it. The sound of trickling water was soothing, and a woodsy scent surrounded us. The light from the quarter moon glistened off the water. We cast our ward, then turned to each other. My heart hammered as Lucas wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me in closer. We hadn't been intimate in a while now, since Grammy was always right there. My fingers roamed up his arms, and my eyes danced around his body, savoring his presence. His hand came up to cradle my face. I want to make love to you in this pool. My breath caught. Lucas, if you get me out of these clothes, you can do whatever the hell you want to me. His lips were on mine a second later, and my fingers tangled in his hair as our bodies crashed together. A stick broke in the trees, startling us both. We whirled toward the sound, instinctually conjuring battle orbs at the same time. The light from our sizzling orbs reflected off a pair of eyes. The rest of the creature was cast in shadow. Whatever it was must have been within the boundary of our ward when we cast it. A low growl emitted from the creature's throat, and it stepped forward until I could make out the features of a large feline. Lucas immediately threw himself in front of me. "Is that a mountain lion?" I cried, my heart hammering. I might have battle orbs to protect myself, but this creature was huge, with claws that looked razor sharp. One mistake, and that creature could tear us both to shreds. "Mountain lions don't live here," Lucas panicked. "That's way bigger." It looked like an African lion, though it had no mane, so it must have been female. What the hell was a lion doing in the mountains of Connecticut? "It looks hungry," I said warily, as the lion began to pace in front of us. "It's not getting anywhere near us," Lucas promised. The battle orb in his hand grew brighter. His voice became stern as he spoke directly to the lion. "Walk away now, or you'll be sorry." "Lucas, it doesn't understand you," I insisted. The lion bared its teeth, and for a moment I thought I caught recognition in its eyes, like it did understand us. Then the lion lunged. Lucas threw his battle orb, but it bounced off the lion's fur. She flew through the air, her claws aimed straight for his throat. Lucas created a shield around us, and the lion slammed straight into it. She stumbled back, shaking her head. "That battle orb should have killed her," I cried. "That's not normal." The lion bared her teeth again, and a loud, terrifying roar erupted from her lungs. Flames burst across her fur, lighting up the night like a bonfire. "That's because that's no normal lion," Lucas cried. The creature jumped at us, but I created a shield that guarded us from all angles. The lion slammed against it, unable to get through. She swiped her claws out, and red-hot fire seared the shield from all angles. It felt like the flames were covering my entire body. I cried out, and my shield fell. The pain dissipated, but the lion readied for another attack. Lucas shoved me. "Run!" The ward we'd created shattered, and we took off running. Lucas threw battle orbs behind us to slow the creature down. "Maybe I can siphon her powers," I suggested through ragged breaths. "You're never going to get your hands on her." Lucas's words cut off, and I whirled around to see the lion latch her jaws around his pant leg. Her fur bristled as her eyes locked on mine for a second. "Lucas!" I screamed. The lion dragged him backward. Lucas clawed at the ground, but he couldn't escape her hold. I shot magic at the lion, but nothing I did fazed her. She dragged Lucas through the forest, leading me onward until coming to an abrupt halt. "Get off, you fucking—" Lucas's insult died on his tongue as the lion leapt on top of him and pressed a paw to his mouth. I caught up with them, though I was winded. Their eyes locked. I feared if I moved, the lion would attack him again. "Lucas?" Slowly, the lion backed away, and Lucas got to his feet. "She didn't hurt me," he said in astonishment. "I think she wants us to follow her." The lion ducked her head, and I realized that I saw fear in her eyes for the first time. She hadn't come to attack us. She'd come to ask for help. "She's a fire lion, which means she belongs to the Elementi. Her bonded companion must be nearby," Lucas pointed out. "All right," I said warily. "Lead the way." The lion looked to Lucas again and nodded. "I think she's telling us to be quiet," he said. The lion slunk through the trees, and we followed closely behind. The sound of voices came from up ahead. A man cruelly laughed. "The priestesses said we should take you outside the town boundaries and kill you, but there's no reason why we shouldn't have a little fun with it first. We dragged you all the way out here so that no one would hear you scream." "You don't understand," an older man begged. "I have a research license granted to me by the United Supernatural Union. We were welcomed into Octavia Falls." "No Elementi is welcome here," another voice raged. "You should have stayed within your own borders, savage." "How dare you talk to my husband like that?" a woman snarled. "Now get out of our way, you withered old witches!" We came close enough that I could finally see what was going on. A dozen executors had surrounded a man and a woman in the woods. The woman looked to be in her 40s, and the man had to be at least 10 years older than her. The woman was beautiful, with long red hair, but the man wore a wrinkled shirt, and his hair was disheveled. He wore glasses and carried a large backpack. "Who are you calling withered?" an executor growled. The woman threw back her head and laughed. "You have no idea who you're dealing with." She threw her hands out, and I expected magic to blast from her palms, but only a tiny flame came out. The man next to her aimed his hands at a puddle on the ground. Water droplets rose into the air, but that was it. "What did you do to us?" the woman seethed. A big, burly executor laughed maniacally.
Did the priestesses forget to mention the tea at your hotel was laced with noxite? It's a precautionary measure provided to all visitors who are not of our kind. You should have kept your nose where it belonged, and we wouldn't have to kill you. You wouldn't dare, the woman sneered. Doing so would be a declaration of war against the Elementi. As if they'll ever know what happened to you two, an executor said. I lowered my voice and whispered to Lucas. What do we do? These are Elementi. If they're killed by witches and the tribe finds out, they'll start a war with the coven, for sure. We have to help them. But if we kill the executors, the priestesses will find evidence we were here, he replied. The lion looked up at us with a desperate plea in her eyes. She'd come to find us, to ask for help, which meant she didn't think she could take on this many witches at once. The woman opened her mouth again, but her husband stopped her. Eleanor, please, let me handle this. Whatever the priestesses think they can charge us with, they are sorely mistaken. The woman blew a breath. Elliot, you're making it worse. Her husband continued. There must be a way we can work this out. The burly executor glanced at the others, then shrugged. Yeah, I think we can work something out. At the end of a noose. The executors threw ropes around the couple's necks. Within a moment, they'd tossed the ends of the ropes over a tree branch and yanked, pulling the couple's feet off the ground. The sound of their strangled rasps filled the forest. Our cover be damned. These innocent people would die if we didn't help them. We leapt from our hiding place in the trees, and battle orbs shot from our palms in all directions. Lucas dropped 2 executors at once. My orb hit one executor in the chest, while the other missed the executor I was aiming at. The lion leapt from the trees and aimed her razor-sharp claws at the nearest executor. His dying screams turned to silence as she swiped her claws across his throat. 4 down, 8 to go. Lucas threw up a shield around us, and battle orbs ricocheted off of it. I sent deadly orbs soaring through the shield, and Lucas defended all of my attacks. My orbs bounced off the executor's shields, spinning off into the forest. The executors dropped their ropes, and the couple landed hard on the ground. All together, the executors turned their attention to the lion. Battle orbs assaulted her from all angles, and the power was too much. Magic knocked the lion off her feet, sending her flying into the base of a tree nearby. Naomi! Eleanor shouted. Her cries were cut off as one of the executors yanked back on the ropes. The lion whimpered before limping to her feet. Fire burst across her body again, but the executors didn't back down. One of them walked straight up to her. He threw his hands upward as he tossed her into the sky with his telekinesis. She landed on the ground so hard that the ground sank in where she lay. Step aside, the burly executor growled. He shoved the others away, and I noticed the mark of a mortana on the back of his hand. I'm going to rip this bitch's soul from her body and send it straight to the abyss. Actually, it's Ayanoxun in Elementi culture, Elliot choked out past the noose. His wife gasped for breath. This isn't the time for a religious lesson! Do something, Elliot! Lucas, hold the shield, I told him. I have an idea. I closed my eyes and focused on the magic around us. I could feel all kinds of energy signatures. The smooth energy of a seer standing behind us, the electric sizzle of several mentalists, the high-frequency buzz of an alchemist, and the chaos of Mortana.
I could even sense the heat coming off the lion, though I couldn't quite tap into her energy. I honed in on the Mortana and pulled his magic into me.
"What the hell?"
the burly man shouted. I opened my eyes to see sparks shooting from his fingers, but the death magic he expected never came.
"It's the waning!"
one of the others panicked. I smirked. Not the waning, just a curse breaker. The magic rattled around inside of me until I couldn't contain it any longer. "Duck on 3, I warned Lucas. I shot a glance at the elementi, but they were already on their knees. 1, 2, 3. Lucas dropped his shield, and the magic I had siphoned burst out of me, all at once. A blast of energy soared over Lucas's head as he ducked, and it slammed into all the executors at once. Their bodies fell to the ground. "Hurry!" I shouted, racing over to help loosen the nooses around the couple's necks. "His magic was weak. I only knocked them out." I pulled the noose over Eleanor's head, and she shrugged me off. She got to her feet and glared down at the executors, sprawled across the forest floor. "We'll take care of them." Lucas helped Elliot stand, then stepped aside. "Be our guest." Eleanor held her head high. "Naomi, attack!" Naomi found her footing, and rage marred her features. She curled her lips back, then sank her fangs into the throat of the burly executor. Blood sprayed the underbrush, and Lucas shuddered as death filled the forest. Naomi quickly moved to the next executor until she had slaughtered each and every one of them. The priestesses would find their bodies, but their deaths would be attributed to an animal attack. They'd never know Lucas and I were here in the first place. Naomi returned to Eleanor's side, licking her lips proudly. The woman patted the lion affectionately, paying no attention to the blood staining her hand.
"Thank you,"
Elliot said as he rubbed the bruises on his neck.
"You're much kinder than the other witches we met. We could have never gained the upper hand without you."
Eleanor crossed her arms.
"We wouldn't have to be thanking them if you hadn't wandered off, Elliot. I had to walk the whole town looking for you." "I told you I was going to do research. I'm a professor. That's my job,"
Elliot insisted innocently, before turning to us.
"I am Professor Elliot Bain, of the Hawkeye tribe, and my wife is Madame Eleanor Doya. We are doing research on supernatural societies, and I dare say I didn't realize witches took their hanging so seriously. This cultural experience was wonderful research for my book." "Research?" Eleanor sputtered. "Ancestors' cock, Elliot! We were nearly strangled!" "All part of the risk of being an anthropologist, my dear," Elliot said cheerfully. "What is exploration without the threat of an unavoidable, treacherous fate?"
Eleanor's chest heaved. Her fingers twitched, like she wanted to strangle him herself, but was resisting with all her might.
"By the way, I have to say that your people have a lovely museum," Elliot added. "You witches have a variety of wonderful magical artifacts on display."
I shot Lucas a questioning glance. I wasn't aware we had a museum in Octavia Falls. Lucas shrugged, like he didn't know what they were talking about. Eleanor's lips pressed into a thin line.
"You shouldn't have been able to get into the museum in the first place. The priestesses said the room was warded." "It was warded against witches, not elementi," Elliot said. "How was I to know? After all, the ward didn't affect me."
"You still should have known better," Eleanor replied curtly. Elliot turned back to us and slipped off his backpack. I noticed a blue symbol on the flap, a teardrop shape with swirling designs in the center. He began digging through his bag.
"There must be some way we can repay you."
"We have nothing to give them, Elliot," Eleanor pressed. "All you have in there is stale bread, dirty socks, and a journal I dare say is of little use to them." Elliot gave a nervous chuckle. "About that, we'll have to pick up another on our way to Malovia." Eleanor huffed, like it was typical of her husband to misplace something so important. "We can thank them by getting as far away from Octavia Falls as possible. We'll contact the Hosho for an early pickup and get the hell out of Connecticut. After all this, I'm sure Malovia will be much kinder." "We can help," Lucas started, but Eleanor cut in. "You've helped enough. We don't wish to bother you further." She'd clearly made up her mind. "Unless you have a car that can take us far away from here so we can meet our transport ship at a safer location." Grammy's car was back at the house, but it didn't matter if these people were innocent. We weren't leading them back there. Lucas shook his head. "I'm sorry. We don't. We've been hiking all night." It was a small lie, but one that ensured our safety. I stepped forward. "If you ever find yourself back in the area, we'll help in any way we can. I'm Nadine, and this is Lucas." Eleanor held her chin high. "Believe me, we will not be back. Come now, Elliot. We must begin the trek to the nearest town." Eleanor strode off with her familiar at her side. Her husband scrambled behind them, though he turned back to bow his head and thank us again. They disappeared into the trees. I turned to Lucas as my heart rate finally settled. "Grammy's going to kill us." Lucas took my hand, and we started back up the mountain. "Not if we don't tell her. I can hear the lecture now. 'You could have been caught.'" I chuckled. "Yeah, by you, Grammy, for the millionth time." Lucas smirked, though he looked more relieved than anything. "I think we'd better keep this to ourselves for now." "Right," I agreed. "It'll be our little secret." I recounted the story to the others, and Chloe's jaw hung open as she listened. "Why didn't you tell us?" she demanded. "We didn't tell anyone," I said. "Grammy would have killed us for going past the ward boundaries. We never left the safe house after that. Everyone was safe at the time." Lucas thumbed through the journal. "The priestesses ordered the executors to kill the Elementi couple after they'd already been guaranteed security in Octavia Falls by the United Supernatural Union. It's not unusual for us to get visiting professors now and then. I didn't think much of it at the time, but the professor's wife said he'd wandered off, and an executor mentioned he'd been sticking his nose in places it didn't belong. He must have stumbled across something he wasn't supposed to. Lillian must have taken his journal before she ordered the executors to kill them," I noted. "What does it say?" Lucas turned to a page dated the middle of June. "We have reached Octavia Falls and settled into our hotel room. The staff here is lovely, and even offered us tea at check-in brewed by the best alchemists in town. I feel relaxed already. I can't wait to try the witch's famous maple syrup at breakfast. First, I hope to make a visit to their college campus. I hear their library is wonderful." Lucas flipped to the next page. "The school is smaller than I anticipated. It appears to be in need of some serious renovations, but I suppose the cracks in the walls lend themselves to the centuries-old charm. I was unable to find my way to the library, but I did find a lovely museum, or perhaps an archives room. The double doors leading me there are carved beautifully with Miriamic symbols, though there was no label on the door. Either way, I have found myself among antique Miriamic artifacts I would love to study further. Items I see from where I sit include books on various supernatural races, potions vials, wands with Miriamic religious symbols carved into them, a large cauldron, and what? Chloe asked. Lucas shook his head. That's it. It just cuts off here. He showed us the page. I saw that there was a long line of ink stretched across the paper, as if someone had yanked the journal from his hands before he could finish writing. He's referring to the Oaken Wands, Lucas stated. I know it. Chloe looked thoughtful. That makes sense. It's too obvious to keep them at the Imperium headquarters, and the school is always going to have executors defending it. Talia furrowed her brow. But where in the school? That doesn't sound like the archives room at the school. I've been in the archives, and it's just a bunch of shelves of books and old newspapers. He describes double doors with Miriamic symbols, I pointed out. It's Headmistress Verla's old office. Elliot didn't walk into a museum at all. He just thought he did. Then we have enough information to take a shot at this, Grant said. We could get the Oaken Wands while the executors are still at the festival. Tonight's our best shot. Let's go before our spell wears off, Chloe stated. Lucas lifted his hands to create a portal to take us to the school. A beat passed, but nothing happened. The school is warded against portals, he said. We can't portal directly in or out of the school. Nadine and I can try to work together to get past the wards, but they're strong, and that's going to take time we don't have. It took us weeks to work through the Malovian wards before we could open a portal to get Grant and Talia through the last time. Get us as close as you can, I decided. The second Lillian returns and finds Mandy and Tate missing, the executors will swarm town looking for us. We have to move quickly. Lucas formed a portal leading into the trees surrounding Miriam College. We stepped through, and the portal shut behind us. Slowly, I crept through the trees, keeping my eyes on the school. A chill breeze swept through the trees, but other than that, the grounds were quiet. Looks safe, I remarked. Come on. We crept across the grass and snuck into the school. The outside of the mansion looked the same as it always had, apart from some construction material near the ballroom entrance. Inside, everything was different. The last time we were here, the school was under attack. The space-bending spell that expanded the dorms and classrooms had been collapsing, and we'd barely gotten out. The room we entered wasn't at all what I remembered the main foyer looking like. It had the same red carpet and black walls, and the painting of Mother Miriam still hung above the mantel, but the stairs were closer to the door, and there were fewer sconces. Grant spun around to take it all in. This looks like a smaller version of the main foyer. Chloe rolled her eyes at him. That's because it is. We don't have time to marvel at it. I gestured for them to follow me. Come on. We started down the hall, and I counted turns until we reached where I thought Verla's office was. Except the hall that was supposed to be there wasn't. It should be right here. I ran my hands over the flush wall, as if expecting the doorway to be concealed by magic. We can't expect the school to be laid out the same way we're used to, Lucas said. Not since the space-bending spell collapsed. They had to change things in order to rebuild. I think her office is probably back the way we came. Footsteps sounded down a nearby hall, and we quickly ducked into an alcove. The cat scurried behind us, and Issa hid beneath my cloak. I held my breath as I peeked around the corner. 2 executors walked past the end of the hall. I hate patrol duty, one of them complained. We should be down at the Festival of Chosen. Don't say that, the other sneered. This job is an honor. Their voices faded down the hall, and my heart rate slowed. Looks like we aren't alone, I whispered. We have to be careful. I cocked a finger, and the others followed. I threw glances up and down the halls, but we didn't see anyone else. Navigating the school wasn't as easy as I thought, because things weren't in the same places I was used to. The halls were narrower, and there were fewer doorways than I remembered. We got turned around a few times, until we reached a hall that looked familiar. "I think this is it," I said. We turned once more, and the double doors of Verla's office came into view. My heart lifted. We were so close. We took a step closer, until my magic slammed into something dangerous. Instinct took over, and I threw my arms out to protect my friends. "Stop!" They all jumped back. Slowly, I approached the doors, but I didn't touch them. Magic pulsed through the hall, and a high-pitched note rang in my ears. "There's a strong ward here, a hell of a lot stronger than the one at Lillian's house. Several witches cast this." "Can you break it?" Talia asked. "It's going to be tough," I admitted. As I reached out, my magic recoiled on instinct. "The ward is strong, so transforming that magic into something else like a battle orb could bring the whole school down on us. Not to mention, breaking it would alert the priestesses. I'll have to try something else." Lucas eyed me warily. "What did you have in mind?" "In theory, curse breakers can absorb magic," I said. "I'm going to do that." Lucas grabbed my hand before I could move. "You've never done that before. You don't even know if it will work." "I know it's our only option," I insisted. "If I can hold on to the ward without breaking it until we get out of here, we can escape without alerting the priestesses. We need those wands, Lucas. You have to at least let me try." "How confident are you in this?" he asked. "Enough to give it a shot," I pressed. Lucas stepped back. "All right. Do what you need to do." "We should all work together," I suggested. "Lend me your powers, and I'll use it to get past the ward. Then take that power inside of me. The stronger our magic, the easier it will be to overpower the ward." We all grabbed hands, and my brows knitted in concentration. I gathered my friend's magic together and manipulated it, directing it at the ward. The ward resisted, pushing against me. My magic recoiled, and my body shook as I fought harder. Every muscle in my body tensed, and a whirlwind swept through the hall as magic clashed together. The doors began to glow an angry red. My dark blue magic pushed against it, and it took everything in me to keep the spell alive. My arms grew weak, and my breaths became shallow. It was like trying to push over a brick wall. The cats approached the door and began scratching at it. "Get back!" I warned them. "Maybe we should stop," Lucas said nervously. "No, I've got this," I insisted. I searched the ward for weaknesses until my magic brushed up against an unsteady edge. Something within me snapped, and I managed to find my way inside the ward. The door began to glow a bright blue. My magic entangled with the ward, and I drew backward, dragging the magic toward me. The magic was heavy, like a dark sludge swirling in my gut. All magic felt different to me, and I could tell the priestesses hadn't cast this ward with the intent to protect what was inside. Their ill intentions were designed to hurt anyone who tried to get past. This spell wasn't cast out of love, but out of hate. A sharp pain twisted my stomach, and I gagged. "Nadine!" Lucas cried. I squeezed his hand tighter. "I've almost got it." I gritted my teeth. The pain in my gut spread to my extremities, feeling like tiny blades slicing into my muscles. I tried not to let it show. I couldn't let Lucas stop me, not when we were this close. We had one shot at this, and I wasn't leaving Octavia Falls without the Oaken Wands in hand. I yanked harder, and the blue magic lighting up the door funneled into me until the glow subsided completely. I did it! Chloe stepped in front of the doors. We don't know how long Nadine can hold that magic. We need to move our asses and get out of here, because right now, Nadine's a ticking bomb. Chloe placed her hands on the door handles and flung the doors open. Inside, shelves were filled with all kinds of books, and potion vials shimmered around the room. On Verla's desk, next to a large cauldron, stood 2 display cases that housed none other than the Oaken Wands. I leaned against Lucas, and together, the 5 of us stepped into the room. A high-pitched squeal assaulted my ears, so loud that it brought me to my knees. My hands clapped over my ears, and I looked to my friends to see them doing the same. Lucas's eyes went wide, and his lips moved, though I couldn't hear what he was saying. The priestess's ward wasn't the only thing keeping other witches out. They'd cast some sort of alarm spell over the room. Of fucking course. The priestesses wouldn't cast just one spell over this door. They'd make multiple, in case someone managed to break their ward, and I should have realized it sooner. The noise rattled my bones, and the whole building seemed to shake. I couldn't get to my feet, even if I wanted to. The pain permeating my body turned to absolute horror as a darkness crept over the walls, enveloping the room. For a moment, I saw nothing but the shadows, and I felt nothing except an icy cold chill. Ghostly moans could be heard over the alarm, and that's when I realized this wasn't an alarm system at all. It was a curse. My friends shot spells across the room, but it did no good. A window shattered, and the wind from outside quickly swept in, swirling around us. The eerie shadows closed in on us. They weren't anything like spirits I'd seen before. These shadows crept across the walls as if they could only stalk their prey in obscurity. Long, spindly fingers slithered from the wall to the carpet, then slowly up my leg. I tried to scream, but my voice couldn't be heard over the ringing in my ears. The spirit's frigid touch turned my skin to ice. The shadowy hand inched up my body, curling around my throat. My scream died on my tongue as my airways constricted. Darkness entered the corners of my vision, and I tilted my head to see that my friends were suffering the same fate. Each of us had been rendered immobile, and in moments the curse would strangle us. Dark energy turned my friends' blood black, and inky veins spiderwebbed across their skin. The cats tried to fight back, clawing at the walls, but more shadowy figures emerged and held them down. I had to stop this. The ward I held within me was dark, cast with the intention to harm. And that's exactly what it would do. I released the magic, and the sound of shattering glass filled the room. We were blasted backward. The ward turned solid as it broke, sending shards of glass raining down on us. I threw my hands up, but it was too late. The glass sliced into my face, and my friends cried out as the remnants of the ward cut into their skin. I landed hard on my back and gasped as I tried to get to my feet. I could hardly find my fingers, let alone my legs. I lifted my gaze to the shadowy figures to see they had grown bigger than before. The temperature in the room had dropped even more as they continued to descend upon us. I glanced around at my friends to see them lying on the floor, blood dripping down their faces. The spell hadn't hurt the ghostly figures, but it had harmed my friends. The shadows were back on us in a mere moment. I seemed to freeze beneath their touch as the shadows surrounded me. They felt even stronger than before. I realized then that the shadows only fed on the dark energy of the ward. Trying to harm them with the priestesses' magic had only made them stronger. There was only one way to cast out the darkness, and that was to outshine it. Protection magic swirled out of me, appearing as a glowing orb that lit the entire room. The orb expanded, splitting into 5 beams of light that I aimed at the shadowed figures. The spirit's hold on me tightened. I clawed at my neck, but my fingers met nothing but air. I gripped the shadowy magic with my Cursebreaker powers, but it quickly slipped from my grasp. I couldn't do this alone. My fingers trembled as I reached out for Lucas on one side of me and Chloe on the other. They saw what I was doing and desperately reached back until the 5 of us were holding hands. Protection magic poured into me, causing my whole body to glow like the light of the sun. The screeching of the ghosts intensified until the magic came bursting out of me. Like a shield exploding, our magic swept across the room, blasting the spirits back. Pained screams filled the air, then faded. I slumped to my hands and knees, gulping in greedy breaths. My friends were on their knees panting, but they were still here, thank the goddess. Lucas crawled over to me and placed a hand on my back.
"We did it,"
he rasped. Issa ran over, rubbing her head on my chin. At first, I thought she was trying to comfort me, until she pushed again, then let out a low growl.
"We have to get moving," I said.
"I broke the priestesses' ward, which means they know we're here. They could be here at any moment." Grant and Talia scrambled to their feet and hurried over to the desk at the center of the room. Grant picked up the cauldron and lifted it above the displays that held the seer and alchemy wands. Something made him pause.
Anyone else recognize this?"
Grant asked. We'd been in such a hurry, I hadn't had a chance to look at it closely. Now that I did, I realized the handles were twisted into the shape of branches.
"It's the Crock of Death," I realized. "We should take that with us too," Lucas suggested.
Grant nodded, then brought the cauldron down to smash the wand displays open. He quickly subconjured the crock, then reached through the broken glass. Talia took the seer wand, while Grant snatched up the alchemy wand. The wands glowed at the ends, and magic swirled up their arms. Matching tunes filled the room.
"They're the real thing,"
Grant said.
"I can feel it."
Relief flooded through me. We had worked so hard for those wands, only for the priestesses to manipulate them out of our grasp. Now that we had them again, they couldn't use them to hurt our people. We quickly turned to leave, but Chloe stopped us. "Hang on, there might be other things here we can use against the priestesses." Chloe lifted a scroll she found lying on a table. "Look at these. They're some sort of decree records. They're making new laws. The following laws are set forth by the Imperium Council, led by revelation from Mother Miriam. It is imperative the coven follow her guidance to protect the town from outside threats." "They're liars," I growled. "I doubt they've talked to her, because I have, and this isn't what she'd want." Chloe curled up her nose. "These scrolls talk as if the coven can't be trusted to know what's best for themselves. Compliance is the only way to fulfill Mother Miriam's will. This document details the next stages of their plan. They're going to implement a law that says if you're not teaching your children the ways of the chosen, you will be charged with religious abuse. People who haven't joined the chosen will have their children removed from their home, so that the priestesses can raise the kids under their own religious doctrine." "That's sick," Lucas raged. "They can't take innocent children from good homes." "What is this?" Grant sneered. "Some sort of genocide?" I shook my head. During genocides, the leaders mark the oppressed, like they did in the Hawkeye Civil War. The priestesses are marking themselves and their followers, because we're fighting a different force here. The marking of the chosen is a ritual initiation, which means all those people willing to go through it will agree with and support the priestesses. They aren't going to bother questioning the priestesses removing children from good homes, because they're so far into the ideology that they'll be the ones to do it for them. They'll turn in their neighbors, not because they're afraid of what will happen if they don't, but because they actually believe they're doing the right thing.
This is wrong and evil, Lucas snarled.
That's not the worst of it. Talia's features turned paper white as she picked up another stack of papers. It's drawings of the mentalist wand, and pictures of the abyss. Talia turned the drawings toward us, and my stomach plummeted to my toes. The sketches showed the mentalist wand, the twisted tree symbol carved onto the handle. It appeared to be falling into a glowing red pit, with shadowed creatures lurking in the background. Lucas snatched the drawing from her hands, terror filling his wide eyes.
This looks like the wand falling into the demon's pit. It's got to be a recreation of a seer's vision, which means the priestesses know where to find the wand. I don't understand how they managed to get this information when the wands can't be tracked.
A seer could have been looking into our past, or Professor Leto's, and seen what played out that night, I pointed out. The mentalist wand could have appeared in the vision, even if it can't be tracked on its own.
Do you think they've been to the abyss yet?
Grant wondered. Talia flipped through more pages. According to these notes, they've tried summoning demons for answers, but no one is willing to strike a deal with them after what happened to Professor Leto. I'm surprised they're willing to work with demons at all after what he did, Chloe said. He was uncontrollable. These women don't take kindly to being out of control. Which means they're going to be looking for other options, just like we are, I pointed out. We have to get to the abyss before the priestesses do. With all the coven's power of mind manipulation in their hands, they could do more harm to the coven than ever before. Lucas crushed the drawing in his hands.
Then let's get moving.
We hurried out of the room and down the hall. We were met with nothing but empty halls as we turned the corners, until we came to a screeching halt in the main foyer. Our cats hissed and backed away. 10 executors stood in a row, blocking the doors. Several of them held wands, while others had battle orbs at the ready. Lucas grabbed the back of my cloak and yanked me in the opposite direction. We ducked down the hallway a moment before the battle orbs exploded right where I'd been standing. Lucas put an index finger to his lips.
Shh. They'll forget they ever saw us. Come out, wherever you are,
an executor taunted. Chloe's voice trembled, which was so unlike her. I gave everything I had to that last spell. When we cast out those spirits, our disguise broke.
We can run, but we don't know where the exits are anymore, Grant pointed out. The executors won't hesitate to hurt us.
Lucas shook his head.
We don't have to run. We have 2 Oaken Wands. What do they have? An overinflated sense of ego?
If we face them, they'll die, Talia stated. She wasn't protesting, more or less stating a fact. She wanted to make sure we were okay with that.
We're in the middle of a war, Chloe said.
We can't keep pretending that we can spare the people who want us dead. Let's kill these fuckers! Footsteps approached slowly.
Come out and face us, an executor sneered. Unless you're too scared.
The others laughed, as if they actually believed we'd be scared of them. I exchanged a glance with Lucas, and he nodded, like he knew exactly what I was thinking. We won't kill innocent people, I said, so we'll give them a choice. Lucas's voice remained steady as he shouted around the corner. You don't know what you're getting yourselves into. Fight us and you'll die. We're giving you the option to walk away now. Or what? One of them laughed. You'll cast a little curse on us? We'll kill each of your friends one by one. Saving the curse breaker for last so she can watch. There will be no trial this time. Lucas had heard enough. He grabbed his wand and leapt around the corner. I barely blinked before a powerful battle spell erupted out of the end of his wand. It connected with an executor's stomach and blasted him off his feet and straight through the front doors of the mansion. The wood crumbled, and I was certain the executor had to be dead from the blow. My friends and I quickly followed, and our cats hissed as spells shot all throughout the room. Battle orbs smashed into the front of Lucas's shield and ricocheted back at the executors. Chloe threw her hands apart, and her telekinesis sent the executors flying into the walls. We ran for the door. We were barely 2 paces away when one of the executors on the ground reached out and grabbed the hem of my cloak. I tripped and caught myself on my palms, then promptly spun around and slammed my foot into his face. He reeled back, the same time a female executor lunged for me. She landed on the ground beside me. I caught sight of an eye tattooed on her skin as her arm curled around my neck, pinning my back to her front. Physically, she was strong, like the kind of girl who'd been on the wrestling team. She certainly knew how to put someone into a headlock. "Tell me where you and your little friends have been hiding," she sneered. I gasped for breath, and past my panic, my curse-breaker power sensed her magic invading my mind. She was trying to read my thoughts, and terror rocked through me. I tried to push her out of my mind, but she only pressed further. If this is how I died, I wasn't taking any of my friends with me. I thought of anything but the safe house, but I felt her creeping past each wall I tried to throw up to block her. "Get off her, you bitch!" Talia cried. She leapt in front of me, and the end of the seer wand began to glow. Slowly, I felt the seer's magic leave my mind. Talia kicked the girl in the face as hard as she could, and she loosened her hold on me. The other executor was already back on his feet, and a spell crackled in his palm, aimed at me. I barely had a moment to process it before Lucas jumped on him. He tackled the executor, and they stumbled into the wall near the fireplace. The executor lifted his crackling hand to deliver the deadly blow, but Lucas was faster than he was. My husband grabbed the executor by the head and smashed his face into the mantel. Blood spurted everywhere, spraying across Mother Miriam's painting and down Lucas's cloak. The executor slumped to the ground, and blood trickled onto the floor. Lucas heaved a breath as he stared down at the man's unmoving form. He glanced to his hands for a beat before turning his gaze to the painting of Mother Miriam. I didn't think he could believe what he'd done. He'd just killed a man with his bare hands. The painting began to glow white around the edges, and I swore to the goddess I saw the painting of Mother Miriam move. Her eyes turned down toward Lucas, and she gave the slightest of nods. I got to my feet and reached out for Lucas, but he barely noticed my touch. "She chose me as an agent of death," he said hollowly. "She wanted me to protect you." "You did the right thing," I told him. "You killed him!" an executor shouted. He had to be an alchemist, because he conjured a potion vial and threw it at our friends. I caught sight of a shimmering green liquid inside, which I'd seen before. It was a potion meant to explode when the vial was shattered, and it was headed straight toward Grant. "Grant!" I cried. He'd already seen it. Grant raised the alchemy wand, and the magic siphoned out of the potion a second before it hit the ground. The potion sizzled and smoked as the liquid seeped into the floor, but it failed to explode as intended. I quickly assessed the other executors and realized there was only one seer and one alchemist in the group. Grant and Talia siphoned their powers, but the others aimed deadly spells at us. We ducked, then shot back spells of our own. One of my spells caught an executor in the leg, and I heard the snap of bone. His scream echoed off the walls of the main foyer as he fell to the ground. A spell hit Grant in the chest, and he was blasted off his feet. Talia and I rushed to help him stand. Before we could get anywhere, an executor jumped in front of us, separating us from Chloe and Lucas. "Nadine!" Lucas cried. He aimed a spell at the executor. It hit him, and he went down, but several more had closed in. I cast a shield around myself, Grant, and Talia. Spells slammed into my shield from all angles. Grant and Talia quickly took my hands, and we fortified the shield with our collective power. It held, but Chloe and Lucas were cornered on the other side of the foyer. "What do you say?" One of the executors laughed maniacally. "Shall we have a bit of fun with them before they die?" The ghostly figure of the man Lucas had blasted through the front doors appeared in front of us. An executor with a skull tattoo on his arm flicked his wrist, and the ghost swept forward at his command, flying straight into Lucas. The ghost disappeared, as if Lucas's body had absorbed him. At the same time, Chloe halted mid-step. At first, I thought it was because she was shocked by what she'd seen. Then I noticed her eyes had gone glossy. She didn't appear as herself as she took a step toward Lucas. He turned toward her slowly, with a twisted smirk on his face. It wasn't his own. I knew that for certain. A woman with the mark of a mentalist on her hand laughed. "A possessed reaper versus my puppet. Which will win?" I realized then that the woman had invaded Chloe's mind, and she was controlling her now. In the same moment, the Mortana had ordered the ghost of the dead executor to possess my husband's body. Chloe gritted her teeth, though she continued to approach Lucas. "Get out of my head, bitch!" "Ooh!" the executor laughed. "She's a fighter. Let's see how well you fight our friend." Chloe and Lucas lunged at each other. The executor's laughter filled the air as the two engaged in a fistfight created for the executor's sick entertainment. Purple bruises broke out across their faces, and Chloe was forced to curl her fingers around Lucas's neck. Rage filled my entire body, and I didn't even have to form a spell in my hand to cast a curse. I set my gaze on the mentalist who was controlling Chloe, and aimed all my anger at her. I wanted her to stop hurting my friends. I wanted her to die. Dark magic crept over the mentalist's skin, turning her features an ashen gray. The veins in her neck turned to black as my killing curse overtook her body. She let out a pained cry and stumbled back a few steps. Executors threw their hands over their ears as her piercing scream filled the air. I felt it when my curse overtook her form entirely, because the magic reached a peak. The curse exploded and took her body with it. Her form turned to ash, and her screams died out as the curse reduced her to nothing but dust where she'd been standing. Chloe gasped as she gained control of her body once again. She let go of Lucas's throat, and she took several steps back. Lucas pursued her with that twisted smirk. He still wasn't himself. I turned to the Mortana who had cast the spell that possessed my husband. I intended to cast a curse on him as well, but I never got the chance. "Lucas, you can fight this," Chloe said. The smirk wiped from Lucas's face, and he gritted his teeth instead. A spectral form appeared around him, like he was forcing the ghost out of his body. The ghost fought against him, until Lucas let out a primal scream, and the apparition separated from him entirely. The ghost swept across the room, aimed straight for the Mortana who cast the spell. The ghost screeched and slammed into him, knocking the executor off his feet. He went flying into the wall and hit his head so hard he was knocked out. "Lucas, how did you do that?" Chloe cried. Lucas gasped for breath, and sweat dripped down his brow. "Don't know. Something to do with my death powers, I guess. Let's go." I ran toward Lucas, and Talia and Grant followed. Executors pursued us, but Lucas conjured a shield that held as we fled toward the front doors. A powerful spell landed against his shield and bounced off. Magic exploded against the wall, shattering one of the windows. Another spell blasted through the doorway. I saw a flash of light out of the corner of my eye, then heard the sound of Lucas's shield shattering. I whirled around to see 4 executors standing in the doorway, their wands raised and ready for another attack. I didn't take a moment to think about it. Something within me snapped, and I siphoned their magic for my own before they could cast a spell. Power burst out of me. Magic swept up the stairway in the blink of an eye, encompassing the entire foyer in the blast. Windows shattered and walls crumbled. Everything happened so quickly that the executors didn't get the chance to scream. They were killed instantly, their bloody bodies falling into a heap at the front of the school. Building materials rained down over the front steps, and the earth beneath us rumbled. I sank to my knees as my head spun. Lucas's features swam in front of me. "Nade, are you okay?" He grabbed my shoulders and shook me. I was relieved to see him on his feet. My hands shook. I wasn't going to let them hurt my family. "Never," Lucas promised as he wrapped me in his arms. "Time to go," Grant said in a rush. My vision steadied, and I looked toward the front gates to find executors pouring onto the school grounds. There had to be over 100 executors, all coming for our heads. "Run!" Lucas shouted. He grabbed my hand and helped me to my feet, and we took off running. Spells rained down upon us. Lucas threw up a shield, but it was only enough to deflect battle spells. My feet swept out from under me, and I felt the magic of a mentalist lift me off the ground until I was dangling upside down. Chloe grabbed my hands, and I felt her magic fight against my attacker. The magic levitating me snapped as Chloe overpowered the spell. I landed hard on my stomach and scrambled to my feet before I could catch my breath. I took off running beside my friends. The Oaken Wands glowed as Grant and Talia siphoned magic from the executors. We skirted around the side of the building and sprinted toward the trees. "Keep running," Lucas shouted. "We aren't outside the ward yet." We ran through the trees. Spells whizzed by our heads and hit tree trunks beside us. They were closing in on us, and fast. "Get ready for the portal," Lucas warned. Talia shot a panicked glance behind her shoulder. "They can't follow us through, can they?" Lucas dodged around a tree, and his feet faltered beneath him. "Not if I take us to the one place they can't go." The heaviness of the ward surrounding the school passed through me, and I felt lighter as we broke through the other side of the ward. "Now, Lucas!" I cried. Grant and Talia aimed their wands behind us. Powerful magic blasted out of the ends of the Oaken Wands, causing an explosion on the other side of the forest. Screams filled the air. Lucas grabbed my hand and lifted the other palm. Magic surged through us both, and a portal bloomed in front of us. I paid no attention to what was on the other side. I trusted my husband wholeheartedly, so when he told me to jump, I did. The cats yowled as we tumbled through the portal. I landed on solid ground and rolled across the dirt. When I came to a stop, I saw pine trees towering above me. The sound of a stream trickled nearby. We had landed in a coniferous forest that appeared to be thousands of years old. It had been the dead of night when we left, but now I could see the first of the morning sun rays peeking over the horizon. I shivered as a cold chill spread across my skin. Snow dusted the ground, and through a bit of sparse trees, I spotted mountains in the distance. Magic pulsed through the air around me, but it felt different from the witch magic I was used to, though I couldn't quite put my finger on the strange sensation. I pushed myself to my elbows and glanced around. Remnants of giant shells from hatched eggs scattered the area, along with bones that were so large they could have belonged to dinosaurs. I dropped my gaze to the dirt, where I saw wolf paw prints that were larger across than my hand. Large feathers that could have belonged to a griffin were spread everywhere. In the distance, I heard the sound of a dragon's roar. I took a moment to catch my breath. The silence filling the air told me we were safe, though my pulse still pounded in my ears. Lucas immediately cast a shield around us, and his gaze darted around the forest to check if we were safe. "Where are we?" Chloe asked. "The one place the priestesses and the executors are scared to go," Lucas said in a dark tone. "Malovia, the home of the Fae."
Chapter 11. Lucas. I had to make a quick decision. If Talia had been right, and the executors saw through the portal to where we were going, I couldn't risk taking us back to the safe house. The priestesses would find us, and then rescuing Mandy and Tate would all be for nothing. I had to take us to the one place they'd never come. We had to face the enemy of our enemy if we hoped to survive.
Good call,
Chloe said in approval as she got to her feet.
The priestesses won't follow us because it's dangerous for them to be here. But don't forget that it's just as dangerous for us. Verla and Warren came here to find a way to the abyss, but they don't know we're here, and we have no way to reach them. If we're discovered by the Fae, we'll be killed.
Then we're going to have to exercise extreme caution, I said. We can't go back to Octavia Falls right now. The priestesses are hunting us, and if we return to the safe house, we're putting everyone at risk.
Lucas is right,
Nadine agreed.
We weren't expecting to come here so soon, but we're here now. We need to find Verla and Warren and gain passage to the abyss so we can obtain the Mentalist and Mortana wands.
Grant's eyes darted around the forest. I recognize these woods. We can't be far from Pruska, where we witnessed that deadly battle. This isn't a safe place for us to be. We have to get out of this area. We need to find a vantage point first to get our bearings. I looked upward to see if there was a tree I could climb, but all the lowest limbs were high above our heads. Instead, I conjured the enchanted broom I kept in my stash, ever since we found it at Wicked Alchemy a year ago. I hadn't used it since the night of the burning. Nadine, Grant, and Talia all had one just like it.
Be careful,
Nadine warned.
If the Fae see a witch flying a broom, we'll be dead.
I'll keep near the tree line, I promised. I mounted my broom, then kicked off. The broom was enchanted with a mentalist telekinesis magic and followed my command. I used the broom to fly me high into the trees until I could see far across the landscape. Mountains rose along the horizon, and a large city loomed ahead of us. Behind me, I spotted a small town that had to be Pruska. Miles away, large creatures looped through the skies, and their bird-like cries and dragon roars could be heard from here. My stomach dropped at the sight of the shifters, though they looked like mere pinpricks in the distance. Nonetheless, Nadine was right. We couldn't fly, or we'd be spotted. I lowered myself back to the ground and subconjured the broom. Pruska's behind us, and there's a large city a few miles ahead. That's their capital city of Dolinska, Grant said. That's where we'll find Verla and Warren. We need to get moving, I stated firmly. Nadine and I are powerful enough to portal past the Malovian wards, but getting around safely is going to be a challenge. We're lucky I portaled us somewhere secluded. I can't portal us any closer to the city, or we risk being spotted. But we also can't stay in one place for too long. We need to don our disguises, Talia said. She conjured a pile of cloaks she made for this very purpose and handed them out. They looked nothing like the black cloaks we were wearing. These were colorful, with pretty embroidered designs all over the fabric and fur stitched along the hoods. We ditched our black cloaks and subconjured them in favor of the robes Talia had designed. The one she handed me was a silky regal purple with golden knots embroidered into the fabric. Nadine's was a navy blue with snowflake designs all over it. Grant draped a velvety green cloak around his shoulders, and I recognized the fabric from the curtains in our den. Chloe's cloak was red with a silver trim, and Talia's was a plush pink with white fur outlining the edges. My friends and I certainly looked like fae. As I observed my coat, I noticed a large pocket inside. "What's this for?" I asked. "The pockets are for our cats," Talia said. She picked up Gus and tucked him inside her pocket to demonstrate. He poked his paws out of the top of the pocket, looking particularly pleased. When she curled the ends of her cloak around her, I couldn't even tell he was there. We certainly couldn't walk into Dolinska with our cats at our feet. Disguises or not, our cats would be a dead giveaway. "Good idea," I told her. I picked up Oliver and tucked him inside my cloak, and the others did the same with their cats. Oliver tucked close to my belly and remained quiet. Grant conjured a small vial with a dropper. "This is the tincture I've been working on. 3 drops under the tongue should disguise our scent for the next 24 hours. It's powerful, but it was difficult to brew, so there's only enough for 1 dose each. We can't waste any time finding Verla and Warren." He passed the tincture around, and we all placed a few drops under our tongue. The cats took the tincture too, because if our scent didn't give us away, the smell of our cats would. Magic tingled over my skin, and I could feel the tincture working.
"I can feel the magic in all of us,"
Nadine said.
"We should be safe now. Let's get moving."
We started toward Dolinska, which was at least a 2-mile hike from where we started. We only made it a quarter of a mile when I spotted dark shadows through the trees. 3 figures appeared to be walking in our direction, until I realized that they weren't moving forward at all. Instead, they appeared to be swaying in the wind. That's when I noticed the ropes hanging from the trees, and I shuddered. Talia's features paled. "Are those people?"
"Dear goddess,"
Nadine breathed, and her eyes widened in horror. Grant stopped in his tracks, as if he didn't dare take another step. I swallowed down the lump in my throat as I crept closer. I could feel death permeating the air. The bodies were in our direct path to Dolinska, so we couldn't go around them. They must be traitors, left hanging as a warning.
I don't think those are traitors,
Chloe said in a chilling voice. As we came upon the bodies, my stomach plummeted to my toes. Oliver must have felt the melancholy in the air, because he poked his head out of my cloak. I gently guided him back inside, but I couldn't take my eyes off the figures. 2 women and 1 man hung from the trees. I realized the black cloaks they wore were all too reminiscent of our own in our stashes. Then I spotted the skull tattoo on the back of the man's hand. I didn't want to look at their faces, but I forced myself to anyway. I didn't recognize them, thank the goddess. But there was no doubt about it. These 3 people were from the Miriamic coven. They'd been hanged as a warning, all right. A warning to people like us. Grant's voice wavered.
I don't get it. I thought the king and queen were sympathetic to dark magic wielders.
My stomach felt hollow as I answered. This wasn't Emma and Ethan's doing. An execution by the monarchs would be a public spectacle. Someone else hanged these people and then left them here to rot.
Who would do that?
Talia questioned in disbelief. I'm sure most Fae would love to see us hang, I said.
We need to cut them down and bury them.
Nadine's hands shook as she moved forward, but Chloe grabbed her wrist to stop her.
No,
Chloe insisted.
we don't have time. They need a proper burial,
Nadine shot back.
We're disguised, but if the Fae find us tampering with these bodies, we'll be buried alongside them,
Chloe argued.
What happened to these members of the coven is unfortunate, but it is already done. I don't wish to join them.
I didn't want to admit it, but Chloe was right. I don't feel lingering spirits, I admitted. They must have already moved on to Alora. I was still uneasy from the hollowness of death filling the forest, but my confession was enough to get the others to agree with Chloe. Nadine dropped her gaze, like she couldn't bear to glance back at the bodies.
All right, let's keep moving.
As we approached Dolinska, I could make out a large stone wall surrounding the city's borders. A road led into town where caravans of merchants traveled on their way into the city. They rode in wagons, pulled by alicorn shifters to bring their goods into town. The gated entrance was guarded by 2 big men in full suits of armor. I guessed they had to be dragon shifters. It wasn't going to be simple to slip inside unnoticed. We ducked in the cover of the trees next to the edge of the road.
There's a ward surrounding the city,
Nadine whispered.
I can feel it from here.
Grant grimaced.
I didn't know the city was warded. Our disguises will work on the people, but I don't think we can trick the wards.
Nadine closed her eyes, as if concentrating on the magic.
I can move the magic aside long enough to create a hole in the ward to get us through. Fey magic is different from ours, but it's close enough that I can still manipulate it.
My wife never ceased to amaze me. I loved that about her. Nadine can get us past the wards, but we still need to get past the guards. I pointed to a large group of approaching merchants. The group was full of carts, carriages, and other supplies, with a group of people following behind one of the wagons on foot. To get through the gates, we'll need to slip into the crowd unnoticed and act as if we're with the other merchants.
Then we need to move quickly,
Chloe said.
They're almost here.
The group of merchants passed our hiding spot, and we quickly ducked out of the trees and into the back of the group. A woman in a golden cloak shot a glance back at me, and I could have sworn her eyes flashed red. But she turned away and didn't say anything. My heart pounded, and I prayed she wouldn't rat us out. We approached the gates, and I noticed Nadine's eyes locked straight forward. She was concentrating deeply to shift the ward magic aside to let us through. The guard's eyes roamed over the crowd and gestured each carriage through. I held my breath as the final wagon we stood behind approached the gates. The guards took a quick look in the back to inspect the merchandise, then waved the merchant team through. We followed behind the others as if we belonged, though I noticed the woman in the golden cloak shift closer to us. She came so close to me that we were nearly touching. "Hold up," one of the guards offered in a gruff voice. He had a thick Malovian accent, which sounded similar to Russian. He stepped in front of me, and my heart stopped. He was huge, at least 6 inches taller than me, with big, broad shoulders. Magic tingled in my fingers, ready to retaliate if necessary. The guard sniffed the air. "Something isn't right here." I began to panic, and I shot a glance at Grant. His eyes went wide, and his expression was easy to read. His potion should work. It was the strongest thing we had. Before I could think of a lie to give the guard to explain our strange scent, he reached toward me. Except his hands moved right past me. Instead of grabbing me like I thought he would, his hands curled around the golden cloak of the woman beside me. He yanked her forward and pulled her hood down. "You're no fae."
Please, sir," the woman stammered, and that's when I noticed her fangs for the first time. "I am half fae. I'm seeking refuge."
"Half fae?" The guard spat. He inhaled her scent deeper. "You're part vampire. Our treaty with the vampires just ended. You aren't allowed here anymore."
"I have family in the city."
The woman started, but the man was already dragging her away by her hair. "I don't care who your family is. Your vampire blood isn't welcome here," he growled. "You'll be escorted by the Arcania Alliance to the palace dungeons, where the Circle will decide your sentence." She tripped and cried out, but he continued dragging her along, even as she lost her footing. It was cruel the way he treated her. All I could do was stand and watch. I knew if I fought back and tried to save her, my magic would be revealed, and they'd do far worse to us than lock us in a dungeon. "Move along," the second guard shouted cruelly to the rest of us, "or you'll be next." We didn't have to be told twice. We hurried along inside the city with the other merchants, and I didn't take a breath until we were at least 2 blocks away from the guards. Nadine dropped her shoulders in relief.
"That hole in the ward wasn't easy to hold, but we made it inside."
"Thank the goddess," Talia added. "If that's how they treat vampires, I don't want to see what they'll do to a witch. We'll be hung on the spot."
Chloe glanced around the street, which was beginning to bustle with morning traffic.
"We're not out of the woods just yet. We still have to follow Hattie's instructions to reach Enchanting Whispers, which is where Verla and Warren should be."
"The sooner we get there, the better," I said. "Let's get moving." We followed behind the merchant carts, which were headed into the center of the city. Thank the goddess we had others to follow, because most of the signage here was written in Malovian. The Fae spoke English, but it wasn't their mother tongue, and it was clear we were out of our element here. We walked along cobblestone streets and passed by large family estates before reaching buildings that must have been standing for hundreds of years. People emerged from homes and followed us deeper into the city to open their shops or start their morning shift. Pubs and cafes stood on every street corner, and the most delicious scent of crepes and kielbasa skillets wafted through the air. We passed by a tiny cafe with outdoor seating. I witnessed a woman sip her tea before heart-shaped bubbles formed around her head and popped once the illusion wore off. We passed by bakeries that had tiny faekin in the windows who dusted glitter over powdered sugar donuts, tempting us to come inside. The city grew louder and more boisterous the further we walked. Large Gothic buildings and beautiful cathedrals rose above us. The clang of metal could be heard from blacksmith shops as the Fae forged swords and other weapons. We passed by a shop selling shimmering armor and weapons of all kind, including intricately crafted daggers and axes. Another shop on the corner sold lances designed for jousting, and the sign in the window read in English, "Jousting Tournament Today. Place your bets here." As we turned the corner, the crowd thickened. Shops lined the entire street, and dozens of traveling merchants had already set up temporary shops for the day. We had reached the merchant district, where Hattie had said we would find her contact, Siona. Soldiers prowled up and down the streets, waving Malovian flags and singing what sounded like a patriotic song. Posters hung from shop windows, encouraging people to defend the Malovian Revolution. Nearby, a group of protesters held signs that said things like, "Unseelie Fae don't belong," and "Dark magic is a crime." The sound of swords clanging caught my attention, and I turned to see two burly men sword-fighting in the middle of the street. One of them had a beard, and the other was clean-shaven. Both of the men were laughing, and it was obvious it wasn't a vicious battle, but a cordial match between friends. A group had formed around them, and the city folk cheered them on. The men moved with grace, like they'd been training for this all their lives. The bearded man knocked the sword out of the other man's hand. "Well done," his opponent said, giving a bow. They congratulated each other on their fight. Then the bearded man turned to the crowd. "Come, who will fight me next?" Someone grabbed me by the shoulder and started dragging me forward. "You look like a healthy young chap. Won't you join us?" I hesitated. I don't have my sword with me." The guy lost all interest. He must have seen a friend because he called someone's name and quickly wandered off. I barely took a step before someone else cut in front of us. A woman shoved a potion vial toward Nadine and spoke in words I didn't recognize. It had to be Malovian. Nadine hesitated. The woman quickly switched to English, but she spoke in a Malovian accent.
Did you hear me, or are you stupid? I asked if you wanted to buy a love potion to find your mate.
Nadine took a step to the side and spoke kindly.
No, thank you.
The woman eyed her curiously, like her refusal was strange. She had clearly expected Nadine to be rude back, and because she wasn't, she didn't know how to respond.
Are you sure? Best not to take chances. Don't want to end up alone.
Chloe stepped in front of us.
She's made it already. Now bugger off. Him?
The shopkeeper glanced at me and huffed.
She could do better than that scrawny thing. Let's see your mate, then. If you're such a great matchmaker, he must be a real stud. Bring out Prince Charming, Chloe demanded. The woman turned up her nose at Chloe. You are a ruthless Fae girl. You would do well as a merchant. Would you like to have a job? Not here, Chloe replied shortly. The shopkeeper rolled her eyes. Very well. Can't convince anyone what's good for them. That's all the woman said before scampering off to harass someone else. She got into an argument with a nearby shifter and seemed absolutely delighted about it, like the conflict was the one thing that had made her happy all day. Chloe held her head high. You have to be direct with the Fae. They don't respect you unless you're a rude asshole just like them. Acting nice is suspicious around here. Well, at least one of us can handle them, I said. I turned to continue onward, but a small child blocked my path. The royal wedding is approaching. The child shoved a newspaper toward me. He had to have at least 100 more in the messenger bag he carried. The top of the paper read,
The Annual Arcania, and the front page showed a photograph of a red-haired woman in a regal dress. I realized it was Emma, the Queen, and the girl we'd helped long ago.
Get the inside scoop on what the Queen will be wearing on her big day,
the child pressed. Sorry, kid, I told him. We don't have any money.
You must stay informed,
he insisted, really trying to sell me on it.
Enemy forces remain close to Dolinska. Don't you want to know what the King and Queen plan to do about it? You can read all about it on page 3.
We said we're broke, kid, Chloe snapped. Now scram. The boy gave a huff, but he hurried away and proceeded to shove his paper into someone else's face. Geez, everyone was really pushy here. We kept our heads down and walked quickly so that no one else would bother us. My heart pounded faster than our footsteps. If anyone saw through our ruse, we were dead. I caught sight of a sign in English. Enchanting Whispers, it read, with an arrow pointing down an abandoned alleyway. This is it, I told the others, recalling the instructions Hattie had given to Headmistress Verla and Professor Warren. We ducked out of the busy merchant district and followed a twisted alleyway until we reached a stone gargoyle shaped like a griffin. The sculpture had the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion, with talons on its front legs and heavy paws on the back. A doorway stood behind the gargoyle, which had to be the entrance to Enchanting Whispers. Grant went to step around the gargoyle, but the statue moved. The griffin jumped in front of him, blocking his path. Grant placed his hands on his hips. What's this, some sort of illusion? Ooh, I'm scared. He wiggled his fingers at the gargoyle sarcastically, then went to step around it again. The gargoyle snapped its stone beak at him and swiped out its talons. Grant yelped and jumped back. The sharp stone caught the edge of his cloak, tearing it. Bella yelped and jumped out of Grant's cloak. She landed on her feet and hissed at the stone statue. The gargoyle paid the cat no mind and swiftly spun around, smacking Grant in the side of the head with its tail. It kicked out its back leg and hit Grant square in the chest. He went flying and landed flat on his back. Grant! Talia rushed to his side. Bella quickly followed and licked his face. Grant coughed to catch his breath, then wheezed, I'm okay. The griffin statue went still again, as if it hadn't come to life at all. This is where Hattie said to go, isn't it? Talia asked as she helped Grant to his feet. He picked up Bella and tucked her back inside his cloak. Follow the winding path until you get to the stone gargoyle. We're in the right place, but I don't think brute force is going to work, I said. There has to be another way through that won't get our asses kicked. Nadine approached the griffin statue, eyeing it from multiple angles.
What else did Hattie say? Something about griffin private parts? It certainly seemed strange coming from her at the time, but there's got to be something to it.
Chloe approached the statue and peered between its legs.
You think she meant it literally? Like, maybe we need to stroke it?
Nadine crossed her arms.
If that's the case, the Fae are sicker than I thought. I figured Hattie meant we need some sort of herb to give up as an offering.
I don't know any herbs referring to griffins, Grant said.
Then what could Hattie have meant by it?
Nadine wondered.
Unless it's a password.
Nadine walked straight up to the gargoyle and simply stated,
Griffin Dick.
The gargoyle stepped aside, revealing the door behind it. Chloe smirked.
Siona apparently has a sense of humor. I like her already.
I opened the door to reveal a small coffee shop that doubled as a bookstore. The smell of sweet pastries hit my nose, mixed with the scent of old books and cinnamon. Patrons sat at tables, sipping coffee and nibbling on baked goods. A couple by the door met our eyes when we entered, and they quickly scrambled outside, like the sight of strangers terrified them. A counter stood in the corner, and shelves of books lined the opposite wall. One of the shelves housed wands and crystals, which was strange because the Fae classified tools like that as dark magic. I couldn't imagine any of that was legal here. We approached the counter, where a barista was handing a patron their order. The sign next to her read, "Flavor of the Day, Spiced Chai." The barista had dark skin, long black hair, and a green crystal hanging around her neck. The woman wore a kind smile and called the patron by name as she told him to have a nice day. She turned to us as we approached.
"Welcome to Enchanting Whispers. How can I help you?"
"We're looking for Siona," I said lowly.
"I am Siona,"
she replied.
"Someone must have sent you, or you wouldn't have made it past my spell."
"Who are you exactly?" Chloe demanded. "We need to know we can trust you."
"I'm a griffin sorceress who helps supernaturals seeking refuge in Dolinska,"
Siona explained.
"I own this undercover shop and sell contraband magical items to people who need them, most specifically dark fae. I'm not a dark fae myself, but my parents taught me that this world is better when everyone can coexist and find strength in our differences, so I do what I can to help. How can I be of service?"
I glanced around, and though no one was watching us, I lowered my voice anyway. "Hattie sent us." Siona's features brightened.
"I've been expecting you, though not for another few days."
"Plans changed," I admitted. "How can we be sure it's really you and that you want to help us? I know the Fae can trick us using illusions."
"I assure you I will help anyone, even witches. This is a safe place for all dark magic users, including the unseelie Fae who are attempting to gain their rights back in Malovia. I'm afraid they are still persecuted here."
I had the thought that maybe the Fae weren't all bad, like we thought, but that some of them were just as desperate as we were.
"I understand, however, that my word is not enough,"
Siona added, lowering her voice so only we could hear.
"Therefore, I offer you this. Hetty's familiar is a grey wolf, and her name is Everest."
I nearly reeled back in shock. This wasn't just any random bit of information. The Fae took names very seriously, and Hattie wouldn't give her familiar's name to just anyone. For Siona to know Everest's name was confirmation enough that we were speaking to the right person. I glanced to my friends, and they shared a look of approval. "We believe you," I said. "Perhaps we could speak in private?" Siona gestured to another barista behind the counter.
"Can you handle the register? I'll be back soon."
Then she turned to us and said,
"Follow me."
Siona turned on her heel, and we followed her down a hallway behind the counter. She stopped in front of a bookcase and waved her hand. The sound of a lock disengaged, and the bookcase swung open like a door, revealing a narrow, twisted stairway behind it. We ascended the dark stairwell to a small room above the shop. Shelves full of boxes and books lined the walls, and the ceiling was short. There were no windows, just a small light bulb above us that barely lit the whole room. Labels on the boxes read things like "highly dangerous" and "extremely rare." It was some sort of hidden attic where Siona must have kept the most illegal items in her shop. A narrow doorway stood in front of us, and I heard unfamiliar voices beyond it. "Our soldiers are on high alert," a man said. "They're looking to infiltrate Pruska, and anyone who is found to be disloyal to the king and queen will be eliminated. It's going to be difficult to get your friends past the border." "We're already here," I stated as we entered the room. This room was larger than the last, with a table in the center. Verla and Warren stood over it, looking at a map. Verla's cat, Odin, sat on the table and peered down at the map beside them. A guy our age stood beside them, and his gaze snapped upward as we entered, like he sensed us there before we stepped into the room. He wore an expression of worry, and I didn't think it had anything to do with us. A girl who looked a lot like Siona stood next to him. His mate, I presumed. She had long hair and dark skin like Siona, with lighter patches of skin across her face and arms. The guy wore a military uniform, though the couple looked young enough to still be attending Arcania University. Verla looked shocked to see us.
"What in the goddess's name are you doing here? We were going to send for you when it was safe."
We didn't have a choice, I explained. The priestesses captured Mandy and Tate, and we were almost caught escaping their rescue. I portaled us here because right now Malovia is safer for us than Octavia Falls. Professor Warren stood from his seat, alarmed.
"Thank Alora you're all right."
Verla relaxed, but she still asked,
"Nobody's hurt, are they?"
"We're all right,"
Nadine promised. "Then our first objective is complete," the man said, nodding politely. "If it is a portal to the underworld you seek, then we must get you there as soon as possible, before our troops move again." Nadine stepped forward, eyeing the couple curiously.
"You both look very familiar."
You do too.
The girl said.
I believe we met you once outside Octavia Falls about a year ago. Our friend needed help.
I recalled the group of Fae that had passed through Octavia Falls the night Professor Daniels was hanged. There'd been 8 of them, though most of my attention had been on their friend Ethan, who'd been in the final stages of a demon possession and couldn't stand on his own 2 feet. They'd asked us to help them through the protection spell to get to Hattie. Ethan would have died without her help.
I'm Chiara, a sorceress of the griff infection,
the girl said, before gesturing to the man beside her.
This is my griffin mate, Alexi. My sister Siona asked us to help you find a way to the underworld. She said the Fae of your coven relies on it.
We had to be careful, because the Fae didn't typically do anything out of the kindness of their hearts. Even if they really did want to help us, we could be tricked into owing them back later, whether any of us intended that or not. I recalled what Nadine had said the night we first crossed paths with Alexi and Chiara. Pay us back later, she'd said after we helped them pass into Octavia Falls. She had no idea an agreement like that could magically bind one to a Fae. I wouldn't make the same mistake twice. We appreciate your help, I stated honestly. But you must understand that we are wary to accept help from the Fae simply out of generosity. Fae require an exchange, and in order to avoid entering into any magical contracts, I suggest we trade something for your help. Alexi nodded. Fair enough. What did you have in mind? I turned to Grant. We should give them the crock. It belongs to the Fae. They're friends with the monarchs, so they can return it to them. I agree, Grant said. The crock of death was never ours to begin with. You have the crock? Verla asked in astonishment. I quickly recounted the events of the night and how we'd stolen the crock from the office where the priestesses had kept it. Verla's astonishment turned to horror, as if she wished she could have been there to protect us. Thank the goddess you all made it out alive, Professor Warren said. Verla wore an expression of warning. I didn't think she trusted the Fae any more than I did. Are you sure you want to do this, Lucas? We've already retrieved the treasure inside, I said. This was their goddess's cauldron, and we need to return it. I'd expect them to do the same for us. I'd rather fulfill a deal now than owe them later. Verla must have agreed with me, because she stepped aside. Very well. If it will get us closer to the Oaken Wands, then we'll do what we must. Grant conjured the crock and set it on the table. Chiara's eyes went wide as she looked over the crock.
I thought Milona's cauldron was merely a legend. Our people will be pleased to have it back.
This gesture is quite a sufficient exchange. We'll keep it in the royal treasury where it belongs.
So how do we get to the abyss? Chloe wondered. Portals to the underworld are difficult to locate, Alexei said. They can open and close at random as monsters slip through. However, there is a dark pit our friends found a while ago. We haven't been down there to investigate it, but we know there's dark magic there. The pit is guarded by a terrible beast. If you have any hope of finding what you're looking for, this is the place to start. We've been discussing how to best get you there without being spotted.
Why not ask the king and queen?
Chloe asked.
They seem sympathetic, and they surely have resources. Ethan and Emma are sympathetic, but their rule is already insecure with the rival monarch opposing them,
Siona explained.
If the people knew they were making alliances with witches, they'd certainly be overthrown.
Kiara wore an apologetic expression.
We want to help you, but not at the cost of our own monarchy. You must understand, my mate and I have agreed to help you, but you must swear that the king and queen can't know about this, nor can any others who aren't inside this room. Emma and Ethan know that my mate and I are helping witches who may be stuck inside Malovia, but they do not know who or why, and I believe it's better that way. We are unable to lie to them, so keeping quiet is the only way. Why can't you lie to them?
Nadine asked.
I mean, you shouldn't lie to your king and queen, but why can't they know anyway?
Our goddess set us on a very important quest to find items of great power, Alexei explained. Kiara and I once swore a powerful magical oath not to keep secrets from our friends, so we are unable to lie to them about anything pertaining to this quest. But aiding you has nothing to do with finding these items, and the king and queen can't be distracted with trying to help witches when the country is on the line.
What about the croc? They're going to ask questions when it shows up in the royal treasury,
Chloe said sarcastically.
We will tell them that a witch who stole the croc from her priestesses gave it to us in exchange for directions through Malovia. It is the truth after all. Once the revolution has come to an end, we will explain everything to them. Otherwise, this secret will die with us,
Kiara insisted.
There's a merchant trade route that goes through here,
Siona said, running her fingers along the map.
We can take my wagon and hide the witches in the back. You have disguised your scent, but taking this many people out of the city at once when the revolution is in full swing will raise suspicion. The problem will be getting past the checkpoint here. Most Fae aren't allowed out of the city, for their own protection.
Alexei pressed his lips together. I'm certain I can persuade the officers on duty, but we should wait until nightfall. We'll have a better chance of getting out of the city when most Fae are sleeping.
In the meantime, you should all rest, as you have a long journey ahead of you,
Siona suggested. I was grateful for the suggestion because we'd had a long night. Siona was kind enough to provide us with a meal after we cleaned up in the bathroom. She fed us breaded pork cutlets and some sort of potato dumplings called pierogi, which were absolutely delicious. I really didn't like the Fae, but I had to admit that they had some damn good food. Once our bellies were full, Siona led us to another small room, where it was obvious Verla and Warren had been staying. 2 twin beds covered in warm blankets stood on opposite sides of the room. Siona cast an illusion, and several more beds appeared. I reached for the closest mattress, and was shocked to find it was solid. I thought for sure my hand would go straight through it.
The illusions will remain solid until you wake,
Siona explained.
Now get some shut-eye. You're going to need it.
Nadine and I snuggled up in one of the beds, and Issa and Oliver curled at our feet. It felt like we were out in moments. We must have all been really tired because we didn't wake until after sunset. Just as Siona said, the beds disappeared before my eyes once we climbed out of them. Siona fed us another meal, then led us downstairs and through a door at the back of her shop, which was empty now. We entered a private stable, and I stopped in my tracks when I spotted a white alicorn with a golden horn. Nadine came to a halt beside me, unable to take her eyes off the magnificent creature. His horn glowed a sunny yellow hue, and his white mane sparkled.
Is something wrong?
Siona asked. I shook my head. It's just... I've seen magical creatures in Hokavale, but I don't think I'll ever get used to it.
This is not just any alicorn, but an alicorn shifter,
Siona said as she stroked the alicorn's nose.
He is a dear, unsilly friend, but you will understand if I do not give you his name.
I couldn't say I understood why the Fae were so particular about names, but I respected that it was a big deal to them. To them, names were power, so it made sense why she didn't want to share his name.
Into the beck, all of you.
Siona ushered us into the back of a large horse-drawn cart, while Alexei and Chiara readied the reins. We had to lay down, and it was a tight fit. Siona draped a large canvas tarp over us and our cats to conceal us, then hopped onto the seat in front beside her sister. Soon the wagon began moving beneath us. We rode through the streets of Dolinska to the opposite side of the city than we'd entered. It seemed to take longer than it had to walk to Enchanting Whispers. Dolinska was huge, and crossing it was no easy matter. We're almost to the edge of the city, Alexei whispered. It's just past Arcania University. I'd never seen the Fae College, and I was too tempted to pass up the opportunity. I lifted my head to peek past the corner of the tarp. Arcania University was absolutely massive. Behind a golden gate resided a massive stone palace with an elaborate garden, tall towers, and intimidating statues of shifters and sorceresses. It was the most expensive and grand building that I'd ever seen, and it made Imperium College appear small. Voices came from up ahead, and the carriage slowed. State your business and uncover your merchandise for inspection, an officer ordered as we came upon the exit point of the city. Footsteps approached us, coming far too close for my liking. I held my breath, and Nadine stilled beside me. Alexei hopped down from the front of the carriage and spoke in a strong tone. That won't be necessary. This shipment contains important military supplies for our troops stationed around the city, and has been ordered by the king. All shipments are subject to inspection, the officer argued. The tarp rustled as he reached out for it, but Alexei jumped in front of him. Do you really think you know the king's wishes better than I do? Alexei sneered. I am a general of the king's royal guard. He must have flashed one of his military badges, because the officer quickly stepped away from the wagon. No, sir. You may pass. I let out my breath, and the carriage began moving beneath us again. After a few minutes, the terrain turned bumpy, as if Siona had led us off the normal path. Darkness enveloped us from all angles, until we finally came to a halt. The Fae hopped off the carriage, then yanked the tarp off from us. We all sat up, breathing a collective sigh of relief. The air under the tarp had been hot, and I was starting to feel claustrophobic. I jumped over the side of the carriage, then helped Nadine down. Our cats hopped out of the wagon and followed at our feet. Verla cast a witch light and tossed it into the air to illuminate the forest ahead. We stood at the edge of a steep hole in the ground, and a dark forest surrounded us at all angles. I could hear the sound of a stream nearby, but otherwise the forest seemed dark and foreboding. We couldn't see far into the cave entrance, and it seemed like the darkness lasted forever. The pit appeared to swallow light completely, as if it were a black hole waiting to suck us inside too. All I could make out under Verla's witchlight was the piles of boulders and rocks surrounding the whole opening, which was big enough for a small dragon to fit through. It certainly looked like an entrance to the abyss, or at the very least a monster's lair. It wasn't the kind of place you wanted to explore. Just looking into its depths gave me the chills. Kiara pointed into the massive hole.
What you seek is within the pit.
Nadine started for the opening. She already braced herself against the rocks before any of us could move.
Well, are you coming?
My mate and I cannot accompany you,
Kiara stated.
We are important people in Malovia, and our absence will be noticed. We can't risk alerting anyone of your location, or what you might be doing, so we must go. We'll come back for you at sunrise. I'll wait for you here in case something goes wrong,
Siona offered.
but I can't stay long, so please hurry.
One more thing, Alexei added. These woods are full of monsters, some of which have made that cavern their home. Beware of the questing beast.
The questing beast?
Nadine asked warily. You will know it if you see it, Alexei said. Good luck. That was all he said before he turned and shifted into a griffin before our very eyes. 1 second a man was standing before us, and then feathers were everywhere, drifting down slowly to the forest floor. A massive bird stood before us, and I swore when he spread his wings they were wider than the hearse was long. Alexei was an impressive creature, and he looked incredibly strong. No wonder the king had assigned him as a general in the royal army. Kiara swung her leg over Alexei's back and waved goodbye. Alexei then pumped his wings and took off toward the skies. Nadine's gaze followed them upward, but she looked skeptical, like she was trying to decide if they were leading us into a trap. She must have made up her mind to take that chance, because she turned her gaze back toward the rocks and continued her descent into the pit. Grant leaned over to me. It's quite big. A dragon could fit through there. You don't think this questing beast is that big, do you?
It doesn't matter how big it is.
Nadine called up to him.
Do you really think it can take on 7 witches?
The Fae train their whole lives to hunt these monsters, Grant argued, his voice rising several pitches. If the Fae haven't killed the beast yet, what makes you think we can? Nadine shrugged.
Call it a hunch. We need to get those wands before the priestesses do, and nothing, not even a questing beast, is going to stand in our way.
I started following Nadine downward. The incline was so steep I had to lower myself to my ass to shimmy down the rocks. We can either stay out here talking about it, or we can enter the pit and see what we find. Besides, I don't see any beast guarding the opening. Maybe it's already dead. Or out on a lunch break hunting for its next meal, Grant squeaked, shooting a glance around the forest. Chloe smirked.
Then let's get going before it comes back. Unless you're too chicken.
Grant hurried to follow us. No way. Then we better get moving, Professor Warren said as he helped Verla down the rocks. The cats moved with agility, jumping from rock to rock until they were the ones leading the way. Verla guided her witchlight in front of us, illuminating the rocky sides of the cave. I could have sworn her witchlight looked dimmer than it should have, as if the darkness inside the pit fed at it. Nadine and I helped each other down the slope. The rocks were loose, and I nearly lost my footing more than once. Pebbles tumbled around us as we gently maneuvered onward, the sound echoing off the rock around us. The temperature dropped several degrees as we traveled deeper underground. Eventually, the tunnel floor evened out, until we could walk upright without using our hands to steady ourselves. We must have been walking for half an hour, and we'd seen nothing but rocks and dirt. There weren't any other tunnels branching off from this one. The tunnel ahead seemed never-ending. This has to be some sort of joke, Grant said, his voice echoing off the cave walls. I bet the Fae are laughing at us right now. There's nothing here.
I'm sure if journeying to the abyss was quick and simple, the Fae would have found a way to utilize the realm to their advantage,
Chloe said.
We just have to keep walking.
Hang on, what was that? Talia asked, pointing ahead. Verla narrowed her gaze ahead.
It looks like the tunnel widens. Not that, Talia said. I thought I saw something sparkle?
Verla shifted her witch light, and I caught sight of something in the distance, as if reflecting off water. Or eyes. I pulled Nadine closer to me, and she shivered. I lifted my hand, and a shield bloomed in front of us. We waited for a beat, but heard nothing. Slowly, we crept forward. As we approached the area where the tunnel widened, more shimmering objects came into view. They weren't the eyes of mysterious cave-dwelling creatures. They were jewels. The cave widened to reveal the lair of some sort of jewel-hoarding beast, a dragon, perhaps, or the questing beast Alexei had mentioned. There was no beast in sight, just treasures the monster had stored for safekeeping. Piles of coins scattered the cavern, along with various pieces of jewelry. A sword lay on the ground, though it seemed it had been down here so long it barely had any shine left to it. Grant picked up a twisted silver crown with blue gemstones and inspected it.
Don't touch anything, Professor Warren warned cautiously. We don't know what kind of magic or curses may be on these objects.
Grant quickly tossed the crown aside. Our cats slunk forward, sniffing the cave floor. They surrounded 3 large pits in the ground. At first I thought they were new tunnels opening below us, but when I gazed into them I found that these pits were bowl-shaped, like they were once pools that no longer held any water. They weren't very deep, 6 feet max. The cats circled the pits to nowhere, seeming particularly interested in them.
I don't see any entrance to the abyss, Grant said. This is it. There's no way forward. The only way out of here is back the way we came. We literally hit a dead end.
Perhaps that's a clue that things aren't quite what they seem here,
Verla said thoughtfully. She circled one of the dry pools, following the cat's lead.
There are words carved into the edge of these pools. It's written in unseelie runes.
Can you read it?
Nadine asked. Verla shook her head.
No, but I may know a spell that will translate it for us. Everyone stand back.
Verla raised her hand. Magic swirled out of her palms, shimmering off the riches surrounding us.
Verbis revelare,
she shouted, bringing her hands down in one swift motion. A loud poof sounded, and a gust of wind whooshed through the tunnel. The cats jumped in unison, and Oliver ducked behind my leg. Magic erupted inside the pools, billowing smoke upward toward the cavern ceiling. As the smoke cleared, I saw that the runes had rearranged themselves into letters. Professor Warren's eyebrows shot up, and he gazed at Verla in admiration.
I might say that was quite an impressive spell. I have yet to learn it.
How did you do that?
Nadine wondered.
Witches can do many things with enough power,
Verla replied.
You didn't think we could just cast shields and unlock doors, did you?
You're going to have to teach me that, Chloe said. I peered into the empty pool and began reading the carving aloud. Beware those who enter the pits of despair, for your worst fears lie along the path to the underworld. Speak now your unseelie intention. What does that mean? I took a step back, waiting for someone to answer, but they all shared a puzzled expression. Nadine tapped her chin.
These must be the pits of despair. I'm assuming the underworld is another term for hell. Alexei kept calling it that.
Talia nodded.
It's the Fae's term for it.
So the pits are a path to the underworld,
Nadine determined.
So, could these pits be an entrance to the abyss? Maybe they aren't pits at all, but an illusion.
Nadine bent to pick a coin off the ground. then tossed it into the pit like she was throwing a coin into a wishing well. The coin clanked against the stone, then settled at the bottom of the pit. It obviously wasn't an illusion.
"Speak now your unseelie intention,"
Professor Warren repeated.
"It's asking us to perform a spell, perhaps to open a portal."
But the unseelie are a type of fae, which means our witch magic won't work,
Chloe pointed out.
"Actually, it might just be the magic we need,"
Talia said thoughtfully.
"There are 2 classifications of fae, seelie and unseelie. Seelie draw magic from within themselves, while the unseelie take magic from outside energy sources, or utilize tools like crystals and wands. The fae would consider unseelie magic dark, just as they would classify witch magic. The translation may not mean unseelie magic literally, but dark magic. By technicality, what the fae believe to be dark magic is the kind witches use, so we should be able to do something here."
Chloe placed her hands on her hips.
Okay, say we could cast a spell to open a portal to the abyss. How can we be sure the portals will stay open so we can return?
"We will have to sustain the spell,"
Verla said.
So someone has to stay behind?
Chloe wondered.
We have a better chance in the abyss if we go together.
"Someone has to stay behind to sustain the spell and keep the portals open, but it does not have to be one of us."
Verla's gaze turned toward the cats, circled around the pits.
"Cats have 1 foot in the spirit realm at all times, and therefore can assist in spell work. If we succeed at casting this spell and a portal appears, the cats must stay behind to keep the gateway open."
"Then let's get to work," I stated. The 7 of us circled the largest pit and conjured our wands before joining hands. Each of our cats sat at their respective person's feet.
"We need a simple incantation,"
Verla suggested.
"Our dark intention is simply this: we seek passage to the abyss."
We repeated her words in unison, and tendrils of magic surrounded our circle, blowing Nadine's hair back beside me. I could feel the magic growing, pulsing through the cavern as we spoke the incantation a second time. The cats peered into the center of the pit until their forms began to glow with the power of our magic. We spoke the incantation a third time, and I witnessed movement from deep within the pit. A dark, slimy liquid bubbled up from the center, rushing into the pit as if spilling out of hell itself. I shot a glance to the pit behind me and saw that the sludge was filling that one as well. Each second that passed, the pits filled another inch, bubbling and snapping with the tar-like substance.
That doesn't look like a portal," Grant said warily. "You must trust the process,"
Verla stated calmly. The sludge continued to rise to the lip of the pit, and several of us took cautious steps backward.
"I'm trying to be calm, but if that stuff keeps rising this fast, this place is going to be flooded,"
Grant pressed. Just as the sludge was about to tip over the edge of the pit, it stopped rising. Several tense beats passed as we waited to see if the sludge would do anything else, but nothing happened.
"So, now what?"
Talia started, but she was cut off as the sludge in the largest pit blasted upward toward the ceiling. We leapt back, and black liquid splashed down on us. A clump landed on the ground with a heavy splat, and then the entire pit of sludge began to bulge upward. The clump moved, and I realized it wasn't a clump of sludge at all. It was the leg of a beast crawling out of the pit.
"Everybody back!"
Professor Warren shouted. He grabbed Nadine and me, shoving us behind him. Verla stood at his side, a battle orb at the ready. Grant, Talia, and Chloe ended up on the other side of the pit, their backs against the wall of the cave. Our cats stepped aside, their forms still glowing with the magic of the spell. Nadine peered over Professor Warren's shoulder.
That must be the questing beast, and it's in our way.
The creature pressed a hoof to the cave floor and hoisted itself out of the pit. Black sludge dripped off its form, showing patches of leopard spots on its fur. The creature had a serpent's head and a horse-like body, with a long, narrow tail that whipped from side to side. It opened its mouth and bared its sharp fangs at us. My hands trembled as I pulled Nadine closer to me. Professor Warren blasted off a battle orb straight into the creature's mouth. The magic sizzled through the air, but the beast did nothing except shake its head. The questing beast narrowed its eyes at us and let out a loud roar. "Not helpful," I cried. "All you did was piss it off." Professor Warren took another step backward, shoving Nadine and me closer to the wall. "If you have any better ideas, I'm all ears."
It's got to be magical to withstand your spell, right?
Nadine asked.
If I can touch it, I can withdraw its magic. I've done it before with other monsters. Cover me.
Before I could stop her, Nadine slipped past Professor Warren, aiming her sights straight on the beast. Nadine intended to grab the monster, but before she could, the questing beast kicked out its front leg. Nadine let out a pained oof as she landed on her back. "Nadine, no!" The sound of Verla's cry echoed off the walls of the cavern. She leapt forward the same time the questing beast snapped its fangs at Nadine. Verla lifted her arm protectively, but her shield failed as the beast snapped its jaws forward so fast that he blasted straight through her spell. The beast's fangs sank into Verla's arm. Its jaw clamped down tightly, even as the rest of us aimed deadly spells at the beast all at once. The spells had no effect on the creature, other than to royally piss it off. The questing beast wrenched its head to the side, then the other, dragging Verla along the floor. I heard the crunch of bones, and then came her cries of pain. Blood spurted over the cave floor. It all happened so fast that only mere seconds had passed. A shield blasted from my palms, smacking straight into the beast's nose. He dropped Verla as my spell sent him spiraling over one of the pits. He landed hard against the wall of the cave and slumped to the ground.
Clarice!
Nadine screamed. Verla collapsed, and Nadine rushed to her side. The questing beast wasn't done with us yet, though. It shook its head and began to rise from the ground. Its eyes narrowed on Verla, like it had already had one taste of her blood and wanted to finish the job. The creature jumped, soaring over one of the pits, its fangs aimed straight for Verla's throat. Professor Warren didn't hesitate for a moment. He caught sight of the sword beside the pile of treasure, and he dove for it. He snatched up the sword, then leapt in front of Verla, aiming the blade straight at the questing beast. The sound of tearing flesh and a pained yelp filled the air. The beast immediately backpedaled a few steps. The sword remained lodged in its flesh right above its front leg. Professor Warren's aim hadn't been precise enough to kill the creature, but it'd slow it down for sure. The beast's back leg slipped into one of the pits. It let out a loud cry as it tried to climb its way back out, but with an injured front leg it couldn't manage. The beast slipped into the pit, and the black sludge swallowed it up as it fell backward into the hole it came from. We all rushed over to Verla. My stomach bottomed out when I saw the blood dripping down her arm. The beast's fangs had sliced deep, twisted cuts through Verla's forearm, leaving chunks of hanging flesh behind. The white of bone poked through the gruesome wounds. Warren stripped off his coat and wrapped it around Verla's arm as her whole body trembled. Odin lay at Verla's side, meowing loudly.
Why did you do that? You didn't have to save me!
Nadine shouted. I could see the pain written across her face. She blamed herself for getting Verla hurt.
That thing could have killed you. You should have let it bite me.
It would have snapped you in half, Verla argued.
It almost did that to you,
Nadine shouted. Verla winced as she pulled her injured arm closer to her chest. I'm stronger than you think. If it didn't hurt me, it would have hurt you, and I couldn't let that happen.
You need to survive, Nadine, for the coven's sake.
Tears leaked from Nadine's eyes. She didn't want to see anyone get hurt, especially for her sake. It was too similar to what had happened to Helena. Verla's eyes drooped.
We must follow the beast through to the abyss.
Her words trailed off, and her head lolled to the side, like she couldn't quite see straight. She'd lost a lot of blood, but this was something else. That creature was venomous, I realized. Horror filled Professor Warren's features.
We'll need an antidote to counteract the venom.
Great, I replied sarcastically. Where are we going to find that?
We'll have to turn back and request help from the Fae,
Warren insisted.
We know nothing of questing beasts, and don't know how long it takes for that venom to take hold of her bloodstream. If we don't act now, she could be dead within the hour. We have no choice but to leave.
No,
Nadine said firmly, her mind already made up.
we aren't going to get another chance to return to Malovia, and we aren't leaving here without the Oaken Wands. You can carry Verla back to the entrance, where Siona can provide help, but the 5 of us must go on.
I didn't have to read her mind to know what she was thinking. Nadine didn't give a shit about the Oaken Wands right now. All she cared about was Verla. But Nadine had told me she didn't want people dying to protect her. If we left now, then Verla suffered for Nadine, and Nadine alone. If we kept going, then Verla's sacrifice would be in the name of the Oaken Wands. Nadine didn't want anyone else getting hurt for her. Nadine's the chosen one, I said. It's up to her.
It's what has to be done.
Nadine insisted.
Any time we sit around talking about it is wasted time.
We all knew what that meant. Professor Warren had to get Verla back to the cave entrance as soon as possible, or it could be too late. Chloe caught on.
Nadine's right. We don't have a choice.
All right,
Professor Warren agreed reluctantly.
I suppose there is no other option. Clarice and I will be at the entrance when you return.
Warren stood and lifted Verla in his arms. Odin cried out and followed them back up the tunnel. Nadine stared at them long after the sound of their footsteps faded. I wrapped an arm around her, and she leaned in to me, sniffling.
Verla should have stepped in front of me. The creature was coming for us. We didn't have time to talk out a plan. I knew what I was doing. I could have weakened it.
Don't beat yourself up, Nade, Grant told her gently. Verla's going to be all right.
Nadine scoffed bitterly.
Yeah, so long as I'm not there to kill her, I'm sure she'll be just fine. Can't say the same for the rest of you, though, since you're traveling with me. Who else wants to die for me?
Talia reached out to squeeze her shoulder.
That's not going to happen, because we're all going to walk out of there alive.
You can't know that,
Nadine argued. Talia conjured the seer wand, and the tip began to glow.
Yes, I can. I can't see what we're getting ourselves into down there, but I know we're going to make it.
Talia could have been lying for all any of us knew, but nobody questioned her, because we all wanted to believe she was telling the truth. It was the hope we needed to push onward. Slowly Nadine nodded and got to her feet. She approached the largest pit and peered into the dark slime.
We named our movement the Coven's Shield, and the Coven needs us now to get those wands. Let's keep moving.
Grant gazed into the pit beside us.
We're like a band of superheroes. Might I suggest we call ourselves the Shield Squad?
Chloe frowned.
We don't need a dumb squad name. We just need to get this done. To hell and back.
Even if it kills us, I added with a heavy sigh. Talia gingerly approached the pits.
Into the abyss?
I nodded, and Nadine and I spoke in unison. Into the abyss. Nadine took my hand, and we leapt into the darkness of the pit.
Chapter 12. Nadine. Darkness, in every sense of the word, enveloped me from every angle, and Lucas's hand slipped from my grasp. Blackness blanketed my vision, and the dark magic of the sludge seemed to permeate through my skin, soaking into my body until it felt like the darkness had filled my lungs and settled deep into my stomach. I sank deeper into the pit, expecting to come out the other side, but I only kept sinking deeper and deeper. Voices filled my ears. "You got Verla hurt. You shouldn't have let Grammy leave the house. You should have been quicker. It's your fault she died. You're going to get everyone else killed, too." This had to be some sort of trick or curse. I knew I needed to protect myself from the voices saying these awful things, but I found no light within me to outshine them. Everything they said was true. I had the thought that I didn't want to live with that truth. If I had to die down here, so be it. Maybe I deserved it. It was a strange thought, because I'd never thought that way before. My survival instinct kicked in, and I tried to swim upward, but the sludge was so heavy I could hardly move my limbs, let alone swim through the viscous material. My lungs compressed, and it became clear in that moment that the voices were correct. I was going to suffocate, and so were my friends. It was all my fault. How naive was I to think getting to hell would be so easy? Of course we had to die to get there. And now, because of me, my friends would suffer for eternity. The thought made me want to give up entirely. My limbs stopped thrashing, and all I could do was sink. Hands landed on me, and I felt myself being dragged through the thick slime. The weight of the darkness seemed unbearable. Then warm air hit my face, and I gasped a breath. My eyes shot open to see Lucas above me, dragging me out of the pit and onto solid ground. Black sludge covered his body, and his features were illuminated by an ominous red glow. The corners of my vision blurred, and all I could see was him. My whole body trembled as he wrapped me in his arms. I was so grateful to feel him close to me. "Are you all right?" Lucas asked breathlessly. Tears streamed down my face as I curled into his chest. "I'm sorry, Lucas. I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt. I thought the pits would lead us to the abyss." "Nade," Lucas said gently. "Look around you." Slowly, I drew myself away from his chest, and my vision cleared. We were no longer in the cavern. A dark, desolate landscape stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was made of black stone, with cracks between it, where glowing red lava flowed. Bubbling pits of black tar scattered the landscape, and steam hissed from geysers nearby. The sky was completely black, with no stars in sight. Against the light of volcanoes erupting in the distance, I could see jagged black rocks rising toward the sky like swords poised to attack an enemy. The howling wind carried the sound of faint, tortured screams. My guts clenched as the darkness of hell rocked my soul. A trail of sludge mixed with droplets of blood led away from one of the pits. The questing beast was long gone, though judging by the blood trail, it was certainly still alive. Grant and Chloe knelt at the pit next to ours and dragged Talia to the surface. She coughed and sputtered, but relief overtook me when I saw they were all alive. "Is everyone okay?" I asked. Talia glanced at the desolate landscape. "As good as one can be in hell, I suppose." I turned back to Lucas. "How did you get out of the pit? I couldn't move." Lucas shrugged, like it had been all too easy for him. "I gave into it." Those words held a darker meaning than he would say out loud, and my heart sank for him. He'd been living with these thoughts for so long that he didn't even try fighting them anymore. "I'm sorry," I told him. "Don't be." Lucas helped me to my feet. "Let's get moving. The wands have to be around here somewhere." "Here, let me help," Chloe offered. She lifted her hand and used her telekinesis to drag the sludge from our bodies, leaving us dry again. "Where do we start?" Grant asked. I peered through a cloud of steam, where a shadowed figure took shape in the distance. I pointed. "Maybe we should ask him." Chloe placed her hands on her hips. "You really want to get tortured on your first day here?" "We need to start somewhere," I insisted. "Do you have a better idea?" Chloe eyed me a moment before she said, "Fine, but you're doing the talking. I'm not about to piss off an eternal being who gets off on torture." As we started the trek across the landscape, I noticed the figure was moving. Not walking, but floating across the landscape. When we got closer, I realized he was standing on a wooden boat, floating down a stream of lava. I wasn't sure how the boat didn't burst into flames. It had to be a magical boat. He wore a long cloak with a hood that covered his face, and he carried a long staff that he used to push the boat along. "Excuse me, sir," I called, flagging him down. He kept his gaze ahead. I didn't think he'd heard me. "Sir, please, we need your help." Again, there was no response. I quickened my pace, and the others followed until we were running to catch up with the man. We reached the edge of the lava river, and I paused to catch my breath. Lucas waved his arms at the man. "Hey! Over here! We need your help!" The man dipped his staff into the lava and continued pushing himself along. I thought he was going to float by us, until I realized he was pushing himself to the bank. He stopped alongside us and lifted his head for the first time. He appeared old, with wrinkles across his face and hunched shoulders. Beneath his hood, I noticed his ears were pointed. He was an elf. The elves had died out long ago on Earth, so he must have been here a while. He frowned and spoke flatly. "I heard you the first time." "We just got here, and we don't know where we are," I said. "Can you help us?" He gestured around. "This place goes by many names. The Eternal Torment, the Underworld, Hell. Take your pick." "Yes, but we don't know what part of Hell we're in," I stated. "We're witches, looking for the abyss." "Why didn't you say so?" the man asked. "I am the ferryman. It's my job, honor, and pleasure to ferry you to where you need to go. The witches' village is downstream, the furthest region from here. It will be a long journey, but not one I'm unable to make. Climb aboard." "What's the catch?" Chloe asked before any of us could move. "You're a creature of this place. You must have some ulterior motive." "Not all who reside in this realm are evil," he stated. "I choose to be here, as it is my eternal purpose to escort people to their darkest fears, so that they may conquer them." "So you aren't condemned here?" Talia asked curiously. "Blessed, no," the ferryman said. "I am here to help souls gain clarity, so they can ascend to the next level. Nobody living here is condemned, only visiting temporarily, in order to learn more about themselves. Anyone can move through the spiritual realms if they wish. Some go up, some go down. Some who started up may go down, and some who started down may go up." "So you can still make it to Allura if you start in the abyss?" Grant asked. "Yes, and it works the other way around, too," the ferryman answered. "The spirit realm is always in movement, in a constant state of change." I turned to Chloe. "I don't think we have a choice but to trust him.
We need to get those wands and bring them back to Octavia Falls, so we can reunite the coven.
The ferryman laughed. I'm afraid the earthly realm doesn't work the same as the others. You cannot go back once you have died.
He trailed off, eyeing us curiously.
Except you have not died. How is this possible? You shouldn't be here.
We came in through a portal, and we're not leaving until we find what we came for, Lucas stated firmly.
The ferryman looked down at the remnants of sludge on Lucas's shoes.
It is not my job to ferry the living.
But we need your help, I begged. You said the abyss is the furthest region from here. How far will we have to walk?
The ferryman frowned.
You said your purpose here is to help your coven?
Yes,
I said desperately. He nodded kindly.
Then I will help you. But since you are living, you will have to pay a fee.
I knew there was a catch, Chloe protested. You want a piece of our souls, don't you?
A piece of your magic will suffice, the ferryman stated. Consider it insurance to assure me of your intentions.
Will this work? I asked, conjuring a small crystal infused with my magic.
The ferryman nodded. This is enough to grant you passage, but I will need one from each of you.
Everyone conjured one of their crystals and handed them to the ferryman. He pocketed each one into his cloak, then stepped aside to welcome us aboard. The boat wasn't very big, but it had 2 slabs of wood nailed across the top that served as benches. We took our seats, and the ferryman used his staff to push us away from the bank. Whatever magic this boat was made from kept the heat of the lava from touching us. We began to float down the lava river, past the geysers and volcanoes. The river flowed into a boiling lake of lava, and the screams around us intensified. I heard the harrowing cry of a baby wailing in the distance, as if crying out for its mother. The mere thought of a child being out here all alone shattered my heart into a million pieces. I looked around for the source of the voices, but I saw no one. I turned to the ferryman beside me. Where are those screams coming from? We can hear people screaming, but we can't see them.
That is something you wouldn't understand, he said ominously.
How can a baby be trapped here? Chloe wondered, shifting uncomfortably at the sound of the child's cries. Children are innocent. They don't belong here.
There are many ways to end up in this realm, and not all of them by individual choice, the ferryman stated. Some can be condemned here by the evil choices of others.
I shuddered to think of who would condemn a child here. The priestesses were able to make deals with demons for the souls of the coven, because the coven is their kin. I assumed the same could be true of others. It disgusted me that there were people in this supernatural world, like the priestesses, who would do such a thing. My heart seemed to shrink, shielding me from the disturbing nature of the realm. I leaned into Lucas, and he pulled me tighter to his chest. We passed by an island filled with all kinds of monsters.
This is the realm of monsters, where all demons and ghastly beasts are born, the ferryman explained. From here, they crawl out from the pits and venture onto Earth.
From this distance, I could make out various humanoid demons with devilish features, along with animal-like monsters with twisted limbs and leathery skin hanging off their bones. The monsters fought one another, using sharp teeth and deadly claws to slice each other to bits, while the other demons cheered for their slaughter. A man on the back of a horse lifted a canine-like monster and threw it into the boiling lava. The pained screams of the monster echoed across the lake. The lava began to bubble upward, and large, heavy paws clawed at the surface. The canine emerged from the lava larger than before. It was at least 1,000 pounds or more, roaring as it climbed back to the island and aimed its razor-sharp teeth at the horse rider. I looked closer until I realized the man and the horse were one and the same. The horse's head had only one eye. The entire creature's skin appeared to have been peeled off, revealing the raw flesh underneath and black blood coursing through its veins. The arms of the human half were spindly and long, with knuckles that dragged on the ground when he walked. The ferryman shuddered. A knuckle-of-ee. Vile creatures. Should one ever escape this place, they will bring drought with them and destroy crops with a single breath. Keep your cattle away, for the poison in their lungs can also kill living beings. Many epidemics have been attributed to these creatures. They are shapeshifters of the sea and terrified of fresh water, so if you ever cross one's path, it's best to find yourself to the nearest stream. The canine leapt for the knuckle-of-ee, slicing its claws across the face of the horse. Blood spurted across the blackened ground. The human half of the knuckle-of-ee caught the canine around the neck. The knuckle-of-ee opened its mouth to breathe into the canine's face, and the massive monster fell to the ground, gasping for breath as it was poisoned. "Let's hope we never run across one," Grant said in a shaky tone. The ferryman gestured ahead of us. "We are now entering Aya Nokshun." "I heard about this place, from the Elementai culture," Chloe said brightly, like we were on some field trip and not being ferried across hell. Ahead, the sea of lava met a shore of sand. The ferryman guided the boat to the shore. Just as I thought we were going to hit solid ground, the sand began shifting beneath us. It flowed like a river, guiding us from the lava lake and through a desert. Here, the landscape was dry as far as the eye could see, and the dirt cracked at the surface. The blazing sun was too bright. People walked around aimlessly, calling out names with heartbreaking cries. The sound of beastly wails filled the air, and I spotted magical creatures searching the landscape, but whatever they sought seemed to be out of reach. "What are they looking for?" Lucas asked. "Each other," the ferryman said. "In Elementai culture, the worst thing that can happen is to lose your loved ones. The elementals trapped here cannot see the ones they love. But if only they opened their eyes, they'd find each other again. Your soul is always right there, if you're willing to look." "Can't we help them?" Talia asked. "We could try, but it would do no good if they are not willing to listen. Observe." "Hey!" The ferryman shouted so loud it made me jump. "Your familiar is right there! Look at him!" He pointed, but the woman he spoke to didn't acknowledge him. She walked alongside a unicorn, but continued forward like she couldn't see it, stumbling across the landscape as she sobbed. My stomach twisted into knots, listening to her tragic screams. The ferryman shrugged. "See, it's no use." "But you said they could get out if they wanted to," Talia pointed out. "Have you ever actually seen someone who's left this place and went to a better realm?" "Yes, lots of people make it to the Blessed Haven," the ferryman said matter-of-factly. "Most, I would say." "What's that?" Grant asked. "You would know it as Alora," the ferryman said. Alora is one place inside the Blessed Haven, but there are many others. The great hunting grounds of Fey lore and the ancestral lands of Elementai culture. The Blessed Haven is a blissful realm, where all people go when they are ready. "What about humans?" Chloe asked. Is this place only for supernaturals, or do people without magic come here too?
That would depend on what religion they follow, the ferryman said. There are multiple realms within this land, magical and not, and where you end up depends on what you believe. Should you follow no religion, you may pass through any one of these realms, depending on where your soul chooses it belongs. It is a great pleasure to see souls ascend from this realm to the blessed haven. People are constantly going up and down in a cycle after they die. Nobody stays in one place for too long, because even after death, you're always learning. And this is a realm of teaching, not punishment. He pointed ahead. We're coming up upon the underworld. Ahead of us, the desert came to an abrupt halt, where it met up with an oasis surrounding a shining city of gold. Even the river we floated upon changed to a shimmering gold stream. I stared up at the towering structures in awe. Waterfalls cascaded from beautiful towers, and precious gems were embedded into the streets. Luscious trees grew all throughout the city, with the most delicious-looking fruit growing from them. Everywhere we looked, there was abundance and wonder. This city looks out of place here, I remarked. How can a city so beautiful be regarded as the underworld? A fae with a beaming smile approached one of the trees and plucked the fruit from its branches. He took a bite, but immediately began sputtering. A cloud of ash sprayed from his mouth, and the fruit in his hand crumbled into nothing. The city's central square came into view. In the middle stood a tall fountain, overflowing with gold coins. Men and women reached for piles of gold, but their hands went straight through the riches. Nearby, a man fell to his knees at the foot of a woman. He wailed as he tried to touch her, but every time he did, it was as if his hand ran into an invisible brick wall.
"My mate," he cried. "Please notice me."
She did not seem to see him there, only kept attempting to drink from the gold fountain, which immediately became sand once it touched her tongue. We continued down the stream until we passed a palace. At the top of the stairs sat a pedestal with a plush pillow atop it. A golden crown with precious gems embedded all around it shimmered against the sunlight. A tall, fey man with dark hair and hooded eyes approached the pedestal with confidence. The way he threw his shoulders back and looked at the crown as if it was already his made me think this man must be a monarch. He picked up the crown and placed it on his head, but it merely turned to ash that rained down around him. His eyes darted in every direction, as if searching for the culprit of the trick. His gaze fell upon the pedestal again. The crown had reappeared, looking as solid as it did the first time. He picked up the crown again, and it crumbled into ashes.
"This crown is mine!"
he roared, before fur exploded across his body. He fell onto all fours in his wolven form, a black wolf with feathery wings. He lunged at the pedestal, tearing the pillow apart with his teeth in rage. That was all I saw before the palace disappeared behind us, leading to more glorious mansions. Through the windows, we could see the fae reaching for velvet chairs that disappeared when they sat down. They stood before tables of feasts and tried to fill their plates, but the food vanished before their eyes. A woman reached for her violin to begin playing, but it made no sound. She opened her mouth to sing, but her voice died in her throat.
"I guess that answers your question," Lucas said. "The fae here have everything they want, but it's out of their reach."
"Precisely," the ferryman said. "You can have all your heart's desires, but if you are spiritually bereft, it means nothing. These fae could have what they wish, if only they turned inside themselves and looked within to see what truly matters. Ahead, the gold river flowed into a building, but it was unlike the gold buildings surrounding us in the underworld. This building was made of trees that intertwined, as if the plants themselves had made the building from their roots and branches. We floated inside the building, and the river transformed into a red carpet. The boat hovered above the carpet, floating along as if the river never changed. We entered a dark room. The floor opened beneath us, plunging down into a massive auditorium filled with people. We floated along the top balcony, staring down into the room. It was some kind of theater, though I wasn't sure this was any theater I wanted to be in. Images played in front of each person on a personalized screen. Nobody seemed to notice the others around them. "Welcome to the eternal torment, believed by the elves to be the worst place imaginable," the ferryman said. I peered at the closest screens, and I could make out stories playing across them. The elf below us seemed glued to his screen. In moments, I watched the same elf abandon his family and make a new one, only to lose them both. Sad music played, and the scene ended with the elf kneeling in the rain at the graves of the people he'd lost. The elf who observed his life's mistakes playing out before him appeared hollow, as if he was unable to stop witnessing the biggest errors of his existence play out on repeat. Beside him, an elf woman sobbed as she watched herself enter a room over and over again, only to hear the words, "You're too late. He's already passed." Her greatest mistake in life was that she hadn't gotten there in time to say goodbye to the man she loved, and she was forced to never stop reliving it. Here in the eternal torment, the elves must watch their own mistakes in life, and be reminded of every choice they made that turned out to be wrong in the end, the ferryman said. What an absolutely horrible fate. The scenes continued to play out in dark tones, accompanied by melancholy music. I observed an elvish woman sob as she watched herself on screen, begging her past self not to go to the beach. The woman on the screen didn't listen. She took her child to the beach, and she turned away for a moment while her child had climbed the rocks. The child slipped into the water, and by the time she realized what had happened, her son had already drowned. Next to her, an elvish healer clutched at his throat, observing as he administered the wrong medicine by mistake, and his patient died. Another elf wept as he saw his past self on screen say the wrong thing, only for his closest friend to take their own life soon after. On and on it went. It was heart-wrenching to watch, and I had to turn away. To have no other choice but to relive all the most torturous parts of your life for all eternity. There was no worse punishment. Talia leaned over the side of the boat, watching with interest. "Their greatest fear is to make mistakes?" "No. Their greatest fear is that they cannot be forgiven once a mistake is made," the ferryman said. "But these screens only show one perspective. It doesn't show exactly how things played out, but what these elves believe happened. If they change their internal beliefs, the screen would change, and they could leave this torment behind." The music on one of the screens changed, and the scene became brighter. It was the woman who hadn't made it in time to say goodbye to the man she loved. The elvish woman stood and spoke to herself in a shaking tone. "No, I won't do this. I cannot continue to blame myself for not making it in time. I got there as fast as I could, and no amount of replaying the scenario will change what happened. We had 300 wonderful years together. I will not let our love be reduced to this moment, because we were so much more than this." Images of their life together flashed across the scene, until the scene slowed. This time, it showed her kneeling at his bedside. Though her lover was already gone, she spoke the words she'd intended to say all along. "I loved you dearly, and I pray to the goddesses that you find peace in the blessed haven. I will meet with you again soon, my love." "I belong with my love," she said. "I forgive myself for the mistakes I made, and I will choose a better future." A bright light appeared behind her, and I had to shield my eyes. The woman stepped into the light, and as it faded, she disappeared. I gazed around at the other elves, expecting them to notice and follow her lead, but nobody even stole a glance in her direction.
"Where did she go?"
Grant asked.
"She has ascended to the blessed haven,"
the ferryman answered.
"All she needed to do was change her perspective and choose to leave her regret behind. Once she was able to forgive herself, she could enter heavenly bliss."
It was beautiful watching her ascend, but I felt bad for the other elves. They didn't understand they could go with her if they only forgave themselves for their mistakes. We reached the end of the balcony, and a door opened. Ahead, skyscrapers loomed against a black sky, and sirens blared in the distance. We floated from the red carpet into a narrow, murky brown river that smelled of sewage. Garbage floated alongside us. I pinched my nose shut as I glanced around the city streets and shadowed alleyways.
"Where are we?"
Lucas asked.
"This is a place only known by name to the vampires who reside here,"
the ferryman said. We were in a modern city, but it was as if a war zone had broken out many years ago, and we were peering into a dystopian future at a time when all residents had given up hope. Most of the windows on the tall skyscrapers had been shattered, and the smaller buildings closest to the river were all boarded up. A car had been abandoned in the middle of the road, and it was on fire. Above us, a helicopter whirred loudly, and a spotlight swept through the city in pursuit of criminals. The streets were mostly deserted, but we could see people moving through the shadows. I heard explosions somewhere inside the city, and smoke rose through the air. Glass shattered as someone threw a liquor bottle at a nearby building. Someone ran out of the building yelling obscenities. The vandal took off down the street, and the sound of tires squealed in the distance. As we continued down the river, another street came into view. A female in a short, tight dress approached a man in a leather jacket. They barely exchanged words before he wrapped an arm around her waist. His fangs flashed against the light from a flickering street lamp, and he sank his teeth into her neck. The woman threw her head back, appearing to enjoy the sensation as her own fangs elongated. In the next alleyway, pained grunts rang out over the street. We witnessed a group of 5 men kicking and punching another vampire until the victim stopped moving completely. The 5 vampires jumped on the man and began to feed. I turned toward the ferryman. "Is there no way to help him?"
"You will be slaughtered if you step foot off this boat," the ferryman said. "These vampires cannot be saved."
One of the vampires feeding lifted his head and sniffed the air. His head jerked in our direction, and his eyes flashed red. I gave a start, but we were already past them a moment later. Down the street, somebody whistled. 3 vampires stood outside a grungy-looking bar, smoking cigarettes. One of them eyed me up and down, and I felt dirty just looking at him.
"Hey, sweet stuff,"
he sang.
"Why don't you come join us and give Daddy some sugar?"
His buddies laughed.
"Yeah, you can give us all a ride."
"Fuck off," Lucas sneered, flipping the men off. If the ferryman hadn't warned us to stay inside the boat, Lucas might have gone over there and shoved a stake through their hearts. Just the look the man gave me made my skin crawl. There was no question about the things that vampire was fantasizing about doing to me. We passed the men, thank the goddess, and continued through the city. Talia gave a shudder. This place is horrible. How can they go on living like this? This is the way of their city, the ferryman said. There's a demon god who runs this place. A vampire's worst nightmare is having to follow orders, never moving from their position for the rest of eternity. They're stuck here with no improvement, just monotony and the same thing, day in and day out, for the rest of their lives. How can they settle for that? Chloe wondered. Don't they understand things could change if they work to build a better city? They don't believe there's anything better out there for them, the ferryman answered. They've resolved themselves to their fate. They're stuck in the same spot, not doing what they want to, but doing what other people ask of them. Worse, they attempt to drag other souls into it. How do they get out? Grant asked. The ferryman dipped his staff into the polluted water. That is for the vampires to decide. So many vampires live like this on Earth that they don't see the difference between the life they lived when they were alive and the life they live as the dead. And that's why they can't get out. They're here because they don't know any better. They don't know they can choose differently. I was grateful to see the streets come to an end up ahead. I didn't want to stay in this place a second longer than we had to. The river spilled out into the ocean, and the skyscrapers continued behind us as we floated onto the surface of the sea. Our boat rocked from side to side, and we had to grab onto the edge so we weren't thrown into the water. Cold salt water splashed into my face, and I feared the boat might capsize and sink. The sky above us swirled with dark clouds, and choppy waves stretched far to the horizon. The ocean water was gray and murky, with shining pools of oil floating along its surface. Something splashed in the distance, and I swore I saw giant tentacles rising from the ocean's surface. We are now at the deepest trench of Atlantean lore, the ferryman announced. Merfolk reside deep in these polluted waters, hiding from the monsters that lurk within. Their gills cannot breathe or see in the water here, as the oil is too thick. But neither can they die, so they continue to suffer in sickness and pain. The surface of the water beside us broke. A gigantic sea creature emerged. I could make out jagged scales, barbed, poison fins, and razor-sharp teeth. But the majority of the creature was so massive I couldn't see it all. It looked like it was going to gobble us up. The ferryman smacked it with the end of his staff. Hard, I might add. "Begone, beast," he sneered, and the monster ducked back beneath the surface. The boat rocked violently, making my heart lurch. I tried to hold on to the edge of the boat, but my fingers slipped. My friends and I were thrown into the water. An icy chill enveloped me, and thick liquid surrounded me at all angles. When I moved my arms, I found that the water was so oily and thick that it was difficult to swim through. My head broke the surface, and I glanced around frantically to see my friends gasping for air, too. The boat remained upright several feet away. The ferryman stood upon it, appearing unbothered. "Hurry back into the boat," the ferryman said flatly. "We don't have all day." We started swimming back, but just as Lucas and I reached out for the boat, Lucas disappeared from my side. He let out a scream before his voice was silenced by something yanking him underwater. "Lucas!" I cried. I ducked my head underwater to go after him, but the water burned my eyes. I couldn't see anything. My hands found his, and I grabbed him tightly and yanked him to the surface. As Lucas broke the surface, another pair of hands came out of the water, clawing up his body to try dragging him under. A mermaid appeared, but she didn't look like how I envisioned a mermaid would be. She looked like a skeleton, with hollow eye sockets and flesh rotting from her bones. Her long black hair was patchy and covered in oil. She lifted her tail from the water and smacked the surface, and I saw that her scales were rotting off. "Help me," the mermaid begged. "Take me out of this dreadful place." "I wish we could, but we can't," I told her. "You must," she screamed. Her voice had changed, taking on a deep, eerie tone. "Don't leave me here." She lunged for Lucas and me, but the ferryman's staff came down between us as he smacked her away. She hissed and ducked back into the water. Lucas curled his arm around me, and he grabbed the ferryman's staff. The ferryman dragged us out of the water and back onto the boat. Lucas and I lay on the bottom of the boat as we caught our breath. I quickly looked around to see our friends had made it back on, while we'd been distracted by the mermaid. "What the hell was that?" Lucas rasped. "Why is that poor mermaid trapped here?" "There are many of her kind beneath these waters. The merfolk's flaw is that they are always looking for someone else to save them," the ferryman said. "They want someone else to be their hero. What they don't realize is that they can save themselves. They could swim out of here and to paradise, if only they believed they could." We situated ourselves back in our seats, and Grant immediately started to panic. "What's that ahead?" At first, I saw nothing. I thought he was simply pointing to the end of the horizon. Then I realized the clouds were missing. He really was pointing at nothing. My breath caught, and my heart began to race. "There's a huge cliff ahead of us," Lucas yelled at the ferryman. "We're going to fall off. You're steering us the wrong way." The ferryman said nothing as he continued to dip his staff into the water, steering us toward the edge. "Hey!" Chloe cried. "Are you going to listen to us, or keep paddling us to the edge of the world? You said you'd take us to the abyss." "That is exactly what I intend to do," the ferryman said. "That drop will kill us," I protested. The ferryman shrugged. "You never said I had to keep you alive." Talia gripped tightly to her seat and began to scream as we came closer and closer to the edge of the waterfall. "I want to get off!" Lucas curled me tight in his arms, and I squeezed my eyes shut. We reached the edge of the ocean, and the boat tumbled off the cliff. My friends and I screamed as we fell through the air. My stomach leapt into my throat, and I thought we'd never stop falling. Abruptly, the freefall ended. My eyes shot open, but I saw nothing. Wherever we were, it was pitch black and eerily silent. I could feel the boat beneath me and Lucas's arms around me, but that was it. I cast a witch light, and my heart rate began to slow. My friends and I were safe in the boat, and we were dry again. We appeared to be floating. On what, I wasn't sure. We could have been floating on the water or in the deepest parts of space. I couldn't tell, because there was no light and no sound. Beyond this boat, it was as if the light from my spell was entirely consumed by a black hole. It was the kind of place that would make you go mad if you spent any amount of time here. There was nothing, save but your own thoughts to preoccupy you. The ferryman began to laugh. "I've been doing this for thousands of years. I know where I'm going." Chloe gazed around in wonder. Where are we?
The astromancers call this place the Endless Void, the ferryman said.
They get their magic from the stars, don't they? Grant asked.
But there are no stars here. Which is precisely why it is the worst place for them to be, the ferryman replied.
But where is everyone? I wondered.
They're silent, the ferryman said. The astromancers here don't feel like they can speak up, only that they must endure the darkness alone. But if they just turned on their light, they could get out of here.
Chloe squinted into the distance. I see something ahead. Is it the Angel's Hell region?
The ferryman shook his head. The angel hellscape is back where you started. What you see ahead is the abyss.
The tiny pinprick of light Chloe had seen grew bigger, until I could make out the shadows of twisted, barren trees amongst a dense fog. The river turned black, and a broken sign read, "Now entering the abyss." The ferryman paddled us to shore, stopping along a muddy path within the dark forest.
Take this trail to the witch village. When you are finished here, follow the river downstream to return to the pits you came here through.
Downstream? Grant asked as he stepped out of the boat. So it's all just an endless loop? If we were so close to the abyss before, why didn't you just take us here to begin with?
The river only flows in one direction, the ferryman stated. I wasn't going to paddle you upstream.
Lucas held my hand as we stepped off the boat, and my shoes sank into the mud several inches. How far is it? Talia wondered once we were all on shore. Perhaps you can stay and wait for us.
That was not part of the agreement, the ferryman said, sounding annoyed. I have souls of the dead to ferry.
But what if we... Grant started. The ferryman cut him off by dropping his hood once more. An illusion of some sort replaced his elvish features, displaying a ghostly face of twisted bone and sunken eyes. My heart lurched, and we all jumped back as a hiss echoed throughout the forest.
I have brought you here like you asked, the ferryman sneered in an ethereal voice. Now you are on your own.
He threw his hood back up and calmly placed his staff in the water, pushing away from the bank. His laughter faded as he floated downstream, like he thought scaring us was the funniest thing in the world. Talia placed her hand over her racing heart. I don't think I like that guy. Lucas turned to face the path.
He got us where we need to be. That has to count for something.
I shivered, glancing around the damp forest. I couldn't see much past the thick fog. I don't like this place. Chloe started forward, her shoes making a squishing sound in the mud. The sooner we get moving, the sooner we can get out of here. Lucas took my hand, and he kept me close as we followed behind Chloe. An eerie chill traveled down my back as we made our way through the forest, past swampy puddles and gnarly trees with no leaves on their branches. The sound of screams came from up ahead. Talia hesitated and curled closer to Grant.
Remember what the ferryman said, Grant assured her. These people are torturing themselves. We should be safe.
He sounded uncertain, and I felt that deep within my gut. We didn't actually know what we were getting ourselves into here. This was the witch's hell, and that meant it was made for those of our kind. We needed to be more careful here than anywhere else. The screams became louder the further we walked. Ahead, figures took shape behind the fog. Just off the path, a man with dark hair lay on a wooden table, strapped down by shackles. A small metal cage with no bottom and rats inside had been placed on his abdomen. Another man with a crooked nose shoveled coals from a nearby fire pit and hovered the coals above the top of the cage.
"No, please,"
the man on the table begged. "You did this to me, so now I get to do this to you," the man with the crooked nose sneered. He placed the coals atop the cage. In a desperate attempt to escape the heat, the rats began burrowing downward into the captive man's stomach. He screamed, his tortured cries filling the forest. "Stop!" Lucas and I cried at the same time. Lucas moved before I could. He sprinted through the trees, tossing the rat cage to the ground. The rats scattered, scampering away. The man's abdomen was torn and bloody, and it made me want to hurl.
"Leave him alone,"
Lucas raged.
"Who made you king of the abyss?"
the man on the table snapped.
"This is what I deserve."
Lucas stumbled back a step.
"You want this?"
"Yes," the man with the coals sneered.
"He deserves it. You want to be next?" "Get out of here,"
the dark-haired man growled at Lucas before turning back to his torturer.
"Let's get this over with."
The torturer grabbed a piece of wood off a nearby table and began shoving splinters under the other man's fingernails. My stomach twisted, and I willed myself to look away, but I couldn't stop watching the horrible scene. When the man finished with the splinters, he took an ancient pair of pliers and began pulling off the man's fingernails. Lucas returned to my side, shaking his head hopelessly.
"I can't stop it."
"We are not here to change these people's minds," Chloe reminded him. "We are here to get the Oaken Wands, and that's it. We can't stop this torture if they want it to happen." The sound of shackles clanging together met my ears, and I dared to turn my gaze back to the tortured man. His torturer had let him go. He was in so much pain that he stumbled to the ground before pulling himself upright and grabbing his torturer by the hair.
"Let's see how you like the pyre,"
he roared. The torturer whimpered, and it became clear in that moment that the two had swapped roles. The dark-haired man dragged the other man through the trees.
"Where's he taking him?"
Talia wondered. We kept to the path, but we eyed the men through the trees. The dark-haired man pulled the man with the crooked nose onto a platform with a stake in the center. Dry branches surrounded him at every angle. The dark-haired man tied him up, then stepped back and watched with a smile as the brush lit a flame on its own. The man with the crooked nose screamed as flesh melted from his skin. Each time the skin fell off, another patch of fresh skin would replace it. He could burn for all eternity like this. I turned away. I couldn't watch any longer. Lucas shuddered.
"It's just like the Reaper Edgar described. I just never thought we'd be the ones torturing each other."
"I don't get it," Talia said. "The ferryman made it sound like all these places came with lessons. What does torturing one another do for us?" "It's obvious, isn't it?" I asked. "Here in the abyss, witches are persecuting one another. It's a literal witch hunt. If they stopped accusing each other and the community worked together, no one would be tortured. All they have to do is come together and agree on something. But here, people can't do that. That's why they're stuck." Chloe scoffed. "They can't do that back home either. We've created our own abyss in Octavia Falls. Come on, let's keep moving." More screams came from up ahead, and I turned my face away as we passed by others in the forest, torturing each other. I couldn't look away fast enough, and I saw a man drop a spoked wooden wheel on top of a woman tied to a stage. I heard the snap of her bones and shuddered, while the crowd forming around her cheered. The closer we got to town, the more and more torture devices we witnessed. A man sat on a chair while a woman tightened some sort of spiked device over his knee, effectively shattering his kneecap. His cries echoed throughout the whole forest. A similar, but smaller, device was used on another woman to crush the bones in her fingers. I saw a pair of pincers with teeth on the sides. It glowed red from the heat of sitting upon the coals. I didn't want to think about what those were used for. Chloe sucked a breath between her teeth. Crocodile shears. Ouch. Grant shuddered. Don't tell me that's used to rip off a guy's penis. I'd rather not know, Talia insisted. The trees cleared up ahead, giving way to a small village with cabins reminiscent of the 1600s. Grant spun around to take it all in. This looks like Octavia Falls when it was first settled. Lucas's voice came out hollow. That's because it is. Screams filled the town, though they sounded more like screams of protest rather than those of torture. I saw the cages first. High above our heads and hanging from the trees were what looked like large bird cages. Witches with sunken eyes and skin that seemed to suction to their bones sat in the cages, begging for food. The townspeople ignored them. A crowd had gathered in a central square, shouting obscenities over one another. As we got closer, I got a better look at what was going on. A woman stood hunched over, locked between wooden boards with holes cut out for her head and wrists. A putrid scent filled the air, and I realized people were throwing feces and rotten eggs at her. Not far from the pillory, another crowd had formed. They sat on benches facing a long podium. It looked like a courtroom that had been set up outside. A woman in a red hooded cloak read a list of crimes off a long sheet of paper, and another in a black cloak stood at a pulpit, judging the trial. A man on the witness stand shouted over the woman in the red cloak. "I didn't do it! I swear it!" The crowd yelled back. "He's guilty! Take him to the pyre!" The man didn't have a chance to plead his case before a crowd of people swarmed him and dragged him off into the woods. We heard the crackle of flames, then the sound of his screams, growing louder as the fire burned him. My stomach clenched. It's the witch trials all over again. Eyes began to turn in our direction as people noticed our arrival. "You there!" a man called, pointing at us. "It seems like you're new here. Do you want to turn?" Lucas stepped aside as the crowd began closing in on us. "No, we're just here for a visit." "That's too bad," a voice cackled from behind me. "You're here just like the rest of us, and that means you deserve to be punished." Hands landed on my friends and me all at once, and my heart leapt into my throat. All around us, townspeople laughed mockingly as they dragged us toward the witness stand. "Get off us!" Lucas shouted. "Don't touch me!" I screamed. I formed a battle orb in my hands, but it barely flickered before someone slapped shackles onto my wrists. They had to be magical, because I suddenly couldn't access my powers. "You can't do this!" Talia cried. "We're not even dead! We don't belong here!" Grant struggled against the townspeople, while Chloe whispered beneath her breath. "Just go with it. We get to choose our fate, right?" The townspeople shoved us into chairs behind the podium. They plopped me down between Lucas and Chloe. A stack of papers magically appeared in front of the woman in the red cloak. When she turned, her long red hair beneath her hood became apparent, and I realized I recognized her. "Priestess Charlotte?" I gasped. She dropped her hood and wore a sad expression on her face. "Yes, it is me. It's nice to see you all again." The woman behind the pulpit lowered her hood as well, and I saw her dark curls. It was Priestess Stella. I hadn't expected to see her here. The last time we'd seen her had been in the courtroom, the day of our trial. She'd appeared as a ghost and spoken out against Lillian and Margaret, but Professor Leto had cast some sort of spell on her that made her disappear. We'd never known what happened to her after that. I didn't realize she'd moved on from Earth. "Priestesses, what are you doing here?" I asked. "You already acknowledged your mistakes and apologized for them. You helped protect the coven. You should both be in Alora."
"They're not the ones on trial!" someone in the crowd shouted. "Get on with it!"
The crowd cheered in agreement.
"Priestesses, please let us go,"
Lucas begged.
"You were on our side in Octavia Falls. We are only here to find the Oaken Wands. You must find it in yourself to show us mercy."
"We are truly sorry you have to go through this, but this is the way things work here," Charlotte said regrettably. "It's something everyone must do, though we will be as fair as we can be. To avoid the torture the others will put you through, you must prove your innocence." I didn't want to go through with this, but I trusted Priestess Charlotte. When Professor Leto was in town, Charlotte realized the mistake she'd made in striking a deal with a demon. She came to us to seek a solution. She helped us fight Professor Leto, and she gave herself up so we could defeat him. She had fallen into the demon's pit and died. If she believed this was the way to walk out of here unharmed, then we had to go through with it. "This court is now in session," Stella said, smacking a gavel on the pulpit. Charlotte began reading off the papers in front of her. "Lucas Taylor, Nadine Taylor, Grant Bryant, Talia Murphy, and Chloe Olson, you are hereby called upon by Mother Miriam to state your sins and be judged by a jury of your peers." It was disgusting how they used Mother Miriam's name, as if she approved of this torture. I didn't think Priestess Charlotte liked it either, because she shifted uncomfortably. "There's nothing you can say to hurt us," Grant insisted. "We're innocent." "You cannot deny your feelings in front of us," Charlotte said. "There are seers among us. We know all of your deepest regrets." Lucas spoke calmly.
"We've already been through this on Earth. We aren't afraid. What are our charges?"
The crowd appeared puzzled, and a man in the front row spoke up.
"Why aren't you angry? If you're as innocent as you say, don't you wish to put us on trial for false imprisonment?"
"Why should we be the ones to determine your fate?" I asked rhetorically.
"Because somebody has to,"
the man sneered. Others spoke up in agreement. Stella pounded the gavel, and the crowd quieted. "Order in the court! We will be the ones leading this trial. You will all remain quiet until a verdict has been reached." Charlotte turned on her heel and walked to the end of the podium, where Grant sat. "Grant Bryant, you are hereby accused of breaking the Bro Code."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
Grant demanded. She looked down at her papers.
"The Bro Code. It is a series of unspoken rules for male friendship." "I know what the Bro Code is,"
Grant started, but Charlotte continued like she hadn't heard him.
"Including but not limited to sleeping with your best friend's ex." "I never slept with Nadine," Grant cried. "We only went out on one date."
And yet, you are guilty of breaking the bro code, are you not? She cocked an eyebrow.
I may have some regrets,
Grant admitted. Grant and I had been out on one date my sophomore year, while Lucas and I were broken up. Grant and I were both single at the time, and we figured there was no harm in hanging out for the evening. It had been a complete disaster, though. We'd gone to a restaurant on the lake, and Grant's enchanted crab pinched his ear and then ran off into the trees. Then we'd gone to a lake party, where Grant and I shared a kiss, and he and Lucas had gotten into a fist fight. We all had regrets over that night, but I thought we'd moved on from it. Apparently, we hadn't. Charlotte strolled up to Lucas. Isn't it true, Lucas, that you want to get back at Grant for what he did to you? Lucas hesitated. Nadine and I were broken up. That's in the past. Nonsense, she insisted. Grant doesn't care about you. The moment he had a chance at Nadine, he took it, and he never paid for that crime. Look, Grant said. If Lucas was mad about that, we'd talk it out. We don't need a whole coven's opinion. Lucas and I are tight. He's not mad. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. That's not what the seers have revealed. Lucas, how do you feel about it? Lucas kept his jaw tightly shut, but his nostrils flared. Like Grant said, we're tight. See, we're fine, Grant insisted. Lucas, aren't you angry that Grant asked out your ex-girlfriend without consulting you first? Charlotte pressed. Aren't you upset that he kissed Nadine, and he would have continued to date her if she wasn't still hung up on you? Aren't you mad he went behind your back? I wanted to stick up for Grant and say it never would have turned into anything, because neither of us were into each other like that. But Lucas spoke up before I could. You know what? Lucas sat straighter in his chair, facing Grant. I am pissed about that. Nadine and I were broken up. I couldn't tell her who to date. But you? You didn't even ask me. The invite wasn't even meant to be a date, Grant defended. We were just supposed to be two friends, hanging out. Nadine's the one who suggested the date. No, I defended. I asked you if you were asking me on a date. Grant sighed. It just happened, and it's not something that will ever happen again. Why are you so insistent on defending yourself? Lucas demanded. The fact is, you went out with Nadine without asking me. I didn't know I had to ask you, Grant replied. You two were broken up. That's not what matters, Lucas pressed. How can you be so insightful about everything, but this is what goes over your head? Of course I wanted to see Nadine happy, no matter who she was with. But if you two had ended up together, I couldn't have hung around to watch that happen. It would have ruined our friendship. Hell, you didn't just hurt me. Imagine what this did to Talia. I really wanted to be with Talia, but I figured she'd turn me down, so I lost my courage to ask. She didn't even like me back then, Grant said, turning to her for confirmation. Angry tears beaded in Talia's eyes. I've been in love with you for a long time, Grant. To be honest, it really stung to see you ask out my best friend. My heart sank. I never wanted to hurt her. Tal, you told me you were fine with it. Well, I lied, she admitted harshly. You knew I had a thing for Grant, too. It was kind of bullshit you did that, Nadine. We were all in the wrong, Grant said. Even Nadine only dated me to make Lucas jealous. My jaw dropped. Grant, come on! That is not true!
Sure it is, Nadine. You weren't even into me. It's not a bad thing. I mean, you and Lucas ended up together in the end. Grant gestured between us. And Lucas, you didn't advocate for yourself. You just let her go. I didn't know the date was happening until I saw you two locking lips, Lucas raged.
Grant sighed.
You know that's not what I meant. Why can't you just admit you did something wrong? Lucas demanded. You're so busy pointing fingers. Why don't you look in a mirror? You want me to say it? Grant asked, sounding annoyed. All right, I did something wrong. What more do you want from me? I want you to be genuine, Lucas insisted. You can't just say what people want to hear and get over it. That doesn't actually solve any problems. You want the truth? Grant yelled, shooting to his feet. I wanted you to be there that summer. Hell, it had been years since we lost you. I wanted my friend back. I watched you torture yourself, just like the people in these woods, all because you thought you deserved it, but you didn't.
Grant's voice cracked, and tears began streaming down his face.
You were suffering needlessly, and nothing I said or did could help you. So if I had to hurt you, to snap you out of it, goddess damn it, I was going to do it. I just wanted to wake you up, Lucas.
We all went quiet for a moment before Lucas spoke.
That's a really fucked up way to wake someone up.
I didn't know what I was doing at the time, Grant admitted. Now that I've grown up and can reflect on it, I can see why I really did it.
You really hurt Lucas, I said bitterly.
But you know what? That wasn't fair to me either. It makes me feel used, Grant. I've been carrying Lucas for a long time, and that's fine because I choose to do that. But it isn't fair of you to choose that for me, and to pull me into your shit. I'm Lucas's wife, and his partner, and I'm happy to shoulder his burdens and help him through life. I will always be a safe place for him, and I will give him the love, kindness, and grace he deserves, but I'm not his therapist. I don't have the training, knowledge, or understanding to be that for him. Other people shouldn't be forcing me into that role, even if it's unintentional. Lucas and I were broken up back then, and even at that point, when I was on a date with you, you were having me take on his feelings, when I needed space to heal myself. I hurt everyone, and for that, I truly apologize, Grant said in a broken tone. I went too far, and it never should have happened. I'm sorry you were caught in the middle of this, Nadine. Lucas, I'm sorry I ever asked Nadine out in the first place.
He turned to Talia.
If I'd have known you had any interest in me, I never would have hung out with Nadine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I just hope you can all find it in your heart to forgive me.
A silent beat passed before Lucas nodded.
There's no reason to let this hurt any of us anymore. I believe that you're truly sorry, and that's all I need. I'm sorry for scaring you, and making you feel as if you had to go through these lengths to save me from myself. Apology accepted, Grant said.
This is unacceptable!
Someone in the crowd shouted as they leapt from their seat and shook a fist. The townspeople followed suit, shouting protests so loud I couldn't understand what anyone said.
It matters not,
Stella shouted over the others.
Their sins are far greater than broken friendships. You 5 have killed members of your own coven. You've lied to your own people. You sat and watched as others were burned, hanged, and poisoned. You all will do anything to get your way. What have you say? It doesn't matter what we say, because you won't believe us anyway.
Talia growled. Charlotte turned to her. It's interesting that you would be the one to speak up. Your sin, Talia Murphy, is silence. You let people walk all over you, and you've never done anything about it. People needed you, and you were too timid to help them. How do you know all that? Talia demanded through gritted teeth. She lunged across the podium, reaching for Charlotte's papers, but the priestess yanked them away. Things got bad in the coven, and instead of speaking up, you stayed quiet, Charlotte accused. You didn't say anything until people started coming for you and your friends. And I've learned from my mistakes, Talia insisted. Lucas quickly cut in. She hasn't done anything wrong. Charlotte turned on him. Lucas, you should have been there for your brother. You were too self-absorbed to see his cries for help. That's not true, Grant shouted. She's making things up. I whirled toward my husband. Lucas, she's preying on our insecurities. I know, Lucas said calmly. She's saying stuff I believed for a long time, but I understand Eric better now. It's nobody's fault that he's gone. Not his, and not mine. Charlotte continued. You've used your depression as an excuse not to deal with your shit and make decisions. You hide away in your room so you don't have to face real-world problems. I've learned to take my time to process, and then I find solutions, Lucas stated. Leave him alone, I snarled. She couldn't get to him anymore, because she was trying to guilt-trip him, and he had nothing to feel sorry for. Charlotte didn't even lift her gaze as she continued reading. Nadine, you let your grandmother die. Worse, you sacrificed the coven for your own benefit. You gave up an Oaken Wand to the priestesses in order to get a kidney. You're selfish. She didn't want to, Talia argued. We told her to do it. Chloe scoffed. You can list off our sins all day, but you can't make us feel bad for what we had to do to save each other. Why are you defending her? Charlotte asked Chloe curiously. Not long ago you wanted Nadine dead. You would have considered her death a necessity, the same way you have justified the deaths of other people you have killed. Who are you to decide who lives and who dies? We're nobody, Chloe said. Nobody gets to justify those deaths because they can't be justified. Octavia Falls isn't much different from this place. Up there, it's kill or be killed. But we shouldn't have to make that choice in the first place. There is a third path. Just as Nadine and I came together to end our curse, the coven must come together to end their conflict. Here in the abyss, you could stop the torture if you all just agreed to get along. The crowd around us laughed, like the suggestion was impossible. Charlotte paced in front of the podium. You don't believe any of that. Isn't that correct, Chloe? Our seers do not lie. You have slipped potions into people's drinks without their knowledge, called them the worst of slurs, gossiped behind their backs and made up lies, broke into their rooms to destroy their belongings, cast hexes and threw punches, humiliated them. I know what I've done, Chloe shouted, cutting her off. I did what I thought I had to at the time to protect myself, and I went too far. I thought when Nadine came to town, she was going to get me killed, so I had to stand up for myself. I may have started it, but Nadine kept it going. Every time I did something bad, Nadine came back with something worse. I gaped. How can you say that? You literally tried to hang me. You put me in the hospital, Chloe shot back as tears rose to her eyes. I shuddered at the reminder, because I hated what I'd done. Our second semester, Chloe and I had gotten into a fight so bad that she'd been sent to the infirmary. "Don't act like such a saint. You tried to kill me, too," Chloe continued. "Maybe I deserve to be on this stand, or tied to the pyre, but you deserve to be right there with me, Nadine. I wasn't the only mean girl at Imperium College. You were a closet bully, hiding behind a mask, trying to play the part of a good girl who was sweet and kind. But really, you wanted to be in control and act like you knew it all. You had to make me pay, and you damn well made sure I did. You didn't have to take things that far, but you wanted to. You hurt me, too." Her words sliced into me like a knife. Back then, I only thought I was defending myself, when really, I was just hurting her. "I'm sorry, Chloe," I said honestly. "You're right. I was a mean girl, even if I didn't intend to be. I take full accountability for what I did, and I wish I could take it back." Chloe placed a hand over her mouth as her shoulders began to shake. Tears streamed down her face. If it had been any other moment, I'd have thought Chloe was trying to manipulate the court. But it was clear that these were honest-to-goddess uncontrollable tears that she couldn't hold back. "It doesn't matter what you did, because Charlotte's right," Chloe sobbed. "I've done so many bad things, terrible things, that are unforgivable. Maybe I should just stay here in the abyss. This is where I belong, being tortured like all these other people. It's what I deserve." "No, Chloe," I insisted. "If you think that way, then your sentence is already determined. But we don't have to sit here, defending ourselves. We need to be working together, just like you and I did when we broke our curse." "Let's face it," Chloe said. "The night you broke our curse, you won. You're the one who's going to stay in the coven, because you actually have a place there. My friends hate me. I've cut off my family, and I have nothing left to go back to." "That's not true," I told her gently. "Chloe, you have us. We may not have gotten along in the past, but you and I know how to work together to get shit done. You belong with us, searching for the Oaken Wands so we can restore the coven's magic. And when that's all over, we want you to stay, because you're our friend." Chloe sniffed. "You don't want to be my friend. You've kept me close and used me to get the Oaken Wands, because you need a mentalist on your side and I'm your only option. Once we get the wands and save the coven, you're going to toss me aside and abandon me, because you won't need me anymore." "That's not true," I insisted. "I want to be your friend, and you know why? Because I admire you, and I look up to you. You're strong and confident in a way that I want to be. I'm sorry I was mean to you. There's no excuse. Neither of us needed to do that to each other. But you showed me that we can choose to change, and I want to be there to see who you become." I turned to Charlotte. "You said your seers know all our regrets?" She nodded, like she wasn't sure where I was going with this. I looked back at Chloe. "That's how I know you've changed. They wouldn't know all these things about you if you didn't regret it. It doesn't matter who's in the right and who's in the wrong, if the behavior on both sides is hurting everyone. We need to take action to benefit the community and not just defend ourselves. So please, Chloe, stay with us and help us make that change." Chloe wiped her eyes. "Do you really think people can change, Nadine?" "I know they can," I told her gently. Chloe shook her head. "But I haven't paid for what I've done." I stood and reached for Chloe's hand. "I think you've suffered enough." Chloe hesitated, then took my outstretched hand and stood, The crowd erupted into protests.
"They can't do this! Lock 'em up!"
Chloe turned to the crowd.
"Nobody here needs to be locked up or burned or tortured. You can all return to Allura."
A rotten cabbage smacked Chloe in the face, cutting her off.
"Nobody who comes here is getting out," a villager yelled.
Lucas stood, and Grant and Talia followed suit. Lucas lifted his chin. "We are, because we might not be innocent, and we did make mistakes, but we are willing to forgive each other." The shackles around our wrists rattled as they sprang open and clanged to the ground. The townspeople gasped like they'd never seen such a thing happen. A smile crept across Stella's face. "I believe this case is closed. You're free to go." She smacked her gavel, marking the end of the trial. "Pfft," one of the townspeople scoffed, waving his hand.
"They aren't worth it. This trial was boring anyway."
The townspeople quickly lost interest in us and dispersed. Stella and Charlotte approached us as soon as the townspeople were gone. "I'm deeply sorry we had to treat you that way," Stella apologized. Charlotte shared a look of regret. "I had to push you in order for you to proclaim your innocence." "It worked out, as we are free to go," I said. "How are things in Octavia Falls?" Charlotte asked. I shook my head. "Not well. Margaret and Lillian have only made things worse. They're taking away people's resources so they'll obey the priestesses. They're splitting up families, and they're forcing people to work for them," Chloe added. "People are going hungry." "You have not yet died," Charlotte remarked. "How have you come here?" "We came through a portal in Malovia," Chloe explained. "We've come to find the missing Oaken Wands. Do you know what happened to the Mentalist Wand after it fell into the Demon's Pit?" Charlotte nodded and reached into her cloak. "I retrieved it when I fell into the Demon's Pit. I landed here, in the abyss. The Mentalist Wand was lying in the forest beside me, as it too fell into the pit. I have been holding on to it until it could be passed into the proper hands. You have proven that you are worthy of wielding it by forgiving each other. The wand trusts you and is willing to come back to Earth with you." Charlotte withdrew the Mentalist Wand and placed it in Chloe's hands. The end of the wand began to glow, and it sang a beautiful note. "You've earned this," Charlotte said. "What you did on that witness stand proves that when the time comes, you will all come together to do right by the coven. I know you will use this wand for good." "Come with us," Talia offered. "You fell into the Demon's Pit and were portaled here. You don't belong here either." Charlotte frowned. "I'm afraid I do." "You died on the way down," Lucas stated, matter-of-factly. He wasn't guessing. It was clear there was a part of his death magic that knew. Charlotte nodded. Lucas shook his head, like he refused to accept this answer. "That doesn't mean you belong here." Charlotte didn't appear convinced. "You know what I've done. I started the Miriamic conflict with the other priestesses." "And you chose better," Lucas pressed. "It's not what we've done in the past that defines us, but what we choose to do now, in the present. You saved us from the demon, Charlotte. You sacrificed yourself to break the contract and kill him." "One good deed does not outweigh my sins," Charlotte said. "No, but you can choose not to let it weigh you down anymore," Lucas replied. "I know what it's like to punish yourself, to feel like you deserve it, yet feel out of control at the same time. But we can make a new decision at any moment. We might slip up, but what matters is that we keep trying to do better. The only question is, do you want to do better? Charlotte nodded. I do. Then this isn't where you belong, Lucas told her. Lessons can't be learned by torturing yourself. It's a symptom, not a solution. If you're ready to break that cycle, then you belong in Allura, where you can shed light on your wrongdoings and heal from them. Tears rose to Charlotte's eyes. I'd very much like to heal. A bright light appeared behind Charlotte, outlining her form. It was so blinding I had to shield my eyes. Thank you all, Charlotte said. I will move onward, toward Allura. I pray that whatever happens, the rest of you will be able to lead the coven into the light. Charlotte began walking toward the portal until it engulfed her entirely before she was gone for good. The light dimmed, and we were left standing in the mud without her. It was a profound moment, seeing one of our own coven members ascend. Charlotte had been on the Imperium Council when the Miriamic conflict began. She'd ordered witches and warlocks to hang, and she'd burned our friends on the pyre the night of the burning. She'd been among the priestesses who summoned the demon that killed over a dozen coven members. By all accounts, it appeared that she belonged here in the abyss. But she'd owned up to her mistakes and stood accountable for them. She'd chosen a different path, one that led her home to Mother Miriam. If she of all people could do that, then each one of us could follow her lead. Because of people like her, the coven could change for the better. If we accomplished nothing else in the abyss, coming down to help Charlotte was worth it.